picture muna, picture mga bata, picture muna, picture. Happy birthday, Vince.
Asan si Mommy?
Picture muna tayo, masaya tayo. Happy birthday, Vince.
Wala pa si DJ?
Wala pa nga eh. Anong oras na oh? Nag-promise siya sa akin, dito siya magdi-dinner eh.
Pag ikaw ay nagkasakit o naaksidente, paano na ang pamilya mo? Taon-taon, 2,780,000 ang namamatay dahil sa sakit at aksidente sa trabaho. Huwag maging parte ng bilang na ito.
Lahat tayo pwedeng umiwas
sa sakit at aksidente.
Lahat tayo
Pwedeng maging
Pwede kang maging COSH champion sa pamamagitan ng pag-share ng impormasyon sa social media, pag-attend ng training, at pagbabahagi ng kaalaman sa mga katrabaho, pagbibigay ng tamang PPE sa mga manggagawa na pasado sa testing, at pagre-report ng mga di ligtas na sitwasyon sa lugar ng trabaho bago pa man may maaksidente o magkasakit.
Kung magtutulong-tulong tayo, may iwasan natin ang sakit at aksidente.
Maganda kung lahat tayo magiging COSH champion. Isama natin sila.
Isang kaaya-ayang araw sa lahat. Sa video na ito tatalakayin natin ang Section 14 ng Republic Act 11058 at ang Implementing Rules and Regulations nito na Department Order No. 198 Series of 2018. Ang Section 14 ay ang requirement ng safety officer or officer sa lugar ng trabaho. Sa pagpapatupad ng programa ng OSH, ang mga safety officer sa bawat establishmento o lugar ng trabaho ay dapat na itinalaga na may mga sumusunod na tungkulin at responsibilidad. A. Pangasiwaan ang pangkalahatang pamamahala ng OSH program at koordinasyon sa komite ng OSH. B. Madalas na subaybayan at siyasatin ang anumang aspeto sa kalusugan o kaligtasan ng operasyon na isinasagawa sa pakikilahok ng mga supervisor at manggagawa. C. Tulungan ng mga inspektor ng gobyerno sa pagsasagawa ng inspeksyon sa kaligtasan at pangkalusugan sa anumang oras tuwing ginagawa ang trabaho o habang isinasagawa ang isang pagsisiyasat sa aksidente sa pamamagitan ng pagbibigay ng kinakailangang impormasyon at mga ulat ng OSH na hinihiling ng mga pamantayan ng OSH at D. Maglabas ng order ng pagtigil sa trabaho o work stoppage order kung kinakailangan batay sa mga kinakailangan at pamamaraan na ibinigay ng mga pamantayan ng OSH standard. Tulad na lang kung may mga imminent danger sa lugar ng trabaho. Ang bilang at kwalifikasyon ng mga safety officer ay dapat nakatimbang sa kabuoang bilang ng mga manggagawa at kagamitan, laki ng lugar ng trabaho, pag-uuri ng lugar ng trabaho at iba pang pamantayan na hinihiling ng OSH standard. Ang safety officer ay kinakailangang sumailalim sa ni-require na oryentasyong pagsasanay o kurso sa DOLE-BOSH, mga advanced na kurso sa pagsasanay na OSH at iba pang pagsasanay na may kinalaman sa OSH o kinakailangan sa mabisang pagganap ng mga tungkulin at responsibilidad. Ang mga safety officer na nakikibahagi sa mga micro at maliit na establishmento, mababa sa katamtamang peligro, ay dapat na makisali sa mga programang pangkaligtasan kabilang ang iba pang mga gawaing itinalaga sa kanya ng kanyang employer. Sa kaso ng isang kontratista o subcontractor, hindi bababa sa isang safety officer ang dapat na ipakalat sa bawat tiyak na lugar ng pagpapatakbo, upang pangasiwaan ang pamamahala ng programa ng OSH ng sarili nitong lugar ng pinagtatrabahuhan. Minimum na pag-uuri at bilang ng safety officer para sa lahat ng mga sakop na lugar ng trabaho ay ang mga sumusunod. Ang pakikipag-ugnayan ng serbisyo ng isang sertipikadong konsultant ng OSH or ang SO4 ay pinapayagan para sa isang panahon na hindi hihigit sa isang taon. Para sa pagtatatag na ang itinalagang safety officer ay dapat nasanayin o nasa proseso ng pagkumpleto ng mga ni-require kurso sa pagsasanay at nauugnay na karanasan. Ang mga opisyal ng kaligtasan ng lahat ng lugar ng trabaho ay dapat magkaroon ng kinakailangang pagsasanay na kinakailangan at pagsasanay alinsunod sa kategorya nito, tulad ng nakapaloob dito. Ang kaukulang kwalifikasyon ng mga opisyal ng kaligtasan or safety officer ay ang mga sumusunod. Para sa Safety Officer 1, ang mandatory na pagsasanay sa OSH ay 8 oras na kurso na orientation ng OSH at 2 oras ng pagsasanay ng trainer o TOT. Walang kinakailangang minimum na karanasan sa OSH. Para sa Safety Officer 2 or SO2, ang mga kinakailangan ay mandatory 40 oras na pangunahing kurso sa pagsasanay sa OSH na nalalapat sa industriya. Para sa Safety Officer 3 or SO3, ang mga kinakailangan ay ang A. Ipinag-uutos na 40 oras na pangunahing kurso sa pagsasanay na OSH na nalalapat sa industriya o ang BOSH or COSH. B. Karagdagang 48 oras ng advanced o dalubhasang kurso sa pagsasanay na kaligtasan sa trabaho OS na nauugnay sa industriya at C. Iba pang mga kinakailangan tulad ng ni-require ng OSH standard. Para sa Safety Officer 4 or SO4, A. Mandatory 40 oras na kurso sa pagsasanay na OSH na nalalapat sa industriya gaya ng BOSH or COSH. B. Karagdagang 80 oras ng a-advanced na lubhasang kurso sa pagsasanay sa kaligtasan sa trabaho na nauugnay sa industriya. C. Isang pinagsama-samang 320 oras ng kaugnay na pagsasanay sa OSH o experience. Maaaring dagdagan ng karagdagang pagsasanay sa mga karanasan sa taon kung saan 8 oras ng pagsasanay ay maaaring katumbas ng 1 taon ng karanasan and vice versa. D. Iba pang mga kinakailangan tulad ng ni-require ng OSH standard. Yan po ang part 1 na discussion natin tungkol sa Section 14 para sa Safety Officer Requirement. Sa susunod na video po natin, pag-usapan naman po natin ang number of safety officers na required sa mga establishmento. Hanggang sa susunod po at ito ang inyong OSH CREU8 team. #ligtas ang maingat. #una ang kaligtasan. Salamat po at magandang araw sa lahat.
Good news mga kababayan, may surprise po kami sa inyong lahat.
Hello po, welcome po dito sa mga
Hi, magandang araw sa lahat at sa mga COSH advocates. Sa video na ito, ipagpapatuloy natin ang ating talakayan ng huling bahagi ng Section 14 ng Republic Act 11058 at ang IRR nito na ang DOL DO198 Series of 2018. Tulad ng nabanggit sa aming nakaraang video, sa Section 14 na ang lahat ng designated safety officer ay kinakailangang magkaroon ng mandatory na pagsasanay o relevant training at maging ang karanasan sa trabaho sa OSH. Sa video na ito, tatalakayin natin ang bilang na kinakailangan ng safety officer sa bawat lugar ng trabaho o establishmento. Ang bilang at kwalifikasyon ng mga safety officer ay magiging katimbang sa kabuoang bilang ng mga manggagawa at kagamitan, laki ng lugar ng trabaho, pag-uuri or risk classification ng lugar ng trabaho, at iba pang pamantayan na hinihiling ng OSH standard. Tulad ng nabanggit naming sa Part 1 ng Section 14 na video, ang safety officer ay kinakailangang sumailalim sa DOL Required Mandatory Training or Course sa OSH, mga advanced courses sa OSH, at o iba pang training o pag-aaral na nauugnay sa OSH kung kinakailangan para sa mabisang pagganap ng mga tungkulin at responsibilidad nito. Ang mga safety officer na nakikibahagi sa mga micro at medium na establishmento na classified as low to medium risk ay dapat na makisali sa mga programang pangkaligtasan, kabilang ang iba pang mga gawaing itinalaga sa kanya ng kanyang employer. Para sa contractor o subcontractor, hindi bababa sa isang safety officer ang dapat na ipa-assign sa bawat lugar ng trabaho or worksite, upang pangasiwaan ang pamamahala ng programa ng OSH ng sarili nitong lugar ng trabaho. Kaya narito ang minimum na required at bilang ng safety officer para sa lahat ng mga sakop na lugar ng trabaho. Pag-usapan natin ang requirement para sa low-risk workplace. Para sa low-risk workplace na may 1 hanggang 50 manggagawa, ang kinakailangan ay isang safety officer 1. Para sa mga may 51 hanggang 199 na manggagawa, isang safety officer 2. Para sa mga mayroong 200 hanggang 250 manggagawa, ang required ay 2 safety officer 2 o maaari ding isang safety officer 3 lamang. Para sa mga may 251 hanggang 750 manggagawa, ang kinakailangan ay 2 safety officer 2 at isang safety officer 3. At para sa mga may 751 hanggang 1,000 manggagawa, ang kinakailangan ay 2 safety officer 3. At para sa bawat dagdag na 500 na manggagawa or fraction nito, dapat magkaroon ng karagdagang isang safety officer 3. Ang pakikipag-ugnayan ng mga serbisyo ng isang sertipikadong OSH consultant o safety officer 4 ay pinapayagan para sa isang panahon na hindi hihigit sa 1 taon para sa mga establishmento na ang itinalagang safety officer wala pang training at karanasan kung saan ay kailangang sanayin o nasa proseso ng pagkumpleto ng ni-require na training at nauugnay na karanasan. Talakayin naman natin ang requirement para sa mga establishmento na classified as medium risk. Para sa mga may 1 hanggang 9 na manggagawa, ang requirement ay isang safety officer 1. Para sa lugar ng trabaho na may 10 hanggang 99 na manggagawa, ay isang safety officer 2. ang may 100 hanggang 250 manggagawa. Ang required ay isang Safety Officer 2 at isang Safety Officer 3. Para sa mga may 251 hanggang 1,000 manggagawa, ang kinakailangan ay 2 Safety Officer 3. At magkakaroon ng karagdagang isang Safety Officer 3 o isang Safety Officer 4 para sa bawat karagdagang na 500 manggagawa o fraction nito. Para naman sa lugar ng trabaho na inuri o classified bilang high risk, ang mga sumusunod ay ang kinakailangang bilang ng mga Safety Officer. Para sa lugar ng trabaho na may 1 hanggang 9 na manggagawa, ang required ay isang Safety Officer 2. Para sa mga may 10 hanggang 50 manggagawa, ang required ay isang Safety Officer 3. Para naman sa mga may 51 hanggang 199, ang required ay isang Safety Officer 2 at isang Safety Officer 3. Para sa mga may 200 hanggang 250, ang required ay 2 Safety Officer 3. Para sa mga may 251 hanggang 1,000 manggagawa, ang required ay isang Safety Officer 2 at 2 Safety Officer 3. At magkakaroon ng karagdagang isang Safety Officer 3 o Safety Officer 4, para sa bawat karagdagang na 250 manggagawa o fraction nito. Ang pagkakaroon ng Safety Officer sa mga establishmento ay makakatulong para makaiwas sa mga aksidente sa trabaho. Yan po ang required na bilang ng Safety Officer sa bawat establishmento alinsunod sa Republic Act 11058. Hanggang sa susunod nating talakayan, #ligtas ang maingat. Maraming salamat po, at ito ang inyong public servant mula sa OSHCREU 8.
Is this the last one? Do you have plans for tonight? You're so excited. I'm having a drink with my friends. It's been such a long time. Huh? The lamp is blinking. Maybe the lid is open. It should be locked. Just a second. Kim! Be careful! Oh, Kim!
Why wasn't the locking pin in place? The temperature of the caustic soda and water were over 120 degrees Celsius. You know how dangerous that is, right?
Jeez. Why won't this work? Damn. If we had just turned it off before handling it.
The main cause of this accident was the fact that they neglected to check the outer door and the locking pin before operating the washer. The door locking mechanism wasn't performing its function because the machine was operating when the locking pin wasn't fully inserted. You must install air pressure operated protrusion type safety pins that work according to the inner temperature, pressure, and water level of the rotary washer, and install meters so that the workers can check the inner pressure and temperature. This kind of accident shouldn't happen again. Okay?
Hey, why are you following me around? To spot the ladder when you climb to the storage deck. You're too paranoid. Oh, it's not that high. You can go back to your job. All right. Jim!
How high is the storage deck?
About 3 meters.
A standard safety rail and fixed stairs are supposed to be installed in areas over 2 meters high because of the possibility of falls. The victim used a mobile ladder. And I don't see any traces of fixing either end of the ladder to a structure. Weren't you spotting the ladder when the accident took place?
No. It wasn't that high, and it was a very simple job. Lee! Kim died at the hospital during treatment.
Since mobile ladders can wobble easily, a coworker should spot the ladder while the other is climbing to prevent falls. And a standard safety rail and fixed stairs must be installed in places that are over 2 meters high for safety reasons. In this accident, the worker fell from a storage deck that is 3.1 meters high. It could have been a light injury, but the worker lost his life because he wasn't wearing his safety helmet. Please remember that the most basic safety regulations are there to protect your lives.
It's all my fault. If I'd just signaled right.
How did this tragic accident happen?
Lee and I were manufacturing air conditioner parts as a 2-man team using the 400-ton double crank press as usual. Lee started working at our company recently. I had to teach him a lot of things. Watch closely. If I put the raw material here and operate the press, all you have to do is take out the molded product. Can you handle it? Of course. This is a piece of cake. Hey, what are you doing? This wasn't completely straight. I was straightening it out. You can't act on your own like that. Thank God we have the protective device. You can get seriously injured. Be careful. Got it? Yes. I was just trying to do a good job. Mr. Park got stuck in the press and was injured badly recently. I know you want to do a good job, but you have to be careful first. Got it? Yes, sir. I think we'll make a good team. Let's keep up the good work.
Collaborating with your coworker is very important when working in a two-man team. You said Lee was new. Did you have any problems working together?
He had a good attitude, and we had no trouble working together. Oh, it's all my fault. Huh? Jeez, he's so clumsy. Kim! Wait a minute, Kim! What are you saying? Here we go. Huh? Kim! Ah! That's what happened. This is all my fault.
You have to stop the press before adjusting the position of the raw material, but he adjusted it while it was moving, and he got injured. Did the safety device work all right? It wasn't turned off by any chance, was it? Workers often turn off the safety device because it automatically turns off the press when it senses something, slowing down the production process.
No, it was turned on. It's weird.
When the distance between the end line of the bolster and the wide axis exceeds 40 centimeters, it is recommended that you install a secondary optical axis at the 20 centimeter point. When adjusting the position of the raw material in the press die, it must only be done after stopping the press. Furthermore, members of the team must establish a way of signaling each other and use it to prevent accidents with different signals. And workers must be educated both about operating the device and concerning necessary safety measures when using dangerous machinery or equipment that carries the risk of getting stuck, such as presses. We shouldn't ever lose our coworkers due to a small mistake.
Are you joining?
Can I join?
Manufacturing industries. This video is produced by COSH. We all know that accidents are unwanted, unforeseen and unexpected events that results to injury, or even death and damage to property. Now, join with us and watch the COSH's video.
Boss! Boss! That's weird. I can't find him. Where is he? What's this? There's glue on the canvas again. I should wipe it off quickly before the manager sees it. Boss!
Call me in the other phone.
The victim died from multiple bone fractures throughout his body. What happened?
I'm not sure.
What's this?
It's a manual tool for removing pieces of paper stuck in the belt when the corrugated paper is transported off of the conveyor.
Now I see.
Remove all the glue that's on the canvas. We have to minimize the number of defects. Okay, don't worry. And remove all the pieces of paper stuck in the belt. It's a pain in the butt when they make the machine stop running. Wow, he's really thorough. Yeah, our factory has such a low defect rate because of him. Ah, jeez. I told them to remove this right away. Ugh, I'll do it. Ah! Ah!
The victim was stuck in an operating conveyor belt while trying to remove pieces of paper. These kinds of accidents are frequent with rotary equipment. A protective fence must be installed under the conveyor belt so that workers cannot enter. And an interlock device must be installed on the protective fence so that the conveyor belt stops operating when the fence is open. Furthermore, the emergency stop switch was installed on the main control panel, but not near the accident site. This is what made the accident result in death. The emergency stop switch must be installed near the work area so that the victim or his coworkers can press it immediately when the accident occurs. The most important thing is to turn off the equipment's power supply when cleaning, repairing, or doing maintenance work on the machine. It's very sad to see the same accidents repeat themselves due to the same mistakes and a lack of caution when I tell you how to prevent them. Check your safety. It's the right move for you and your family. An accident? Yes, I'll be right there. Mr. Kong, this is still leaking. Are you sure it's fixed?
This is causing problems again. Damn it! Is it not working again? It must be leaking again. I need you to take a look.
Okay. It'll be alright if I go weld the inside.
There's a fire! What are these in front?
That's fabric softener, used in the mixture for softening fabric, and liquid formic acid.
Are these two substances flammable?
Yes, they are.
Did you order the workers to remove items that cause fire or flammable substances before fixing the mixer from the inside?
But it was going to be over so soon.
So you didn't. Was anyone watching the areas near the mixer when the victim was fixing it from the inside?
We were busy. Everyone was working.
This accident was caused by a spark or an arc that was generated in an area with flammable substances such as fabric softeners and formic acid. If there was someone ordered to monitor the areas near the mixer, he or she could have made an early response and the victim may not have died. Moreover, if they had removed the flammable substances from the immediate area before fixing the mixer, none of this would have happened. In areas where there is a possibility of explosion or fire, you must remove all flammable substances before you begin welding. Furthermore, when a worker is working inside the tank, another person must be outside to monitor the situation. There is nothing more important than protecting our lives. When things are in a rush, look around. Threats are all around you, and they may take your life if you're not careful.
Just me, where am I going?
This accident took place while dismantling the free-fall safety nets after construction was complete.
It's high. Hey, I'll do the second floor. This job isn't for just anyone. Sure, it's dangerous. I'm better than you at this. Kim!
After we arrived at the scene, we started to hear the details of the case and were shocked to find out what had happened. When Kim was through untying the Y rope while he was dismantling the free-fall safety net on the 7th floor, which is over 22 meters high, he tried to move toward the end of a single pipe and fell without any safety gear. And the free-fall safety nets on the 3rd and 5th floors had already been removed.
Hey, why aren't you guys coming up? Let's start from the bottom.
They didn't follow a simple but very important rule. This is to do the floors in order when doing dismantling work. While investigating this case, we discovered a few other construction sites that didn't have proper safety nets, proving this case was no exception. There is no guarantee that a case like this won't happen again. That's it from the accident headquarters.
All we have to do is move the waste material, right? Isn't this too much to move at once? That's why I brought this hand cart. We should move it in a bag, even if it takes longer. Don't worry. Let's open this door first. Oh, why did you open the door? This is easier. It's too much hassle to lower the cart and press the button. Ugh, jeez. You're always taking the easy way around. Whoa! Did I load too much? Whoa!
Why was this door open? Don't you know that construction lift doors must be closed at all times?
Well.
The doors to construction lifts must not be opened by workers under any circumstance. It should only be openable by lift operators and passengers. Oh, this was also a problem. Using a two-wheeled handcart to move heavy equipment is very unreliable because it is difficult to maintain balance. It is much safer to use bags when cleaning up waste material. This accident was caused due to neglecting safety procedures and choosing the easy way to do things. Please remember that closely locked lift doors also protect your safety. And don't forget that neglecting this fact for a single moment may cause dangerous accidents.
What's the job today? We're excavating over there and laying new sewer pipes. There comes the excavator.
This revolutionary new device can remove up to 10 times more earwax than a traditional cotton swab.
You're excavating too steep. Dig at a lower angle, please. What's the point? You'll lay the pipes and cover them up again. It's not that deep. It's only knee height, even if it does collapse. Let's just get it over with.
He's not being careful enough. It's not like he's going in there.
We barely installed one pipe because of the excavation. Let's do the rest after lunch.
Okay. Are we installing the earth strut slurry wall after lunch?
What are you talking about? We don't have time to install it. If we do, we won't finish today. It's not that deep. We'll skip the slurry wall.
The soil might collapse because we excavated at a pretty steep angle. It'd be safer to install the earth strut slurry walls before we begin.
Yeah, of course, I know that. But it's too much hassle, and it's time-consuming. Come on, I'm hungry. Let's just go get some lunch. Oh, I have to go to the bathroom. Hey, Lee, I'll be back really soon.
Yeah, okay. I'll get started first.
Lunch hour isn't over yet. Take a break and we'll start together.
Oh, it's steeper than I thought. I hope it won't collapse. Oh, accidents don't really happen to anyone.
This accident was caused by a collapsing excavation surface when laying sewer pipes. The collapsed soil buried the worker alive. When excavating, you have to maintain a safe angle of the excavation surface to prevent collapsing. However, the workers didn't meet this angle and didn't even install earth strut slurry walls for safety. When you can't maintain the appropriate angle for the excavation surface, you must analyze the condition of the earth and check for any buried objects that can influence safety and install appropriate earth strut slurry walls. Remember that accidents are prevented by your actions.
The world is entering into an economic
In the Philippines, several construction workers meets accident while on the job, but these accidents can be prevented. In this video, we will learn some information on the common accidents in construction and the methods or ways to prevent the occurrence of such accident. Animation videos used herein are from OSHA. Now let us watch the first video on accident involving worker working at height without protection.
4 workers were insulating the roof and applying the top layer of sheet metal roof decking on a tall, pre-engineered building. The roof was fairly flat, there was no controlled decking zone, and the workers were not wearing any personal fall protection. The workers were using drills to screw the metal sheets into the purlins. As one of the workers walked down the roof, he lost his footing. He fell through the space between the purlins and landed on the floor below. He died the next day from his injuries. Let's look at the events that led up to this tragic incident and see how it could have been prevented. Originally, the workers had no fall protection, which OSHA requires the employer to provide when working at heights of 15 feet and above. Let's look again at the workers installing the metal roofing sheets and see what happens when these workers use fall protection. They are now using a temporary horizontal lifeline. This involves a horizontal cable attached to 2 or more anchor points on the roof. In this system, the workers connect their harnesses to a horizontal lifeline that is secured to the roof structure instead of individual anchor points. Again, as the worker loses his footing and falls between the purlins, his lifeline stops him from falling to the floor below. While he is hanging from his fall arrest system, a coworker brings over a lift and rescues the worker. This example shows the importance of employers following OSHA's fall protection standards to ensure that workers are provided with a safe workplace. These types of construction deaths are preventable. The fall protection measures shown here save workers' lives. Use fall protection on the job. It could be the difference. 2 workers were installing deck pans onto a bridge. They were not wearing any personal fall protection, and there was no safety net below the bridge. One of the workers was preparing to weld the next deck pan into place. While walking toward a deck pan that needed to be secured, the worker tripped and fell onto an unsecured deck pan. The deck pan slid away from her, creating an opening. She fell for 75 feet, landing on the ground below. She died instantly from her injuries. Let's look at the events leading up to this tragic incident and see how it could have been prevented. The workers had no fall protection, which OSHA requires the employer provide when working at heights of 15 feet and above. Let's see what happens when these workers use fall protection. Now there is a temporary horizontal lifeline attached along the beams. Each worker wears a full-body harness and connects to the lifeline using a self-retractable lanyard with self-rescue capability. The horizontal lifeline system can use 2 or more anchors connected to one of the concrete beams. Once attached to the beam, a cable is run between the anchors and the lanyard is connected to the cable. As before, while walking toward a deck pan that needed to be secured, the worker tripped and fell onto an unsecured deck pan. The horizontal lifeline stops her from falling to the ground. The worker is lowered slowly to the ground. Another way to protect these workers is to use a safety net. So now, when the worker trips and falls onto the unsecured deck pan, the net stops her from falling to the ground. This example shows the importance of employers following OSHA's fall protection standards to ensure that workers are provided with a safe workplace. These types of construction deaths are preventable. The fall protection measures shown here save workers' lives. Use fall protection on the job. It could be the difference between life and death.
So, those were accidents due to fall while working at height. Let us watch another scenario. It is an accident while doing excavation works.
5 workers were putting a sewer pipe into the bottom of a trench with a ladder nearby to enter the trench. There was nothing in place to protect the workers inside the trench if the walls collapsed. While the workers were inside the trench, one side began to collapse. 2 workers were able to climb out using the ladder, but the other 3 workers were buried in the soil and unfortunately suffocated to death from the weight of the soil. Let's look at the events leading up to this tragic incident and see how it could have been prevented. Employers must follow OSHA rules to protect workers in trenches. However, here, the employer did not follow OSHA's rules, which led to these workers losing their lives. Let's go over the main points of OSHA's rules for trenches to see how to keep workers safe. All trenches must follow OSHA's rules. 1 cubic yard of soil can weigh as much as a car, nearly 3,000 pounds. So unless the trench is cut entirely into stable rock, protection against cave-ins must be used for all trenches more than 5 feet deep, or for any trench that shows signs of cave-in. Before workers can do any work in a trench, a competent person must conduct an inspection to identify and remove any potential hazards. A competent person is someone who can recognize hazards in the area and who has authority to take quick actions to eliminate the hazard, which may include temporarily stopping the work. Inspections must be performed at the start of every shift, after a rainstorm, or whenever conditions change. The competent person must also test the soil in a trench. OSHA requires at least one test by looking at the soil and at least one test by hand. If a person knows the soil types, they can pick the right protective system to keep workers safe when they're in trenches. OSHA classifies soil in a trench as stable rock, Type A, Type B, or Type C soil. Stable rock is the safest soil for a trench. Type A is the next most stable, and then Type B. And finally, Type C soil is the least stable. It's important to remember that trenches can have different types of soil based on depth and climate conditions. The competent person can choose from different protective systems for a trench based on the types of soil found. For all trenches deeper than 5 feet deep, or for any trench that shows signs of cave-in, OSHA requires sloping, benching, shoring, or shielding to protect workers from cave-ins. Let's review each of these systems and then see how each one could be applied to the cave-in incident shown earlier. We'll look at sloping first. Sloping protects workers by cutting back the sides of the trench so the sides slant away from the trench. OSHA's rules identify the degree of slope allowed for each of the different soil types. When trenches are less than 20 feet deep, these are the basic maximum allowable slopes for each soil type. Stable rock can be vertical walls, but cannot be undercut. For Type A soil, OSHA requires that the walls be sloped 9 inches out for every 1 foot of trench depth. For Type B soil, OSHA requires that the walls be sloped 1 foot out for every 1 foot of trench depth. For Type C soil, OSHA requires that the walls be sloped 18 inches out for every 1 foot of trench depth. It's important to note that this kind of sloping can only be used for trenches less than 20 feet deep. Any deeper, and the protection must be designed by a registered professional engineer. So now, let's look at the workers in the original scene who were stuck in the trench as it started to cave in. But this time, the soil has been classified as Type B. The trench has been properly sloped, and the spoil pile is moved away from the edges of the trench. The trench walls are not caving in, and the workers are safe while they work. Now let's review the shoring type of protective system for trench workers. Shoring uses various support systems to prevent soil and the trench walls from moving. There are different kinds of shoring systems, but timber and aluminum hydraulic are the two basic types. Aluminum hydraulic cylinders are the most common type of shoring, and they are typically installed using spot bracing, plywood, or stacked methods. To install the shoring correctly, you must first determine the soil type. The type of soil and depth and width of the trench determine the maximum vertical and horizontal spacing used with the members of the shoring system. If we use our example of a 3-foot wide, 10-foot deep, 40-foot long trench in Type B soil, the shoring system being installed would need to include 12 strong aluminum vertical shores, with 6 on each side of the trench. These shores, also called rails, will be connected by hydraulic cylinders every 8 feet along the length of the trench. A hand pump pressurizes the hydraulic cylinders until they fit tightly within the rails. Now that the shoring is in place, let's look again at the workers in the trench at the beginning of the video. As before, the workers are laying a sewer pipe into the bottom of a trench. But now the shoring system prevents the trench walls from caving in and keeps the workers safe. Sloping and shoring are ways to protect the sides of the trench so they don't cave in. Now let's talk about shielding, which is a way to protect the workers when they're inside the trench. Shielding involves using trench boxes, also known as trench shields, or other supports to protect workers inside a trench from collapsing soil if a cave-in occurs. The competent person should pick a trench box that is right for the soil type and all other site conditions. A trench box has 2 large plates, which are held apart by 4 horizontal cross members. These plates, or shields, must be between the sides of the trench and the work area. The shields are strong enough to protect workers inside from a soil collapse. The shields can be 2 feet above the bottom of the trench as long as they can support the entire depth of the trench and there's no caving under or behind the shield. The top of the shield should extend at least 18 inches above the level of any materials that could cave into the trench. Trench boxes are typically used in open areas, but they can also be used with the sloping methods discussed earlier. So let's see how a trench box could have saved the workers that we saw at the beginning of the video. For our example, we'll assume that the workers are in a trench with type C soil and no sloping, but working inside a trench box. This time, as the workers lay the sewer pipe into the bottom of the trench, they are protected from any possible cave-ins.
On top of those example accidents involving the collapse of structure is also one of the common accidents in construction that could result to injury or even death of workers. For information on Philippine standard, you may refer to the Philippine Occupational Safety and Health Standard, particularly Rule 1410, Dole Department Order No. 13 Series of 2013 and also No. 128 Series of 2013 and subsequent issuances thereof. That's it for now. This is Engineer Ellen from OSHCREU8, saying, stay safe and healthy at all times.
Good morning po. Paki-open na po yung mga camera.
Good morning po.
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Kung andito na po lahat, mag-check na po ako ng attendance nang makapag-start na po tayo sa ating day 4 po ng training. So, andito na po. Andito na po ba si Sir William?
Good morning po, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Okay po. Pag nagtawag po ulit ako ng pangalan, same lang po nung last week. Sir, ano po yung natandaan nyo pa dun sa last topic po natin? Nung last
Ano po, sir? Bago po mag-work, sir, dapat po, sir, mag-complete PPE po, sir. Complete personal protective equipment. Yun lang po, sir.
Sir, thank you po. Next po si Sir JB Harold.
Hello, sir. Good morning. Marinig po?
Yes, sir. Malino po.
Yung sa akin naman po, yung remember ko last time is about sa heavy equipments, different kinds of PPEs. So, yun po.
Thank you, sir. Next po si Sir Chris.
Good morning po sa lahat. Yung nadagdag sa aking kalaman yung pag dapat sa safety method at saka yung sa demolition, dapat proper coordinate sa lahat at saka sa mga hindi lang sa kasama sa trabante at saka sa mga tao din para iwas disgrasya. Yan lang po. Salamat.
Thank you, sir. Next po si Sir Richel Santiago.
Good morning po sa inyo lahat. Natutunan ko po yung nakaraan ng linggo po ay importante talaga toolbox araw-araw. Yun lang po, sir.
Wait, thank you po. Next po, Sir Job.
Good morning, sir. Naalala ko na types of arm protection and leg protection and regards with the PPE. Yun lang po, sir. Thank you.
Thank you po. Next po, si Ma'am Almira. Hello, ma'am. Good morning po.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, everybody. Last week, mostly yung ano po, scaffoldings, paano papatayo ng properly, saka paano siya i-dismantle properly. At saka work safety. In general naman is work safety yan.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you po. Next po, si Sir Billmore.
Hi, good morning everyone. So, yung natutunan namin last week, nasabi naman nila lahat yun regarding about safety and yung mga protective na like mga PPE, something like that. Yun.
Okay, sir. Thank you po. Next po, si Sir Roderick.
Morning po, sir.
Morning, sir.
Na-discuss last meeting about yung environmental safety at saka COVID-19 measures tungkol din sa mga PPE. Lang po.
Okay, sir. Thank you po. Next po, si Sir Thompson.
Yes, sir. Yung three types of demolition, yung manual, mechanical, and blasting. Sir.
Sir, thank you po. Next po, si Sir Jomil.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, everyone.
Morning po.
Yung natutunan namin last week is kasama din yung sa demolition safety. And then yung iba't ibang klaseng personal protective equipment. Yung body cover. And then na-appearan din yun regarding dun sa COVID prevention. That's all.
Thank you po. Next po, si Sir Marlon.
Hello, sir. Good morning.
Hey, good morning po.
Ang natutunan ko nung last session natin is about safety health and types of demolition, types of inspection. Yun lang, sir.
Sure.
Hello.
Next po, si Sir Ferdinand.
Good morning po, sir. Apo. Ang natutunan ko po sa last session natin yung type of chemical hazard, sir. Yun lang po, sir.
Okay, thank you po. Next po, si Sir Carlo.
Wala.
Sir, good morning. Ang natutunan ko po ay about health hazard. Yan po.
Okay, thank you po. Next po, si Sir Erwin Peñalosa.
Good morning po, sir. Ang natutunan ko noong last week, notification of health hazard.
Okay, para. Sir, thank you po. Next po, Amil.
Hello, good morning po. Isa po sa mga natutunan ko last week is yung health hazards, kung gaano ka-expose yung mga workers natin sa construction, especially sa mga harmful chemicals. Yun lang po. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ang last po natin, Sir Ernesto Mercado.
Good morning po, sir. Drive po ako, sir. Pero natutunan ko po nakaraan ay yung tungkol po sa health yung mayroong nangyari, pwedeng magka-stoppage order na pwede palang magmulta hanggang 200,000 a day. Para medyo mabigat po yun, kaya pag-aaralan ko din po. Thank you po.
Okay, sir. Thank you po. So far naman po, complete attendance po kayo ulit. And welcome po pala sa 4th day ng ating training. 2 araw na lang po. tatapos na. So, andito na rin po yung magiging speaker natin for today. Magkikita po ulit tayo nila Sir Rene Murillo. Good morning po, sir.
Good morning, sir. Sir Louis. Good morning po sa ating lahat. Welcome sa day 4 natin, no, sa natin sa COSH training. So, yun nga, and I also day yung happy Eid al-Adha, no, sa natin sa mga sisters and brothers natin, no, ng mga Islam. And yun nga, no, so thank you, no, yung sa mga yung mga natin, yung mga tawag nito, yung mga may natutunan din tayo last time. And I hope na yung mga natutunan natin, we shall share, no, sa mga natin, sa mga kasama natin sa trabaho, especially din sa natin, sa mga kasama natin sa bahay, no, sa mga pamilya natin. Okay, so we can pwede pa tayo mag-usap-usap muna ngayon, no, regarding with our yung previous discussion. So sabi ninyo, may natutunan kayo last time, no? Okay, so since mamaya we have our we have our mga workshop, no, we have our quiz after our training mamayang hapon. So regarding with our topic last time, so ano nga yung types of job hazards natin? Yung mga types of job hazards.
Chemical hazard.
Chemical hazard.
Chemical hazard.
Economic.
Psychosocial hazard. Physical at biological.
Okay. Okay, wala yung health hazard, ha? Ano na yun? Kasama na yun sa types of job hazard. Yung yung types of job hazard natin, we have physical, we have biological, chemical, ergonomics, and psychosocial. So as we all know, yung mga yung mga physical hazards natin, like yung mga poor illumination, yung mga noise, no? Ilan nga yung decibels for 8 hours na exposure?
90.
90 decibels, no? So for the ocean naman, so 85, pero sa atin dito 90. No? So and ano nga yung mga sources of accidents natin? Yung sources of accident.
You mean ka ng pag-atras?
Yung PEME, ma'am, yung person, environment, materials, and equipment, and also yung system or yung process.
Mostly due to human neglect.
Yes. So ano nga yung mga the real causes of accident? Ano yung pinaka cause of accidents?
Man-made, sir.
No? Very tayo, specific, particular tayo. Ano yung dalawa? Unsafe. Ano yun? Unsafe act and unsafe? Nakalimutan na.
Condition, sir.
Yes, unsafe condition. Unsafe act and unsafe condition. Yun yung the real causes of accident, no? So yun yung pinakadahilan, pinakarason. Hindi yung rason na, ay sir, kaya kasi kami na aksidente, sir, kasi this is part of our job. No, kasi nagkaroon kami ng aksidente, sir, kasi may nakita kami white lady kanina. No, malapit kasi kami sa Balete. Kaya nagkaroon ng aksidente. So minsan sabihin din ng iba, sir, yun kasing tao na yun, sir, may pagka-scorpion. Ano ba yung scorpion? Sa Bisaya, saan man ang scorpion sa Bisaya? Sa tatong mga taga Cebuano rin. May pagka?
Scorpion na sa mga.
Napay pagka sila, pagka tanga daw. no? Tanga man na sa Bisaya ang scorpion, no? So sabihin na lang natin na scorpion para hindi ganong masakit, no? So yun yung mga ano natin, yun yung mga ano, mga yung mga alibis na lang yan siya, no? Mga alibis na lang yan siya. Okay, so but the real causes of accidents are the unsafe act and unsafe condition, no? And aside from that, ilang percentage nga ang unsafe act? Ilang percentage ang unsafe act?
80%.
Okay, ha?
88%?
26%?
88%. 88%. So what about the unsafe condition?
80%.
10.
88% for the unsafe act, no? What about the unsafe condition?
12%.
12%.
No.
2%.
No, this is 2%.
10, sir. 10%.
10%
10% unsafe condition.
10%.
Unsafe act is 88% and unsafe condition is 10%. And what about the 2%? Ano yun siya?
Acts of God.
Yes, acts of God or yung mga natural calamities or man-made calamities, no?
Yeah,
So
totally.
yun yung ano, so yun yung mga non-preventable accidents, no? So yung mga non-preventable accidents. So yung unsafe act, unsafe condition, which is the unsafe act is 88 and the unsafe condition is 10%. So yun yung mga preventable accident. No? Take note on that, no? Baka kasi maisali natin yan sa quiz natin mamaya, no? And aside from that, ano pa yun? Okay, yung mga ano natin, no? Yung ionizing and non-ionizing radiation. So ano-ano yung mga ionizing radiation? Ano-ano yung mga example nun? Yung non-ionizing radiation. Like yung ilaw natin, cell phones, yung tower, no? Yung araw, no? Yung araw mismo. And yun yung mga non-ionizing radiation. So sabihin nila, sir, may radiation. Yes, totoo, no? May radiation talaga lahat, but yung may tinatawag tayo na TLV, no? Threshold limit values, no? Nasa mababa lang tayo, no? We are not exceeding that very dangerous na level of radiation. Not hindi katulad nung ionizing radiation, no, na may mga immediate effect sa katawan, no, sa katawan ng tao, either magkaroon ng mga deformation sa lalo na pag may nagbubuntis, no. That is why as per advice by doctor, no, na dapat is meron lang tayong once in a year na magpa-X-ray, no. Just like yung mga annual physical exam natin, including na yung X-ray natin, which is once a year lang talaga yan siya. No? So sabi nga nila, once na sobra din, so delikado na. Okay? So yun yung mga dapat nating maintindihan. And then about sa demolition din naman, no, ano-ano nga yung mga types of demolitions natin?
Manual, sir.
Manual,
mechanical,
mechanical and
blasting
or explosions, no?
Explosion.
Explosives na, no? Okay, so yung mga manual naman natin, so either yung gagamit lang tayo ng mga tawag nito, yung mga ano ba tawag natin doon? Hammers, no? Yung pang talaga. And then we have yung mga mechanical, yung gagamit na talaga tayo ng mga equipment. And also yung mga explosive device, no? So once nagagamit tayo ng mga explosive device, meron tayong proper coordination, no, sa natin sa mga armed forces natin, no? Either PNP, Army, no? So may talaga may proper coordination tayo sa kanila. Okay? So especially now very strict siya, no, si before, no, si Digong, no, regarding with explosives. So ano pa ba yung dapat nating for a while ha. So in regards with also yung sa mga environmental monitoring natin, no? Okay, let's proceed na lang siguro sa ano natin, discussion. So yung ano naman natin, let me share to you no, yung mga topics natin for this day, for day 4. Okay, so yung topic natin for day 4 is especially this morning is more on workshop, no. We will conduct a HIRAC or yung hazard identification, risk assessment and control. And aside from that, we have our job hazard analysis, no. In these 2 workshop, ito yung ginagawa natin sa construction. No, either you are going to use the HIRAC or you're going to use the hazard job hazard analysis, no? So it depends on you on saan natin gagamitin ito. So that is why we're going to have our workshop, no, para malaman natin saan ba ang mas madali gamitin. Saan ba? Actually, pwede rin natin gagamitin yan. We have a HIRAC, we have also job hazard analysis. No? So yung HIRAC, pwede natin gagamitin yan for the whole duration of our activities, no. Yun yung mga method statement natin, no, gagawin natin yun siya. And then yung job hazard analysis, yun yung particular na activities for that day-to-day or weekly basis na activities din sa site. And also, we have also this afternoon, we're going to discuss about the accident investigation, no. Sino-sino ba ang dapat mag-conduct ng investigation, no? Aside from the safety officers and project nurse, sino ba talaga yung frontliner, no? Pinaka-frontliner ng investigation. And lastly, our discussion will be in regards with the duties and responsibilities of a safety officer. Tayo, as a safety officer in our different industries, no, from a construction, meron din tayo sa call center, meron din tayo sa tawag nito in any field, no. So tayo, ano bang gagawin natin, no, as a safety officer. And aside from that, we will have our last na a short quiz, no. A short quiz with 150 items, no. Very short lang siya. No, so siguro siguro hindi naman siguro tayo aabot ng 8 PM mamaya, no, regarding with our quiz, no. So siguro mga mga 7:45 PM. Okay lang ba? O baka may date pa yung iba, no? Manood pa ng Thor, Love and Thunder.
Anong oras yung training po today?
We will start na ngayon and from pa rin 1 to 5, something like that.
Kasi may sinabi kayo na 7:45 PM or 8 PM.
Ano lang yun, ma'am? Ano lang yun, paano lang yun siya, pampalubag loob.
Okay.
Okay, yun yung natin. So I hope natin before 5 matapos natin lahat. And but most is important is meron tayong makukuha ng mga information, no, knowledge about construction safety and health training. Okay? So wag na natin patagalin to, no, since yun nga sana sabi ko sa inyo, this morning we are more on workshop. No, workshop tayong within today, this morning. Okay? So okay. Okay. So ito yung natin, workshop, no, for the HIRAC, no? So hazard identification, risk assessment and control. Okay? So So yung hierarchy na gagawin natin, so you have to identify the safety and health hazards. No? I-identify ninyo based on sa mga napapansin ninyo, yung nakikita ninyo. No? So based on discussion from the first day up to third day, so we discuss about the some types of job hazards. No? So ano-ano yun. And also we have a template na which will provide to you. And yun yung ano natin, no? We will identify the hazards and the effects and what our mga risk control natin, no? Ano ang gagamitin natin? Ano ang gagamitin nating control? So ano ngayong what are those hierarchy of controls din pala natin? Ano yung mga hierarchy of controls?
Admin, PPE.
Ano yung mga hierarchy of controls natin? Ay, nakalimutan na. Yung elimination,
substitution, engineering controls, administrative, and PPE.
Yes, now we have that hierarchy of controls, no, from elimination, substitution, engineering, administrative, and also PPE, no. Okay, so discuss the finding in safety inspection to the class. So you will have tawag nito group, no, magkakaroon tayo ng grupo. Okay, so this is our template, no. Kindly take pictures on this, no. Okay, so yun ko muna, may edit lang konti.
Sir, bali may form po ako na sinend sa kanila na hierarchy po.
Ganito rin, sir.
May hierarchy form po na na-send po sa kanila.
Pero the same lang din, sir. The same lang din sila ng format.
Opo.
Okay.
Anong module po to?
Yung hierarchy form po kasama nung sa link, na-send po yung link sa inyo. Kasama po nung Zoom link.
Okay. So may ka na, sir, may nabigay ka na, sir, doon. Saan mo yung pinasa, sir, sa chat box sila?
Sa po, sa may email po nung nag-send ako ng link para sa Zoom.
Okay. Okay, so kung naka-receive kayo ng link from Sir Louie, so pero the same lang man, sir, no? The same lang man ang template din, sir, na or format na binigay mo. Okay. So ganito lang din siya, no? So kung wala kayong na-receive na link from Sir Louie, so we will use this this kind of format, no? So so kindly take a picture on this, no, para at least meron kayong kopya, no, kasi magpo-focus din tayo doon sa sa tawag nito sa mga events, no, sa mga activities. Okay, take picture on this, no, para din niyo makalimutan.
Ay, sir, nag-send ulit ako sa group, sa chat box.
Okay, so meron ding na-send si Sir Louie sa chat box natin, no, sa chat box natin dito. Okay. So yung mga events naman natin, so we have admin office, no, titingnan natin ano-ano yung mga hazards, no, either health or safety hazards ba siya. Okay. Ito sa warehouse din, so ano bang mga possible na mga hazards na nandyan. Okay, ano bang mga hazard, ano mga effects, no. And we have production area, we have operation area, we have event, no? So we have event. So yun yung mga 5 activities, no, or events na titingnan natin. Okay, so tulad ng sinabi ko, so we have to identify those hazard, no? Either safety and health hazard ba? So yung hazard natin, pwede nating pag-isahin na lang natin, no? Safety and health hazard, no? And ano yung mga possible effects doon sa nakita ninyo na hazards? No, ano yung mga possible effects? And ano ba yung mga naging existing controls ninyo, no? So for example, sa inyo, sa companies ninyo. So on that kind of hazard and that kind of effects, no? So ano yung mga existing controls na ginawa ninyo before? No, ano yung mga existing control na ginawa ninyo? And at that picture then, titingnan ninyo kung ilan ba yung consequences and likelihood, no? So for example, yung consequences natin is nasa 2 and then yung likelihood natin is at 3, no? So equal of 6, no? So ang ano natin diyan, 2 times 3 is 6, no? So andun tayo sa unacceptable. Okay? So unacceptable. Okay, so yung risk natin is unacceptable. So dito na naman sa column 3 sa risk control, so ano yung proposed control measure, no? Ano pa yung gagawin natin? No, since yung existing controls natin is unacceptable pa rin. So ano yung mga another proposed control measure para maging acceptable na siya, no? From unacceptable or tolerable until such time na magiging acceptable na siya. Okay, nakuha natin. Baka may question?
Sample nga sir, sample.
Okay. So example, dito tayo sa admin, no? Admin office. Okay, so ano ba yung possible natin na ano dito? Yung smoking na lang, smoking, no? So smoking while in the office. Okay, so yun yung hazard natin, yung health hazard. So magkakaroon sila ng either yung tuberculosis, no, mga sakit, no, something like that, no. So ano yung possible effects sa environment natin or sa ano natin sa kasama natin sa trabaho. So yung possible effects diyan is magkakaroon din ng sakit yung iba.
Second hand.
Second hand smoke, parang ganun. No, so ano yung existing control natin? So yung existing control natin, so meron tayong policy, no? Policy na yung dapat manigarilyo doon lamang sa labas. Meron tayong designated na smoking area. So based on your existing control, so yung consequences pa rin is nasa 2 and then yung likelihood natin is nasa 3, so naging unacceptable pa rin siya, no? Because may mga ano pa rin, may mga tawag nito, may mga nagbabiolate pa rin. So ilagay natin dito sa risk, no? Dito sa risk na column is 6 unacceptable. So since since unacceptable pa siya, so ano yung gagawin natin? So yung proposed control natin dito is maglagay na tayo ng penalties. No, maglagay na tayo ng penalties para magiging acceptable na siya, no, para at least maging aware sila or takot na sila na magkaroon ma-penalize sila, no. So yun yung mga ano natin, yun yung mga proposed control measures natin, no. So from unacceptable or tolerable hanggang sa magiging acceptable na siya. Okay? So nakuha natin mga sirs?
Yes.
Ma'am? Okay. So we will siguro Sir Louie, yung lahat ng mga from Aspire, no, from Aspire. So siguro isang grupo na lang siguro sila, sir.
Opo sir, yes po.
Isang grupo na lang Aspire para mas madali para sa kanila. And also yung ilan sila lahat yan, sir? 14 or 15?
16 po sir. Bali mag-group po sila ng 3.
Okay, so 4-4-3 sir, 4-4-4-3-5. Tama ba?
Bali 5 groups. 3 groups po sir. Bali 5-6.
5-6. Natin 4 groups sila.
3 groups po.
3 groups na lang sila. Okay. 5, 6, 6. So ikaw na lang sir. Ikaw na lang grupo sir, no? So,
Kaset na po.
So, yung ano natin, you may choose, no? You may choose either event, okay, admin, warehouse, production, operation,
Pwede pong
or event.
mag-assign na po tayo, sir, sa kanila po.
Ha?
Pwede na po tayo mag-assign tapos screenshot na lang po nila per group yung i-assign
Yes,
po natin.
yes. So, yung ano natin, pwede na tayo mag-assign. So, ang ano ko nga, picturean nyo na lahat siguro, no? Picturean nyo na lahat para meron kayong yung mga activities, no, para kung ano man yung usapan ninyo. So, meron tayong dito muna tayo sa admin. Picturean ninyo or i-screenshot pa ninyo. Okay. Sa next, we have warehouse. Okay, so production. And then operation. And also event. Okay. Sige. So, mag-ano tayo sa group 1. May mag-ano ka na, sir? Mag-groupings ka na, sir?
Sir, bali ang group 1 po, yung sa Aspire po.
Okay, group 1 is Aspire, no? Group 1.
Pwede po sa kanila na admin po, sir.
Ha?
Yung admin po, yung picture ng admin area.
Okay, sa admin. So, more on office naman din sila, no?
Yes, sir. Opo. Tapos, dun po sa Aspire po, meron naman po dyan sa inyo na may gamit po ng laptop or computer po?
Yes.
Yes, yun po, ma'am. Bali by group naman po ito. Pwede po mag-share screen na lang po yung may gamit ng laptop or computer. Tapos, isahan na lang po yung mamaya presentation pagyari. Tapos po. Yun po.
Okay, so yung ano natin may isa na mag-represent, no, sa isang grupo. So every group talaga mag-represent din sila. Okay, so sa group 2, pwede na siguro tayong mag-breakout room, no? Para mag-groupings na natin sila.
Opo, pero yung sa group 2 po, yung warehouse, yung sila sir, sa G1 Trading Construction Services, paki-screenshot na po yung warehouse area. The Sir Ferdinand po. Screenshot nyo na po, sir.
Okay na po, sir.
Din sila Sir Samson po.
Okay po, sir. Okay po.
Okay.
Next picture.
Group 3?
Group 3 po, next picture po. Dito po sila Sir Samson. Dito po ba si Sir Samson? Sila Sir Roderick po, paki-screenshot po yung production area. Sir Jomil Quinto, Sir Roderick Gloria, Sir William. Paki-screenshot po yung production area. Screenshot nyo na po.
Tapos po, sir.
Okay po. Sir Renny, okay na po. Na-screenshot na po.
Sige, sir.
Anong oras po ang natin, sir? 11?
By sir, 10, siguro mga sir, we have 10, 10:15. Break tayo ng 10 to 10:15. So balik tayo by sir, mga 10:15, sir.
10:15.
Then magano tayo, mag-present agad tayo, no? Para at least maano natin yung ano pa natin yung hazard analysis.
Balik po tayo ng advice naman po kami mamaya pagka close na po natin yung room. So po, start ko na po yung breakout. Paki-accept na lang po. Bali, maiwan po sir yung dalawa dito dahil nakadalawa po sila ng open na gadget. Sir, Amil. Sir Ferdinand, pa-accept po yung
Wala. Teka lang sir ilaayos.
Okay sir. Sir, okay na po sila.
Okay. So, puntahan ko na lang sila isa-isa.
Opo, sige po.
Sa mga ganito yung marunong sa mga laptop eh.
Sir Roderick, ikaw pa yung mag-share screen, sir?
Nakikita po.
Wala pa po. Dito sa akin, wala pa. Hindi ko alam sa ano. How about yung sa iba?
Wala pa. Yeah.
Sino po yung nakapag-ano? Kaninong form ang gagamitin natin? Sino yung naka-download or maka-open? Para magamit natin sa data. Pag-encode ng data. Sir Roderick, sir,
Okay. Na humana tanan? Natapos na ba?
Di pa sir, mahirap pala.
Hirap ba?
Yung madali lang sir, kaso nga lang yung, yung sa computer sir, hindi kami masyadong sa computer. Dahil puro
Hindi naman pwede isulat kamay nilang mandit. Tapos i-picturean, tapos i-share screen na lang.
Hindi po natapos sir, kulang yung
Sige lang, discuss lang natin mamaya.
Okay lang ba yun sir? Sige sir.
Okay, nakapag-break na ba lahat? Or na ba, tawag nito? Nakapag-merienda na ba? Or baka wala pang breakfast yung iba?
We used all the time sa group work. And then we had a bio break.
Okay, so I think we can start now. We can start with group number 1 to present their hierarchy. Yung which is the admin event or admin activities. Okay. Sino po ang mag-present sa inyo po? Nandiyan na ba lahat?
I think we have to be allowed to share the screen.
Yes.
Yeah, because we cannot share.
Okay. Hindi ma-share, ma'am?
Let me see.
Share, Sir Louis?
Yeah.
Hindi daw ma-share daw sa kanila, sir.
Joff, can you present, Joff?
Okay, miss. Share. Si Toto daw ko no, miss. Lagi.
Okay.
Hi, everyone. So, we were assigned for the admin office, and we have found this job. We identified these hazards, and we had made an assessment, analysis, and 3 hazard controls. So first, we were assigned for admin office. The first that we have is trying to replace the light bulb. Just by using his chair, and by the looks of the person, I think it's not authorized to change such light bulb. So possible effect.
By any chance, you can also share the picture on the side, Joff.
Let me try to do that, miss.
Yeah. Split the screen and put the picture on the side, because otherwise they'll be blind.
Okay, miss. Let me share. Wait. Sharing. Okay, one window a day. Ma-share.
Now, Joff, you can just in your computer you cannot like
Just one window naman din, Miss, ma-share. Adera. Ani na lang.
yeah.
So we first identified. Wait, asan naman to? This person is trying to change the light bulb just by using his chair, and parang hindi siya talaga yung assigned person na mag-change ng light bulb. So we placed in here from the existing controls, the changing of light bulbs is assigned to the maintenance team. So we have a consequence numbers to 2, likelihood 2, then risk is 2. To have for proposed control measures, we have to add the use proper ladder and proper orientation of employees, so they will know who is assigned to change the light bulbs. And for the corrective status to date, we had it immediate. Health hazard para sa nag-change ng light bulbs na hindi nila alam kung anong dapat gawin, they could get electrocuted, possible effects, death, and paralysis. Existing controls, administrative consequence para sa hindi talaga alam yung paano mag-change ng light bulb and ano ang risk. Consequence is 3, likelihood 3, and risk is 9. Then proper orientation and use of PPE, immediate. Number 2, we identified the person smoking here. Now, so smoke siya sa kanyang workstation. For safety hazard, possible effects, it can cause fire and trigger the FDAS, fire detection system. Makaka-distort ng business. Baka pumunta pa yung Bureau of Fire para mag-investigate. Existing controls placed in some no smoking signage and administrative control. Consequence is 3, likelihood na magkakos ng fire and trip the FDAS 2. Risk is 6, still unacceptable. So we will penalize. Additional proposed control is penalize employee violating the smoke-free workplace, immediate. For health hazard, it could cause indoor fire, and possible effect is second-hand smoking and large lung scarring. Same lang sila nag-administrative, may administrative control and smoking signages in terms of existing controls. Consequence is 3, and likelihood na agad magka-lung cancer and due to the second-hand smoking, the risk is 3. We have a safety orientation regarding smoking as one of the programs, immediate. For pancreatic, to add for possible effects, that would be pancreatic and lung cancer. Third namin nakita is employees carrying ng maraming objects. So possible effects sa kanya, that will be trip and fall and falling objects na mapupunta dun sa employees. So existing risk control could provide a use of push cart to move materials. Consequence, kasi sa floor lang na matatamaan at saka hindi naman mataas yun talaga, that would be 2. And likelihood is mataas, but still the risk is still high. So unacceptable pa rin. Workplace orientation, ang proposed additional control measure and immediate. For health hazard, injury in the fall, back injury, and head injury, kasi sila yung nagkarga, yung matatamaan talaga ng object, sila yung immediate. Or baka yung may makasalubong siya. Same pa rin yung existing control, use of push cart. And kasi consequence, baka work stoppage at saka so high siya at saka yung likelihood mataas kasi parang wobbly na yung pagdala niya ng mga materials. So risk is 9. Workplace orientation and immediate action. Octopus wiring. We found it here sa likod sa lalaki na nag-smoke. That could cause fire, trip the breaker by overloading. So existing control is the use of permanent outlets of the workstation. The consequence is 3. The likelihood is 3 that they could cause trip the breaker and cause fire. So the risk is high. Additional control is additional outlets, yung permanent outlets na talaga, to avoid using extension wires. And action is immediate. Octopus wiring can cause fire due to overload. For health hazard, it could cause electrocution and paralysis and death. Same pa rin yung existing control, permanent use of permanent outlets on workstation. Consequence is 3. Likelihood is 3, then the risk is 9. Work safety orientation and immediate action. Lastly, the fifth one is uninsulated wire or exposed wire. It could cause fire, trip the breaker, and overloading. Replacement, existing control is to have exposed and uninsulated wires to be replaced. Then the risk is, the consequence is high, that is 3, and the likelihood na makakause ito ng fire once gamitin is 3, so the risk is 9. A proposed control is checking of wire before, a proposed control measure will be checking of wire before usage, regular preventive maintenance, immediate ito. For the uninsulated wire exposure, health hazard could cause electrocution, and possible effect is paralysis and death. So same pa rin yung existing control, replacement of damaged power cord or wire. Then the consequence is 3, likelihood is 3, then the risk is 9. Checking of the wires before usage and regular preventive maintenance and immediate. Then 6, we have a plant on system unit or CPU. Nakapatong. So hindi talaga to pwede kasi pag diniligan yung tanim, yung tubig will drip on the system unit and it will cause, it could trip or have a short circuit and trip the breaker. We have an administrative control for this one and placing of plants and proper housekeeping. It could cause business disruption. That would be one of the consequence, and likelihood automatic talaga yan pag may tubig pumunta sa system unit, magte-trip talaga yung breaker. And we don't want that, so the risk is 9. For that, we will conduct a house rule orientation and safety pre-orientation for employees immediate. So cost ng system unit na may tanim is electrocution, paralysis, and death. We still have the administrative control as the existing control. 3, yung consequence, and ang likelihood 3, and the risk is 9. Same house rules orientation and safety reorientation for employees and immediate. That's all, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Sir Geoff, no? And also from our Aspired, no? So thank you sa inyong lahat, no, for this assessment. Okay, so palakpakan natin, no, ang Aspired, no. So nakikita natin doon na very tawag nito, actually kung titingnan natin ng mabuti pa talaga yung admin activities, no, marami pa tayong mga safety observation na makikita, but at least meron silang siguro mga 10 or 15 observation yun, sir, no? Tama ba? So yes, at least may pa pa natin, no, once na in actual scenario, so mas i-dig deeper pa natin, titingnan pa natin na mabuti kung ano pa yung mga areas na kailangan natin i-assess, no, dapat nating prioritize. Okay. So with that, sir, and Aspired company, so thank you for that. Okay, palakpakan natin, no? Okay, so next, group number 2. Where's the group number 2? Uy, sir, pwedeng mamaya yung sa amin. Ano yung grupo nyo, Sir Erwin? Group 2. Okay. Group 2 daw sila. Okay, so group 3 na lang. So baka may tatapusin pa sila at may para bang tawag nito, pag investigahan talaga nila na mabuti yung photos na yun. Okay, so let's move forward to group number 3. Parang nahiya sila sa presentation ng group number 1. Sana yung group number 3. Sir Samson, anong group kayo, Sir Samson?
Ulit ko kanina, hindi ko naalaman kung anong group ako kanina, sir. Sa mga kasama ko, anong group tayo? Baka...
Sir, group 3 po kayo, sir.
Group 3 na.
Group 3 pala kayo, sir, eh.
Nawala kasi yung internet ko kanina, sir.
Sino-sino yung mga kasama niyo, sir?
Sir James, sir. Sir Roderick.
Yan natin, baka para
Sir William.
para maka-move na tayo.
Anong picture ng group 3? Warehouse, production. Production.
Oh, but we were not able to finish the assessment.
Ay, madali yun sa inyo.
It took us more than half hour para ma-share lang yung share yung...
Sige lang, sir, at least meron lang tayong makuha ng observation. And then we will check that.
Maybe you can just describe, pakita na lang yung screen, then na lang yung, na lang, sabihin na lang yung mga need.
Okay. So, tama, no? Para at least while while nakita natin yung photos, may makita pa tayong ano doon. Makita pa tayong mga observation natin doon.
Production.
Sa production kayo, sir, no?
May nakikita po sa sa screen, sir?
Yes, sir, meron po.
Yes.
Yes.
Pwede nyo na i-dictate na lahat. Dictate nyo na lang while ano.
Hindi po namin natapos yung yung assessment namin. Ito lang yung nalagay.
Sige lang, sir. Assignment na lang yung iba.
Sige, sir. Sige, basahin ko na lang yung sa group namin, group number 3. So, sa work activity, may nakita kami dito. Production area is that number 1 is walang designated operator. Sa slicing area. Tapos, yung effect is explosion of machine. Existing risk is overheating. And accident. And tapos, yung sa probability, severity, at saka yung sa risk, nilagay namin lahat unacceptable, no? So, hindi namin nalagyan yung numbers talaga. Tapos, yung control measure is...
for example, itong sa number 1 is pwede nyo ano ko lang muna try ko na pakita yung yung slides ko . Nagka-problema na tuloy. Sige, sir, continue siya lang, sir. I-ano ko pa, ayusin ko pa. Sir, paki-ano lang, sir, paki-continue na lang, sir, kung ano yung mga observation niyo.
Sige, sir. So, tapos yung sa next naman is yung sa housekeeping, safety, the effects is yung slippery floor surface. Tapos, existing risk is accident, probability, severity, and risk, unacceptable yung nilagay namin. Tapos, control measure, operator, utility crew, assign or designate a utility crew. Tapos, date of correction is immediately. Next is for loading area, hot and oil spillage on floor. Effects, slippery, accident, tripping hazard, electrical short circuit upon spillage on machine. Existing risk, control, designation of operator to monitor spillage, assign designated drinking area. Next hazard is drinking beverage and sa loading area, and operator not wearing a hairnet and face mask. Tapos sa packaging area, smoking, operator of forklift. And sa packaging area then, no warning signs installed. And for the health hazard, smoking, forklift operator, and effect, it would be the respiratory disease. So yun lang po yung nalagay namin, sir. Yun lang yung natapos namin.
Okay, sige. So let's go back to ano, sir, no, yung sa item number 1 ninyo. So sabi nyo, slicing. So yung hazard doon is no designated operator, no proper housekeeping, no, poor housekeeping. And then yung sa aside from that is no proper PPE, no? So yung ano natin, ang effect na ilalagay doon, so ano yung magiging epekto nung walang designated operator. So it might be pwede magkaroon ng damage of machine, no? Either damage of machine, and then either pwede magkaroon ng yung sa quality control naman din, no? Pwede magkaroon ng mga tawag nito pagka sira ng mga machine nung sa product ninyo, yung quality niyo. And then yung existing control naman natin. So ano yung mga naging existing control ninyo, no, na ginawa? So for example, no designated operator. So yung existing control nyo lang is nag-hire kayo, no, pero hindi siya competent, no, hindi siya authorized operator. So yun yung may existing control. So yung probability niya most probably malaki, no, yung consequences and likelihood might be nasa 3-3, no. So ang ilagay natin dito is number, hindi yung unacceptable, no. So 3-3, yung mo is 3, and then yung likelihood more severity, so pwede siya 3, and then the risk is times mo yung yung probability and severity, times mo sa 9 times 3, so 9. So ang based doon sa legend niya kanina is unacceptable. So since unacceptable siya, so gagawa ka na naman ng other control, which is yung yung i-propose na control. So yung natin, since meron na kayong existing control, no, na mga na operator but not incompetent, so ilagay natin doon sa proposed control natin na either administrative, no, administrative control, mag-conduct tayo ng training, ng orientations, no. Dapat we need to hire a competent and tawag nito accredited operator talaga, no, para at least yung natin, yung risk natin is mapababa, no, into acceptable level. Okay, so the date of correction or timelines natin, it should be immediately, no, as soon as possible, no, kasi once na incompetent, no, unauthorized yung operators natin, so malaki yung probability na magkaroon ng aksidente, no, yung mga workers natin, even doon sa tinatawag natin na incompetent operator, no. So we have a lot of mga reports, no, because of mga incompetency, mga tawag nito, mga unauthorized, even though sa yung mga naglilinis, no, doon sa mga operator, no. So yun nga na ipit, no, so kinamatay nila. So that is why we need to tawag nito, we need to immediately, no, makorek kaagad, no, yung sa mga ganyan. So you have a lot of mga safety hazards. So I hope ganun ang pagkagawa niyo, sir, no. So I hope ganun ang pagkagawa ninyo. Okay? So we will continue your observation mamaya, and then we will dictate na lang para mas mapadali. Okay? And aside from that, okay, so loading. So ano may mga safety hazards doon? Yung mga na-observe ninyo. Beverage on top of machine. Okay, so yung effects doon is pwedeng magkaroon ng electrocution or electric shock, no? Pwede magkaroon ng short circuit, upon spillage, no, sa beverage machine. Okay? So ano yung existing risk control ninyo? So designation of operator to monitor spillage, assign designated drinking area. Okay? So pwede siya. So anong probability natin? So it might yung probability or severity natin, so ilagay natin 2 or 3, no? So i-times natin yan siya, yung risk natin is 6. So unacceptable pa rin siya. So sa risk control pa rin natin. So we need to reorient our employees or workers na meron tayong mesh hall or canteen, no, na doon lang pwede kumain, no, na pinagbabawal, no, mas tawag natin dito yung administrative control na dapat meron din tayong mga penalties, no, so doon sa mga nagba-violate doon sa policies natin. Okay? So ibaba mo daw, sir. Okay, so smoking, operator forklift operator, so no warning signs and told. Okay, so yun yung mga ninyo, yung mga nakikita ng mga safety hazards. Okay? So yun pa rin yung natin, so dapat competent. Okay? So ano yung magiging epekto? So pwede siyang maka-cause, siya ang magiging source of accident, no? Siya ang magiging source of accident. And ano yung mga existing controls natin doon? It should be it should be na meron tayong tawag nito competency training doon sa natin mga operators. They should provide they should provide yung mga certifications, no, mga accreditation from TESDA or any training organization, no, na that person is competent, no, and authorized to operate such equipment. So based on the probability and severity, so pagpalagay na 3-3 pa rin, so nagiging 9 yung risk natin. So we need to propose another control measure para magiging acceptable na siya. So yung mga natin, yung control measures natin doon, it might mag-conduct ng training, orientation, ano pa ba yun? Yung mga tawag ito, competency training, yung mga ganun, no? No, para mas mas tawag nito, makaiwas tayo sa mga disgrasya. Okay, so it should be an immediate yung timeline natin para dyan. Okay? So, we have lang, sir, sa group number 3. So, kindly na lang, pakiayos na lang din. So, you have to add another, I think, 5 observation with yung mga risk assessment natin doon, no, para para at least meron tayong kahit 10, no, observations. Okay? So, what about sa group number 2? Thank you, group number 3, no? So, kindly na lang po, pakiayos na lang. Okay, so what about group number 2? Wala bang nagawa? O ano? So dapat talaga, no? Kung mapapansin natin dito sa natin sa HIRAC, no? Hazard identification, risk assessment and control. So this is the day-to-day activity, no? So sa safety officer, so di ba sabi nga natin, a safety officer should conduct safety inspection daily, no? So dapat yung mga nakita niya na mga observation, so dapat meron tayong mga risk assessment, no? So base doon sa safety inspection, meron siya nakita ng mga na-identify ng mga potential hazards. So dapat meron ding meron yung mga risk assessment, no? So ano yung dapat tawag nito i-correct kaagad, no? So ito yung natin, yung hazard identification risk assessment. Ito yung during na mag-conduct tayo ng safety inspection or walkthrough, no, especially kung natin nasa construction tayo, no? So kasama natin yung mga safety committees natin, no, para para ma-address, ma-correct agad natin yung mga hazard, no, yung mga na potential cause of accident sa areas natin. Okay? So group number 2. Palakpakan siguro natin muna group number 2 para ano,
Wait lang po, sir.
inspire, no? Yes, Sir Erwin. Basing meron kaming ipatulpo ngayon. Go ahead. Sa group number 3 ha, assignment nyo ha, dapat meron tayong I hope since ano kayo, we'll give you another chance no para makapag-present mamaya.
No, sir. Sa group 2 po na-send yata ni Sir Amil yung sa mga kasama daw niya.
Na-send yun na? Pwede na mag-present, sir.
So yung kay Sir Amil daw po na-send niya sa inyo yata. Mayroon daw siyang...
Send sa akin?
Di po doon sa ka-group niya, sir. Kaya Sir...
okay.
Sir Carlo, tsaka Sir Marlon.
Okay, so may pa tayo. Bilis-bilisan natin kasi may isa pa tayong workshop. Patay tayo dyan. Nawala po yung sinend niya, hindi po na-save. So, ibig sabihin nun, 0-0 talaga. Okay, sige, removal na lang yung iba daw, sir. Louie.
Sir, pwede po siguro share screen nyo na lang yung picture tapos actual na lang po na base sa observation.
Sila na lang mag-ano. Okay.
I think pwede pa ma-undo yun eh. Pwede pa ma-undo yung na-erase. Basta hindi mo lang na-close. Pwede ma-recover yun.
Recycle bin po.
Yes, sir, warehouse.
Actual na lang. Okay, sige. Base doon sa template na binigay sa inyo, so ano na lang, i-actual na lang agad natin para mas papadali natin. Okay, sino bang magpe-present din sa group number 2? Sila Sir Erwin.
Meron kaming template, sir, kaso yung namin na hierarch, hindi namin mahanap yung kung saan paano i-share diyan sa screen ba. Yung file kasi sinend doon sa email via URL, tapos pinipick up namin dito sa Zoom, hindi mahanap.
I-diretso na lang sa sir. I-diretso na lang sa i-share niyo lang.
Ayun na, sir, yung kanina pa namin nahanap. Wala kasing computer dito sa amin, sir, puro kami. Puro cellphone
Okay.
Masulat yun sa
So kung
papel.
gano'n na lang, sir, i-ano na lang. I-actual na lang natin dito na.
Yan ang nag-share mo.
Yan.
Hindi.
Sir, kahit wala.
Share mo. Ayaw mag-share. Check ko na lang yan. Tignan mo lang. Dito, sure naman tayo.
Hindi, iba yun.
Ayun, kay Erwin, Ay, lumabas na rin. Ayun,
Tagal lang, hindi naman.
Nagalaw.
Nawalaan na.
Wala na naman.
Sige, sir, i-ano na lang natin, sir. Let's ano na lang. Ito na lang, dito sa picture na lang. Tingnan nyo kung ano-ano yung mga nyo na-observe. Tapos, i-dictate na lang natin. I-dictate na lang. Sir Carlo?
Wait na, sir.
Okay.
Balik ka dun sa... Balik ka na. Yeah, yun. Yun. Yan. Yun. Ano? Sige. Ikaw na. Wala eh.
Ano na natin para mapabilis natin? We still have ano pa, may workshop pa tayo isa.
Sir, kahit hindi nyo na po i-share screen. Okay, actual nyo na lang po dito sa yung naka-share screen ni Sir Renny yung observation nyo sa group 2. Sir Erwin, Sir Carlo, Sir Marlon, Sir Ferdinand. Actual observation na po kahit hindi na po yung nagawa nyo kanina.
Yung sa ladder po, yung
Dito ko tumingin. Hindi na yan. Pasal dito ko lagi dyan.
yung ladder works po, hazard namin. Tapos ang health hazard effects nun, ay safety hazard effects ay fall from height, cause ng broken step o missing step. Tapos ang existing risk control using a broken equipment is prohibited. Ang probability ay 2, severity ay 3, risk ay 6. Control measure ay knock out, tag out. Yung sunod naman ay sa health hazard. Yung lalaki naka-kulay green na naninigarilyo. Sunod po ay health hazard nun ay yung mga kasama niya na maaaring makalangat na sigarilyo at makaroon ng sakit. Existing risk control namin ay signage of no smoking. Ang probability ay 2, severity ay 3, risk ay 6. Ang control measure namin ang magbibigay ng penalty sa mga hindi susunod sa protocol. Sunod naman ay forklift operation. Ang safety effects na ay collision from heavy equipment. Existing risk control, operator should have spatter. Probability 3, severity 3, risk ay 9. Control measure, toolbox meeting. Next ay safety hazard, using box as scaffolding. Safety hazard effects fall from height, existing risk control, use proper scaffolding. Probability 2, severity 3, risk ay 6, control measure, toolbox meeting, proper inspection. Yan ang po, sir.
Yun na po, sir.
Okay lang. Yun lang,
Opo, sir.
yun lang yung
Ayun lang,
observe yun, sir.
ayun ang nagawa dito.
So dapat since i-ano nyo na lang sir, i-take note nyo na lang, tawag nito, isulat kamay nyo na lang, no? So picturean ninyo mamaya, so i-send dito sa chat box natin, no, para ma-discuss din natin maayos mamaya. Okay. So yun pa rin, warehouse pa rin, since parang na-observe ko, parang dalawa lang yata o tatlo ang binigay mo na presenta ngayon. No, dalawa lang, no? So since dito sa warehouse, makikita natin marami pa dapat natin maobserbahan. Okay? So yun lang muna sir, i-ano natin, ganun pa rin. Kung nahirapan kayo na mag-ano sa computer, so isulat kamay na lang ninyo. No, isulat kamay ninyo, pagtulungan ninyo diyan, and then picturean niyo pagkatapos, and then send niyo dun sa chat box natin. Okay? Okay, sir. Okay, thank you sir sa group number 3. So kung nakikita natin yung presentation kanina, no, ng group number 1. So very yun sila, no? Very tawag nito. Marami silang mga naobserba, no? Marami silang mga observations, and then based on presentation din na nakita nila, no, na maganda yung pagka-present, no? So I hope ganun din yung gagawin natin, especially dun pag once na sa na tayo dun sa actual scenario na, no, pag andun na tayo sa construction site na talaga natin. Okay, so kahit hindi sa construction site, no, kahit dun sa warehouse, diyan sa tawag nito, operations natin, kahit dun sa any gatherings, no, mga events, or even dun sa bahay natin, no, we can check kung may mga potential hazards ba, no, and aside from that, kung dapat ano talaga tayo, no, gagawa tayo ng mga risk assessment, no, kasi yung nga na marami tayong napabalitaan, no, just like nabalita hapon ba yun, no, na yung dalawang dito sa dito lang sa dito sa Mindanao area, dito specifically dito sa may Davao del Sur, no, na yung bata nakapulot ng granada, no, kahapon na balita, no, nakapulot ng granada, akala nila laruan lang, so sumabog yung granada. So yung isang bata wasak, hindi na makilala. Then yung isang kapatid niya, no, 7 years old and 5 years old, magkapatid. No, yung 7 years old, yung on the spot na namatay, and at the same time yung 5 years old naman is namatay din, no. Dead on arrival, no, sa hospital. So yun yung mga natin, no, na it's not only hindi lang naman gagamitin natin itong mga napagtrainingan natin sa company, sa organizations natin, but also malaking tulong din ito sa pamilya natin, no? Para makaiwas yung mga anak natin, pamilya natin sa anumang disgrasya, no? So mas mahirap na kung tayo mismo ang naging source nung bakit sila na-aksidente o bakit sila namatay, no? So very traumatic yan para sa atin, no? So hindi natin para bang magkakaroon tayo ng psychological disturbance pagka ganun, no? Kung yung tayong mismo mga magulang, tayo yung naging source ng bakit na-aksidente yung mga anak natin, no? So yun yung natin na kailangan talaga maging observant tayo, no, sa trabaho natin, and every time na nasa workplace na tayo, nasa bahay tayo, and same time, no, na talaga magagawa talaga agad. So pagtulungan natin yan, na dapat magtulungan. It's not only the safety officer, it should be the whole committee, no? So kung kayo ang owner, meron kayong contractor and meron kayong subcontractor, so dapat magtulungan talaga. Okay? Any other question po regarding with our discussion? Okay, sige, let's forward no sa ano natin. This one is module 17.
Ma, sana yung folder ko? Yung folder ko din. Wala ba
Okay,
yan?
so just yung topic natin, no? Magkaroon muna tayong topic and then after that is yung yung workshop na naman, no? So yung topic natin is about job hazard analysis. No, kanina we talk about hazard identification, risk assessment and control. No, so yung ginagawa natin kanina, it's a collaborative effort, no? Especially sa safety committee, no, magkakalak tayo ng safety inspection, magkakalak tayo ng safety walkthrough, no? So dapat meron tayong corrective measures, no? Although we have existing control, so dapat meron tayong gagawin ng mga proposed control para mas talaga, no, acceptable yung natin, yung mga processes or system natin na ginagawa. Okay, for the job hazard analysis naman, so job hazard analysis, so our objective is to learn to recognize the hazard, to learn to categorize hazard and be able to identify previously undetected hazard, no, yung parang baliwala lang para sa atin, no, and recommend appropriate corrective measures and learn to make a job hazard analysis. So gagawa tayo ng job hazard analysis, no. So kanina gumawa tayo ng HIRAC, risk assessment, no, hazard identification and risk assessment and control. So ngayon naman gagawa tayo ng job hazard analysis. Okay, so what is a job hazard analysis? It's an effective method of reviewing the individual steps in performing a job and identifying both unsafe act and unsafe condition in order to develop solutions to eliminate or control the hazard. So for example, meron kayong specific job, specific work. So yung specific job or work niyo, so dapat i-step by step natin, no? So para bang kung ano pa pipitasin natin isa-isa, no? Para makakuha tayo or to develop a solution to eliminate and control the hazards. Okay, so what are the benefits on the job hazard analysis? So number one is to identify previously undetected hazards. So minsan kasi may mga bagay tayo na para bang binabaliwala, no? Nililigtek lang natin because nga yun lang, ano lang naman yan, mga nermis lang naman yan, no? Wala namang nangyari, no? So hindi natin alam na yung nermis pala, according to study, 600 reported nermises, it could equivalent to one accident, no, major accident pa. No? So that is why yung mga nermises, so dapat isa din yan sa titingnan natin, no, para makorek kaagad, no. So para hindi na siya maka-create or maka-cause pa ng accident. Okay, so raise safety and health awareness. So since yung ano naman natin, yung activities natin, so dapat involved ang from the supervisor, rank and file, the workers, no, the representative of the subcontractors, the contractors. So dapat andyan sila lahat, no? It should be a collaborative effort, no? Especially on that certain activities. Okay, so tool for accident investigation. So isa din ito sa magiging daan, no? Para or pwede nating magamit during the time pag may aksidente na talaga sa area natin, no? Yung magkaroon tayo ng o mag-conduct tayo ng accident investigation. So mas madali sa atin mag-conduct ng accident investigation since we have those information during the toolbox meeting or during the creation of job hazard analysis. Okay? So establish safe work procedures. So although we have safety program, no? Meron tayong mga safety program, meron tayong mga safety policies. But isa din to na meron kasing mga nasa safety program na hindi natin na ilalaborate doon, no? So sabi nga sa safety program is more on talaga general, no? General lang. But the job hazard analysis is parang ano siya, detailed siya na activities, no? Very detailed na activities sa site. Okay? What is a hazard? So a condition which has the potential to cause injury to people, damage to equipment, or damage to environment. So hazard is the potential, no, maging cause of injury to people, environment, no, yung mga sources of accidents natin. Okay, so ito yung isa sa ano natin, yung example din, no, you have to spot the hazard. So kanina ito yung I think this one present by group number 2, no? Group number 2. So actually marami tayong nakikita dito. Siguro more than mga siguro 20-30s, no? 20 or 30s na mga observations. So mas marami pa. So yun yung ano natin na sabi nga ni Kuya Kim, no? Mas dapat maging matalas yung mga mata natin, no? Dapat matanglawin, sabi nga, no? So dapat in a small detail, no? So dapat makikita natin 'yan, no? Itong mga spillage ng water or oil ba 'yan? Yung mga maliliit na yung mga maliliit na mga tornilyo, no? Mga nails. Okay? So meron pa dito sa left side yung walang laman ang first aid kit nila, no? So karamihan ng mga workers is walang mga PPEs. Okay? So yung ginamit ng tao dito is yung compressed yung pressurized na tawag nito, parang hangin, no? Parang panglinis sa katawan niya. So yun yung mga dapat nating yun yung dapat nating tingnan, no? So dapat ma-correct na kagad natin 'yan. Okay, so sa accident theory, so sabi nga natin, we have the sources of accident, no? So yung sources of accident natin, as we all know, we have the people or the manpower, no, yung PEMES, no? PEMES. People, environment, machine, equipment, no, materials, no? Yung PEMES natin, no? Person, equipment, machine, environment, and also our system, our procedure, no? So sabi nga dito, once na hindi na discuss or hindi na orient or hindi na training yung mga tao natin, it might cause accident, no? So kung wala tayong mga control measures na ginawa, no? Wala tayong mga wala tayong mga safety programs or policies, so it might cause accident, no? Either sa tao, no? Especially sa tao. Okay. Okay, so to prevent accident, we use job hazard analysis. So para daw, no, makaprevent tayo ng any accident or injuries or damage to properties, we need to use job hazard analysis. Okay? So how to do a job hazard analysis? So number 1 is you have to select the job. Okay, so yung certain job, no, yung activities talaga niyo. For example, excavation. No, so excavation. So you have to break the job into a sequence of basic steps. So dapat meron tayong parang methodology, no, process by process. No, hindi lang excavation, mag-excavate ka na agad. No. No, meron pa tayong transportation, meron pa tayong operator, no? Operator competency, titingnan pa natin ang yung soil, no? Kung yung soil ba yung mga tawag nito, may mga fossil fuel ba na deposits, no? Or meron bang mga underground na mga wires? Or meron bang mga buried na mga pipelines, no? So dapat we need to break it into a sequence, steps by step, no? Kaya nga meron tayong tinatawag na methodology. Okay? And identify potential hazard per step, no? So for example, makita ninyo during, for example, transportation, ano ba yung mga hazard during the transportation of the equipment, no? So ito ba yung mga operators namin, competent ba to? Ano ba ang magiging potential hazard pag hindi sila competent? no? So once na may makita tayo, may mga na-identify tayo ng mga potential hazard, so you need to develop solution or recommendations or control measures. Okay? So ganyan paggawa ng job hazard analysis. Okay, so selecting a job, so ito yung ano nila, no? Selecting a job. So job with most accident. Okay, so yung pag ano naman natin, yung selecting a job, so yung specific job, no, yung specific job natin. For example nga, yung excavation, hauling of materials, tawag nito, energization of, tawag nito, yung mga transformer. No? So yun yung dapat very specific tayo doon. Okay, so new jobs that are being created, jobs being changed, jobs that are already analyzed but still causing accident. So titingnan din natin yung ano natin, no, yung mga mga reports, no, kung ano-ano ba yung mga activities na marami ang nagkakaroon ng aksidente. No, for example, doon electrical, mechanical, plumbing, no? Meron din tayo sa chemical. So titingnan natin baka sa electrical mas marami yung nakukuryente. No? So yun yung dapat din natin titingnan, no, sa paggawa ng job hazard analysis. Okay, so break into basic steps. So discuss with employee the sequence of job steps. So dapat, sabi nga natin kanina, so it should be a collaborative effort, no, between the management, the rank and file, and also dun sa mga workers natin. And then observe the job if the steps are accurate. So list each step in order to occurrence, no to general, no to detailed, no. So dapat specific lang talaga, no. Okay, jobs can be described in less than 10 steps. Okay, so at least meron tayong 10 steps lang na magagawa. Okay? So discuss with the employee any discrepancy of job steps during observation. So once na meron na kayong na-identify and sa tingin ninyo may mga kulang pa or meron pang pwede pa nating dagdagan, so we need to communicate, no? We need to communicate with our team, no, with our workers. Okay. So who conducts the observation? So the immediate supervisor. Okay. So number 1 is the supervisor, the safety officer, the member of the Joint Occupational Health and Safety Committee, no, either yung mga project nurses natin, and other employees who perform the same job. So tulad ng sinabi natin, it should be a collaborative effort, no, between the management, the safety officer, and also the workers. Okay. So observation of the job. Okay, so watch the worker do the job. Okay, so we need to observe din, no, sa mga ginagawa ng tao kung yung mga ginagawa ba nila is in accordance ba with our methodology, in accordance ba doon sa mga programs natin. If not, kung nagbabiolate sila, so we need to give them yung citations, no? So or we can give them advice, no? So para mas mapaayos, mapadali, and at the same time na hindi nako-compromise yung safety and quality of your activities. No, so needs full cooperation and participation. So clearly explain the reason of the observation and job hazard analysis. So sabi nga nila, sir, job hazard analysis is parang dagdag trabaho lang ito sa amin. No, actually that is additional work talaga siya, but ginagawa natin yung job hazard analysis para sa safety ng bawat isa, no? Para makaiwas tayo sa anumang sakuna, anumang problema, anumang mga aksidente, either person, sa tao ba, or sa tawag nito, sa mga equipment natin, no? So the job, not the individual, is being studied, not the time in motion studied in disguise, not an attempt to uncover individual unsafe acts. So dapat talaga once may makita tayo na mga unsafe act or unsafe conditions, so dapat i-correct natin kaagad, no? we need to report it immediately, either niremiss pa yan siya, no, para ma-correct, no, para hindi na siya maging cause of accident. Okay, so the only difference from normal operation is the fact that the worker is being observed, no? So isa talaga sa titingnan natin yung mga ginagawa ng tao. Okay, breakdown of steps are discussed by all participants, including the workers. Okay, identify potential hazard by per steps. So by trying to ask typical questions. So what are those typical questions? Okay, so for sa tao, no, sa man, so gaano ba yan kabigat, no? So ano ba yung meron ba tayong mga proper PPEs na gagamitin, no? So competent ba yung tao na gagawa diyan? Okay, so ano ba, no? Ano ba yung mga naging meron na bang naging may naging report na ba ng accident previously? Yung para mga ganyan ng mga questions, no? So dapat yan maano talaga, no? Lahat ng mga questions na brought out ng mga workers, it should be tawag nito, we need to tawag nito, we need to perform, no? Dapat nating ano man yung mga complaints sila, so dapat nating mapaayos kaagad. Okay, so since sa mga workers man natin, alam naman nila, no, sila ang nakakaalam dun sa mga activities nila. Okay, so dapat magtulungan talaga. Okay, so for the materials naman, so what are anong mga materials na gagamitin? No, kung yung materials na ba is toxic, flammable, combustible, heavy ba siya, sobrang bigat ba? No, gaano ba siya kabigat? Okay, so yun yung mga usual na mga question, no, especially pag discuss about materials. Okay, so sa mga machines, okay, so yung mga machines ba or yung mga ano ba, yung mga may mga unguarded ba sila, no? Or na-repair ba yan? May mga loto, may loto ba siya, lockout, tag out, no? May mga interlocks ba siya, emergency stop. Okay, so ano ba yung mga tawag nito? May mga yung parang ano, yung parang tawag nito, yung methodology ba, no, sa paggamit ng mga machines na ganito, no? Yung mga tawag ito, yung gumagamit ba or gagamit ba ng machine is competent, no? Authorized ba sila, no? Meron ba yung mga certifications? Okay, so for the environment, so titingnan natin kung baka yung mga workers natin outside or outdoor activities, no? So may mga ano ba sila, may mga tawag nito, especially yung mga road construction, no? So sobrang init ba, no? So dapat mag-provide tayo ng mga yung potable water, no? Sobrang ingay ba, so we need to provide them a PPE, yung either yung air plugs or air maps, no? So may mga proper ventilation ba na ilagay. Okay? And aside from that is meron ba silang mga adequate lighting, no? Lightings, no? Especially pag may mga buhos, no? Especially sa during night time. Okay? So these are the causation model, no? So yung hazard natin, no? So we have also the tawag nito, yung mga potential hazard, no? The reason, the causes of accident, no? We have the unsafe acts and unsafe condition. So we have the control measures, no? We have the hierarchy, no? Meron tayong elimination, substitution, engineering, administrative, and PPE. And also our objective and everything we do is to protect, no? To protect our people, our workers, tayo, no? Our environment, our machines, and also our equipment, and also our system. Okay, so once na magkaroon ng problema, wala tayong barrier, wala tayong control, no? And then yung ano natin, yung mga potential hazards natin is hindi natin na-correct. So it might be na magkaroon tayo ng accident, no? So isa talaga yan sa objective natin, no? The reason why we are here is para ma-control natin or ma-protect, ma-prevent natin ang mga untoward accidents, no? So sample question to identify the hazard. So ito yung mga sinasabi natin kanina, no? So can any body part get caught in or between? So yun yung mga ano natin, no, na dapat magkaroon talaga din tayo ng toolbox meeting or mga committee meetings, no, para malaman natin ano ba yung mga potential hazards, no, in that certain activities or work, no, para maano natin, ma-correct natin kaagad. Okay, so other ano pa yun siya? So develop solutions. So that is why meron tayong yung hierarchy of controls, no. So we need to use this solution or control measures to to prevent accidents. Okay. So alam naman natin ito, no. Alam na natin to, yung mga elimination, substitution, and yung mga hierarchy of controls natin. Okay. So this is our sample job hazard analysis, no? Job hazard analysis template or format. Okay, so meron tayo dito sa taas, job or operational title. So ano ba yung specific job nyo? No, lagay nyo either lagay nyo dyan is sa construction, no? Masonry, no? Masonry, excavation, tawag ba ng welding, no? So mga ganyan. So anong department? Either lagay nyo dyan is technical department, engineering department, construction department. So ano ba yung job locations ninyo? No? Saan kayo? Either sa warehouse ba kayo? And andun ba kayo sa job site? Okay? Kailan date perform? Kailan kayo nag-conduct nito? And sino ang nag-perform, no? Sino ang naggagawa ng job hazard analysis? So it should be the collaborative effort, no? Either the supervisor, safety officer, or the nurse, or the representative, no? It should be verified by either the supervisor or the manager. And the title of employee doing the job, so ano ba yung title niya? Either the supervisor, no? Okay, so ilagay natin dito new or revised. So yung new, yung bago pa lang paggagawa ng job hazard analysis, or revise is yung renew na, no? Pina-renew niyo yung job hazard analysis. Because based on our experience sa site, yung mga job hazard analysis is yung pinakamatagal dyan is 1 week. No, 1 week activities. So may mga instances na hindi namin nagagawa within a week. So ni-renew namin yung job hazard analysis, no? Ni-renew namin siya para maano pa rin masabit namin sa tawag nito sa safety officer. Okay, protective PPE required and or recommended. So ano ba yung mga required PPEs natin? Okay, sequence of basic job step. For example, yung sa job title natin sa taas, no? Yung welding. Okay, so sequence of basic job steps. So dapat yung tao muna, no? Yung tao ba is competent, no? Authorized ba welder siya? Okay, so ano bang existing and potential hazard? So yung tao, pwede siya, especially pag nasa elevated work siya, no? So pwede siyang mahulog. Okay? So pwede siyang mahulog. So ano yung mga anong mga recommendations na gagawin niyo? So dapat meron siyang full body harness, no? And aside from that is dapat meron siyang mga PPEs. So yun yung mga natin, yung mga activities na gagawin natin. Okay? Okay, information dissemination. So the result must be communicated to all workers, no? So pag once na makagawa na tayo, no, so dapat ipa-recheck or ipa-review natin sa lahat, no, sa workers, no, para matingnan doon baka may kulang pa or baka may mali, no, para mas agad ma-communicate natin kaagad. Okay, example, identify the basic steps in changing flat tire. For example, yung yung activity niyo doon is mag-change tayo ng flat tire, no? For example, meron kayong mga sasakyan or sa mga heavy equipments natin. Okay. So, situation, you are to educate your son on how to change a flat tire, no? For example, meron ka daw anak. So, identify the basic steps for him in doing the activity. It should not to be too general and too detailed, no? So wag lang yung no, sobrang general, no? Or detalyado. So pag detalyado, sobrang taas na rin. Okay, so yung tama-tama lang. Okay, so yung key steps that are not enough, changing a flat tire. So ito, very general, no? Very general yung yung una niyang pagkagawa ng job hazard analysis. Sabi niya, i-park mo lang yung sasakyan diyan. Then take off the flat tire, put on spare tire, so drive away. Parang sobrang sobrang dali lang, no? No, para bang sige, palit ka na, bumili ka ng bumili ka ng suka doon, no? Tapos magdala ka lang ng pera. Tapos pagbalik mo, iluto natin kagad. Parang ganoon lang kadali. Pero meron pa rin yung process, no? Dapat step by step. Okay, so paano natin gagawin diyan? So key job steps, just right, no? Yung tama na pamamaraan or process, no, in changing a flat tire. So you have to car park, so you have to set the brake, no? So dapat once na i-park mo yung sasakyan, so you have to use your handbrake, no? I-handbrake mo muna. Or else, pwede kang maglagay ng mga yung mga tawag nito, yung mga kalso, no? So remove the jack and tire from the trunk. Okay? So yung process by process talaga, step by step. Okay? So remove mo daw yung jack and the tire from the trunk, and also loosen the lug nuts, and then jack up car. Okay, so you have to jack up the car, and also remove the tire and set new tire. Okay, so jack down, tighten lug nuts, store tire and jack. So yun yung natin, no? Ito yung tawag nito, well explained, no? Well explained na kung paano natin i-change ang tire. No, hindi yung kanina na i-park mo lang yan diyan, tanggalin mo lang yung gulong, tapos palitan mo, sige, lakad na. Parang ganun lang, kadali kanina. Pero yun is hindi yan siya very general yung approach niya. Ito naman is very well explained, no, on how to change a flat tire. Okay, so yun yung natin. Okay, so summary. So job hazard analysis is one of the most effective tools available to help supervisor protect the health and safety of their employees. Okay, so number one talaga nagagawa ng job hazard analysis, it should be the frontliner, the supervisor, no? Since sabi nga natin from siya ang nakakaalam sa attitude ng mga tao, the behavior, the processes, no? The equipment, no? Kung paano gamitin. So dapat talaga ang gagawa ng mga ganito is the job hazard analysis, it should be the supervisor or the manager. And yung naman, yung tawag nito, yung mag-assist lang is the safety officers, the nurse, the pollution control officer, and even with the help also sa mga workers and representatives natin. Okay? And also to perform an accurate and completed job hazard analysis. Okay? So dapat accurate siya, no? Hindi yung very general yung approach. Okay? Select the job to be analyzed and assemble a team of knowledgeable and experienced personnel to conduct the job hazard analysis, no? Dapat talaga it's a collaborative effort, no, between the management, the committees, and also with the workers. Okay. Okay, so the team as a whole needs to observe the job as it's performed. Okay, so dapat naka-break down step by steps, analyze each step to determine existing and potential hazard, develop a recommendation for eliminating and controlling the hazard associated with each step. Okay, so dapat talaga step by step talaga siya. Okay, so any other question po regarding with our tawag ito, yung topic natin? Okay, so ito yung natin, no? Ito yung sample natin na job hazard analysis. Okay, so yung ano natin dito, no, yung job or operational title, ano yung specific job na gagawin ninyo, no? So dapat ano nyo, tawag ito, i-step by step, no? Step by step. So sa step by step ninyo, ano ba yung mga existing or mga potential hazard during the time, during na magkanda kayo ng activities na ganyan. And then once na may makita kayo ng mga potential hazard, so ano yung mga recommended corrective actions ninyo or measures. Okay? So I think yun pa rin yung groupings natin kanina, Sir Louie, no?
Yes, sir. Yun pa rin po.
Okay. So any other question po regarding with our tawag nito, presentation? So pwede picturean niyo na agad yan, no? Tapos kung nahirapan kayo na i-ano niyo sa computer or laptop niyo. So pwedeng i-ano na lang, i-handwritten na lang ninyo, no? I-handwritten ninyo para mas mapadali para sa inyo. Okay? So, any other question po? Baka may mga questions kayo.
Mag-workshop ba tayo nito? Job hazard analysis. Are we going to have a workshop for the job hazard analysis? Or
yes, ma'am. We will have our workshop for this job hazard analysis, and then we will present this siguro by since we ano na lang, no, we have 11:40, so I think we can siguro mga 1:45 or 1:30 ba, no? Depende, no, kung sino yung mauna. So we'll have our break, and then at pagka 1:30, 1:45, so we will present our yung mga job hazard.
Kung scenario
job hazard, present na naman.
Ilang scenario po, sir, yung kailangan natin? How many scenarios do you want?
At least 10 daw, ma'am. At least 10.
Okay. So we will start working now, and then, yes. Or do you want to take come back kami earlier and we resume 1:45 presentation na?
Yes po, yes po.
Okay.
Ano yung form gagamitin? Yung re-entry planning?
Ito, sir. Ito na ano. Ito na format.
So pwede ulit yung format yung kanina, sir? Job hazard. Pwede pong ipakita niyo ulit yung form kanina?
Wala ba? Hindi ko ba napakita ngayon?
Thank you na naka-display.
Thank you.
Thank you naka-display. Okay. Sige.
God bless.
Thank you pala. Akala ko yung ano.
Akala ko thank you. Alisan na.
Yan.
So meron kayo nitong Word file or Excel file you could share in shared sheet?
Try natin naman. Actually, meron to sa Google. May yung ano sana, no, yung tawag nito, yung working file talaga. So pwede naman gagawa na lang ng nung ano ninyo, revise na lang.
Sir, do you have the original file for this?
Sa akin dito, let me check sa files ko, ma'am, ha?
You can click share, and you can share using Google Shared Sheet, and then you can copy and paste here. So we just click it. Kasi yung iba, they don't have the ability because they don't have laptops. It will make their life easy.
Okay. Sir Louie?
Sir?
May ano ka ba nito, sir? May working file ka ba nito?
Yeah, the raw file, the living file, the live. I think yung iba kasi they're using a phone, so mahirapan sila. Pero at least they can, ano ba, they can make it bigger. They can zoom in so they can see it.
Pwede naman natin ito ano na lang sa Word file.
Sir, ganito na lang po.
Because it's a PNG.
Pwede pong mag-early lunch break na lang po sila, sir. Tapos hanapin ko yung file habang naka-break po sila. Then siguro po, ang time po ngayon 11:40. Balik po sila ng 12:40. Then mag-start po tayo ng 12:40 dun sa para dito sa job hazard. Then ang presentation natin is mga 2 p.m.
Okay, sige.
Sige po. Habang naka-break po sila, sesend po dito yung yung hanapin ko yung word file na tong job hazard analysis.
Okay.
Sige, sir. Thank you, sir.
Opo, ganun na lang po. Para hindi rin po maputol yung nila, sir. Para tuloy-tuloy.
Okay. Tama.
Ganun na lang po.
Sige.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Like, for us, we can create this in maybe 1 or 2 minutes. Pero sa the rest, it might take them 30 minutes to recreate this.
Yeah. Okay, so let's go back by 12:40, no?
Ang safety and health sa trabaho ay ating responsibilidad.
Ang pagiging safe and healthy sa trabaho ay ating priority.
Ang safety at health sa trabaho ay para sa ating mga mahal sa buhay.
Para sa pamilya,
Dapat iwas sakit at disgrasya.
pagligtas at malusog sa trabaho,
Pamilya ang panalo.
Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado.
Hello po, welcome po, DPU.
Kaligtasan sa trabaho sa matataas na lugar. Ang paggawa sa matataas na lugar ay mapanganib at maaaring sanhi ng pagkahulog. Tandaan ang mga paraan para aksidente ay maiwasan. Siguruhing may guardrails ang scaffold. Sundin ang naaayong fall prevention standards sa scaffold, guardrails at hagdan na may handrails. Magsuot ng personal fall arrest system upang maiwasan ang pagkahulog. Tandaan, para aksidente ay maiwasan. Siguruhing may guardrails ang scaffold, naayong fall prevention standards, at pagsuot ng personal fall arrest system. Personal protective equipment. Ano ba ang tamang kasuotan kapag nagtatrabaho sa isang construction site? PPE ang tamang kasuotan bilang karagdagang proteksyon kapag gumagawa. Ang hard hat ay proteksyon sa ulo sa nalalaglag na bagay. Safety goggles ay para proteksyonan ang mata. Earplugs ay panlaban sa matinding ingay. At face mask laban sa alikabok at usok. Proteksyon laban sa init at posibleng pagkagasgas ng mga braso ang long sleeves. Ang gloves ay gamit upang maiwasan ang pagkasugat ng mga kamay. Protektahan ang mga paa sa pamamagitan ng safety shoes. Kailangan din ng reflectorized vest upang madaling makita ang isang manggagawa lalo na kung sa gabi magtatrabaho. Kapag magtatrabaho sa mataas na lugar, huwag kalimutan magsuot ng full body harness. Libre dapat itong binibigay ng employer. May naaayong PPE sa bawat gawain. Siguraduhin lahat ng PPE ay pasado sa standards testing. Ergonomics. Ang matagal na pag-upo habang nagtatrabaho at maling posisyon ay nagdudulot ng pananakit ng katawan, pananakit ng mga kamay, at eye strain. Kapag nagtatrabaho sa computer, siguraduhing tama ang height ng upuan at mesa para sa manggagawa, para tama din ang posisyon habang nagtatrabaho. Ang opisina ay dapat may tamang liwanag at ventilation. Ugaliing tumayo kada 1 oras ng pagkakaupo. Maglakad-lakad o gumawa ng mga simpleng exercises. Tandaan, para sa kalusugan, tamang gamit at posisyon, tamang liwanag at maaliwalas na paligid, paglalakad at ehersisyo mula sa kaligtasan sa paggamit ng makinarya. Ang makinarya ay nagpapadali ng trabaho, ngunit maaari rin itong maging sanhi ng aksidente. Upang maging ligtas ang manggagawang nagpapatakbo ng makinarya, inspeksyonin ang makina bago ito gamitin. Ang mga gumagalaw na parte ng makina ay dapat may tamang machine guards upang hindi ma-expose ang mga kamay, paa o anumang parte ng katawan ng gumagamit ng makina. Dapat regular ang preventive maintenance ng mga makina. Sundin ang lockout-tagout o LOTO system para makaiwas sa aksidente. Inspeksyonin bago gamitin. Machine guards. Regular na preventive maintenance. Lockout-tagout o LOTO. 5S. Mahirap hanapin ang bagay na kailangan kapag magulo ang gamit. Maaari din itong maging sanhi ng aksidente. Mag 5S tayo sa ating mga lugar sa trabaho. Seri, sort o suriin ay ang paglalagay ng mga gamit sa tamang lalagyan at pag-aalis ng mga gamit na hindi kailangan sa trabaho.
Sitten, systematize o sinupi naman ay ang pagsasalansan ng mga gamit upang madaling maabot ang mga ito at hindi makaabala sa trabaho. Sesa, sweep o simutin ay ang pagpapanatili ng kalinisan ng mga gamit at ng lugar sa trabaho. Seikensu, standardize o siguruhin ang paraan para matiyak na tuloy-tuloy ang pagpapatupad ng good housekeeping sa pamamagitan ng pagsama nito sa OSH policy at program ng kumpanya. Dapat may shitsuke, self-discipline o sariling kusa ang lahat pagdating sa pagpapanatiling malinis at maayos ang kapaligiran sa trabaho. Tandaan ang 5S upang aksidente ay maiwasan. Sort o suriin, systematize o sinupin, sweep o simutin, standardize o siguruhin, self-discipline o sariling kusa. Tamang pagbuhat. Iwasan ang aksidente sa pagbubuhat ng mabibigat na bagay. Ano ba ang tamang paraan ng pagbuhat? Planuhin ang kilos at siguruhing walang sagabal sa dadaanan. Lumapit, hawakan ng mahigpit ang bubuhatin at gamitin ang lakas ng binti sa pagbuhat. Buhatin ng dahan-dahan at siguruhing diretso ang likod. Siguruhing malapit sa katawan ang binubuhat. Pag mabigat, pagtulungan o gumamit ng handling equipment. Tandaan sa tamang pagbuhat. Planuhin ang kilos. Gamitin ang lakas ng binti sa pagbuhat. Siguruhing diretso ang likod. Ilapit sa katawan ang binubuhat. Pag mabigat, pagtulungan o gumamit ng handling equipment. Kaligtasan sa paggamit ng kuryente. Mahalaga ang kuryente sa araw-araw, kaya kailangang maging ligtas sa paggamit nito. Siguruhing maayos ang mga plug at kordon ng mga makina at appliances. Iwasan ang octopus connection. Kung kailangan gumamit ng extension cord, siguruhing hindi nababasa, hindi overloaded, at higit sa lahat, hindi sagabal sa mga dadaanan. Siguruhing pasado sa standards ang mga extension cords. Paglalagay ng tamang outlet imbis na extension cord. Tandaan, maayos na plug at cord. Iwasan ang octopus connection. Tamang paggamit ng extension cords. Pasado sa standards. Tamang outlet. Kaligtasan sa paggamit ng mga kemikal. Ang kemikal tulad ng solvents, gas, acid mist, alikabok, at fumes ay mapanganib sa kalusugan. Tandaan, basahin ang label at safety data sheet sa paggamit, pagsasatabi, at pagtapon nito. Gumamit ng PPE tulad ng gloves, goggles, at respiratory protective equipment. Proper hand washing, ugaliing maghugas ng kamay pagkatapos. Alamin ang first aid procedure para sa mga emergency at agad tumawag ng tulong. Tandaan, para sa kuna ay maiwasan. Basahin ang label at safety data sheet. Tamang PPE. Alamin ang first aid procedure. Proper hand washing. Respiratory protective equipment. Ang acid mist, solvent vapors, gases, usok, alikabok, at heavy metal fumes ay panganib sa kalusugan ng manggagawa. Gumamit ng respiratory protective equipment. Ang filtration respirator ay para sa alikabok at oil mist. Dapat ito ay madalas pinapalitan. Ang chemical cartridge device naman ay sumasala sa hangin na kontaminado. May tamang cartridge sa bawat paggawa. Ang air supply equipment naman ay may tangke na pinanggagalingan ng hangin. Madalas itong gamit sa lugar na kulob at walang oxygen. Tandaan ang paraan para sa kuna ay maiwasan. Libre ito dapat na ibinibigay ng employer sa manggagawa. Alamin ang tamang respiratory protective equipment para sa inyong gawain. Kaligtasan sa lindol. Ang lindol ay isa sa mga mapanganib na sakuna. Alamin ang dapat gawin. Isagawa ang drop, cover, and hold. Umiwas sa mga bagay na maaaring bumagsak. Gamitin ang hagdan sa paglabas ng gusali pag pwede nang lumikas. Pumunta sa evacuation zone at sumunod sa mga nangangasiwa. Tandaan para sa kaligtasan sa lindol, drop, cover, and hold. Umiwas sa mga bagay na maaaring bumagsak. Gamitin ang hagdan sa paglabas ng gusali. Pumunta sa evacuation area. Isang paalala. Kaligtasan sa sunog. Ang sunog ay isa sa mga mapanganib na sakuna. Alamin ang dapat gawin. Alamin ang fire exits at emergency hotlines. Tumawag ng tulong. Pag maliit pa ang sunog, patayin ng fire extinguisher. Paglikas, gumapang palabas ng may takip ang ilong at bibig. Pag nasunog ang damit, stop, drop, and roll. Manatili sa labas. Tandaan para sa kaligtasan sa sunog. Alamin ang fire exits at emergency hotlines. Tumawag ng tulong. Pag maliit pa ang sunog, patayin ng fire extinguisher. Paglikas, gumapang palabas ng may takip ang ilong at bibig. Pag nasunog ang damit, stop, drop, and roll. Manatili sa labas. Simpleng ehersisyo sa palaupong pamumuhay o sedentary lifestyle. Sabi nga nila, sitting is the new smoking at ang pag-upo ng matagal ay nakakasama sa kalusugan. Sundin ang mga sumusunod. Ehersisyo sa leeg at balikat. Ehersisyo sa kamay. Ehersisyo sa likod at legs. Ugaliing gawin itong mga ehersisyo kada isang oras ng pagkakaupo. Ehersisyo sa leeg at balikat. Ehersisyo sa kamay. Ehersisyo sa likod at legs. Isang paalala.
Oh, picture muna, picture mga bata, picture muna, picture. Happy birthday, Vince.
Asan si Mommy?
Picture muna tayo, masaya tayo. Happy birthday, Vince.
Wala pa si DJ?
Wala pa nga eh. Anong oras na oh? Nag-promise siya sa akin, dito siya magdi-dinner eh.
Pag ikaw ay nagkasakit o naaksidente, paano na ang pamilya mo? Taon-taon, 2,780,000 ang namamatay dahil sa sakit at aksidente sa trabaho. Huwag maging parte ng bilang na ito.
Lahat tayo pwedeng umiwas
sa sakit at aksidente.
Lahat tayo
pwedeng maging
Pwede kang maging COSH champion sa pamamagitan ng pag-share ng impormasyon sa social media, pag-attend ng training, at pagbabahagi ng kaalaman sa mga katrabaho, pagbibigay ng tamang PPE sa mga manggagawa na pasado sa testing, at pagre-report ng mga di ligtas na sitwasyon sa lugar ng trabaho bago pa man may maaksidente o magkasakit.
Kung magtutulong-tulong tayo, may iwasan natin ang sakit at aksidente.
Maganda kung lahat tayo magiging COSH champion. Isama natin sila.
It has always been an important goal of the government It has always been an important goal of the government to improve workplace conditions in the Philippines. In 1982, the Department of Labor and Employment prepared a concept paper creating an institution on occupational safety and health from which foreign aid could be tapped. 1984, the Japanese government responded positively to the call. 1986, an agreement was signed for a 300 million peso grant aid, a project-type technical cooperation under the bilateral grant of the Japanese Official Development Assistance Program through the Japan International Cooperation Agency, March 12, 1987. The groundbreaking ceremony was held on a 2-hectare lot in North Avenue, Quezon City, with then-President Corazon C. Aquino as guest of honor. November 4, 1987, Executive Order 307 was signed, creating the Occupational Safety and Health Center as a special department under the Employees' Compensation Commission. And on the Labor Day or May 1 of 1988, OSHC officially started being part of the government's efforts to better the working conditions of the Filipino workers.
Ikinakampanya ng Occupational Safety and Health Center ang kaligtasan at kalusugan ng mga manggagawa dito sa Pilipinas. Ito ay sinasagawa namin sa pamamagitan ng pananaliksik, pagsasanay, pagpapakalat ng mga impormasyon at mga technical na serbisyo tulad ng work, environment, measurement, PPE testing at biological monitoring. Napakabigat ng tungkuling ito kaya kami ay nagpapasalamat sa aming mga partners sa gobyerno at pribadong sektor na tumutulong sa amin palaganapin ang advokasya ng OSH upang mapanatili nating ligtas at malusog ang ating mga manggagawa sa lahat ng industriya.
Based on its mandate, vision, and mission, the OSHC champions the cause of work safety and health in the Philippines. Programs to promote health and safety of workers are carried out through the following. The Office of the Executive Director, who oversees planning, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of the OSHC operation. Under DOLE Administrative Order Number 56, Series of 2011, and DOLE Administrative Order Number 407, Series of 2017, the accreditation of Occupational Safety and Health, or OSH consultants and training organizations, as well as OSH practitioners and testing organizations for construction-heavy equipment, respectively, have been transferred to the Occupational Safety and Health Center. The accreditation team is headed by the Deputy Executive Director, Engineer Jose Maria S. Batino. The Environment Control Division, or ECD, works toward eliminating work environment hazards and risks and controlling their ill effects on workers. It conducts researches to determine the presence of harmful environmental contaminants that affects workers' safety and health. The Safety Control Division conducts continuing studies, researches, safety audits, and technical inspections in work sites, with emphasis on hazardous machines, processes, and operations. It undertakes performance testing of personal protective equipment to ensure that manufactured PPEs conform with the set standards. The Training and Public Information Division, or TPID, plans, organizes, and conducts OSH training for a broad range of clientele. The TPID also maintains a library with an exclusive collection of books, journals, researches, and materials on occupational safety and health, which aid researchers and students pursuing studies related to OSH. TPID develops various training modules and conducts information dissemination activities. The Health Control Division conducts scientific researches on occupational health and formulates medical surveillance programs to assist enterprises in the early detection of occupational diseases. The division is among the few laboratories in the country that provides biological monitoring services to assess exposure of workers to chemical hazards such as heavy metals and organic solvents. And the Finance and Administrative Division, or FAD, provides fiscal management, human resource development, procurement of supplies, and general building maintenance in support of the total operations of the center. OSHC also prides itself in its valuable contribution to policies that promote workers' welfare. In fact, DOLE has issued department orders, labor advisories. Also, the OSHC was part of the technical working group that provided technical inputs for the crafting of Republic Act 11058, an act strengthening the occupational safety and health standards and providing penalties for violations thereof, which was signed by President Rodrigo Roa Duterte on August 17, 2018, that proves to be beneficial to its causes. Serving as the centerpiece programs of OSHC on increasing awareness and strengthening commitment to safer and healthier workplaces nationwide are these two major events which are held every 2 years. Gawad Kaligtasan at Kalusugan, or GKK, is a national award given by the Department of Labor and Employment to companies and individuals with outstanding achievements on work safety and health. The National Occupational Safety and Health, or NOSH Congress, a venue for exchange of experiences and news trends on OSH. And Vision 1 Million, which aims to promote the culture of occupational safety and health as a way of life for all Filipinos. OSHC remains true to the integrity of its credo, outstanding professionalism, service with dedication, honesty and integrity, and competent workforce. Ligtas ang maingat is not just a hashtag for OSHC. It's a way of life for the people, for the workers, and for the nation.
This accident took place while dismantling the free-fall safety nets after construction was complete.
It's high. Hey, I'll do the second floor. This job isn't for just anyone. Sure, it's dangerous. I'm better than you at this. Kim!
After we arrived at the scene, we started to hear the details of the case and were shocked to find out what had happened. When Kim was through untying the Y rope while he was dismantling the free-fall safety net on the 7th floor, which is over 22 meters high, he tried to move toward the end of a single pipe and fell without any safety gear. and the free fall safety nets on the 3rd and 5th floors had already been removed.
Hey, why aren't you guys coming up? Let's start from the bottom.
They didn't follow a simple but very important rule. This is to do the floors in order when doing dismantling work. While investigating this case, we discovered a few other construction sites that didn't have proper safety nets, proving this case was no exception. There is no guarantee that a case like this won't happen again. That's it from the accident headquarters.
All we have to do is move the waste material, right? Isn't this too much to move at once? That's why I brought this hand cart. We should move it in a bag, even if it takes longer. Don't worry. Let's open this door first. Oh, why did you open the door? This is easier. It's too much hassle to lower the cart and press the button. Ugh, jeez. You're always taking the easy way around. Whoa! Did I load too much? Whoa!
Why was this door open? Don't you know that construction lift doors must be closed at all times?
Well.
The doors to construction lifts must not be opened by workers under any circumstance. It should only be openable by lift operators and passengers. Oh, this was also a problem. Using a two-wheeled handcart to move heavy equipment is very unreliable because it is difficult to maintain balance. It is much safer to use bags when cleaning up waste material. This accident was caused due to neglecting safety procedures and choosing the easy way to do things. Please remember that closely locked lift doors also protect your safety. And don't forget that neglecting this fact for a single moment may cause dangerous accidents.
What's the job today? We're excavating over there and laying new sewer pipes. There comes the excavator.
Nice one. Party move.
One enemy remaining.
Nice. Oh my god,
You're excavating too steep. Dig at a lower angle, please. What's the point? You'll lay the pipes and cover them up again. It's not that deep. It's only knee height, even if it does collapse. Let's just get it over with. He's not being careful enough. It's not like he's going in there. We barely installed one pipe because of the excavation. Let's do the rest after lunch. Okay. Are we installing the earth strut slurry wall after lunch? What are you talking about? We don't have time to install it. If we do, we won't finish today. It's not that deep. We'll skip the slurry wall. The soil might collapse because we excavated at a pretty steep angle. It'd be safer to install the earth strut slurry walls before we begin. Yeah, of course, I know that. But it's too much hassle, and it's time-consuming. Come on, I'm hungry. Let's just go get some lunch. Oh, I have to go to the bathroom. Hey, Lee, I'll be back really soon. Yeah, okay. I'll get started first. Lunch hour isn't over yet. Take a break and we'll start together. Oh, it's steeper than I thought. I hope it won't collapse. Oh, accidents don't really happen to anyone. Lee! Lee!
This accident was caused by a collapsing excavation surface when laying sewer pipes. The collapsed soil buried the worker alive. When excavating, you have to maintain a safe angle of the excavation surface to prevent collapsing. However, the workers didn't meet this angle and didn't even install earth strut slurry walls for safety. When you can't maintain the appropriate angle for the excavation surface, you must analyze the condition of the earth and check for any buried objects that can influence safety and install appropriate earth strut slurry walls. Remember that accidents are prevented by your actions.
Hello po, magandang hapon po. Paki-check po yung yung chat box na i-send ko na po yung sa job hazard na gagawin. So pwede na po tayong mag-breakout room. Ready na po ba?
Ano ko lang muna konti sira, i-revise ko lang konti yung yung Word file.
Sige po.
Okay, ito na yung ano natin, yung tawag nito, yung job hazard na analysis na template. No, so andito pa rin yung job title or yung specific job. And then anong department or location gagawin. And then kung ano yung company name, no? Or ilagay lang natin dito group number na lang. Yung dito sa may right side, yung sa upper right side. Yung group number. Okay? So, ganun pa rin yung sequence of basic job step. So, yung ano natin, dapat steps natin yung ano natin, yung activities natin, and then ano yung mga existing or potential hazard for that certain activities, no, for that certain sequence. And ano yung mga recommended control or corrective measures na gagawin natin. Okay? Okay, so naintindihan po ba yung yung explanation natin regarding sa paggawa ng job hazard analysis? So I'll send this one sa na chat box. Cannot be seen because it is currently in use. Nakita niyo yung yung tawag nito, yung na-forward ko na na file. Okay, thumbs up lang po kung na-receive niyo yung yung pinorward ko na file po, yung Word file. Okay. Okay, Sir Joff, thank you. Sir Jumel, thank you. Okay, so yun yung natin gagamitin sa paggawa ng job hazard analysis natin. So, Sir Louis, pwede na po tayo makapag. So, we will present at 2 p.m.
2 p.m. po, sir.
Okay. So, job hazard analysis, sir, na temperature, nasa na po, naka-send na po. Sir Erwin.
Sir, paki-send nga po ulit kasi po yung mga bagong mga nadi-disconnect po, siguro hindi po nila na-receive.
Okay, sana na-resend ko na po.
Sir, start ko na po sa breakout room.
Okay.
Kaya accept na lang po yung ano. Sir Ernesto, paki-accept po yung ano, request po sa breakout room. Kay Sir Billmore din po, tsaka kay Sir Norodom. Nakikinig ka doon. Location ayaw lang.
Okay.
Wala ako sa ano. Patayo na lang sa likod, please. Ventilation. Copy and paste na lang ka ng hazard at PPE nila. Recommended corrective measure. Kaya parehar man sila. Stay clear of power. Kana na, copy and paste na.
Okay? So, ready na ba yung yung tatlong grupo?
Almost. Yeah, we can
Group
present
two?
so we can on with the day.
Group 2, okay na bang group 2?
Si Sir Marlon.
Okay. So for group 3, okay na rin ba ang group 3?
Meron na sir, hindi na natapos.
Okay. Paano lang pabilisan lang para ma-presenta natin.
Installation number 4, installation of lamp. Suba. Nakakapag-scroll. Talaga, ako lagi niyo ko lagi. Mike?
Go.
Okay, so I think ready na ang group 1. So we will start with group 1 na rin. Okay, so
Belmore, share the screen, please. Let me just pa-share ng screen, Belmore, ha? Kasi I'm using Mac. I can't do it.
Okay.
okay, very good.
Okay, so the first project we have here is installation of glass. So this is like when you enter the airport or when you go to SM Ayala, and then when you get in, the glass is auto closer. So we have few of those in the call center. Gilmore, we could see your. I can see your.
Ay, sorry.
Bulabog.
Nasayop.
For everybody's like just information. We have many doors. There's auto door closer, just like when you go to the airport, when you go to SM, and many. So we have that. First, we installed the support hangers using the single angle bars, and we used a welding machine. So the hazard of those is that the support clips could fall. They're quite heavy. And we also have to make sure that based on the weight of the tempered glass, and the mechanical for the auto door closer is actually a bar, which is very heavy. So we have to make sure that we install maybe a metal that can handle maybe 1 ton of weight or 2 tons of weight, depending on how wide your auto door closer is. So it could actually crush as the hazard if your support is not proper. And then for recommended corrective, we have to make sure that why is this blank? Okay, so this one can crash. And I think corrective measure, paki-type na lang, Wilmore, please. We have to make sure that there is a watcher, and we have to make sure that nobody is down there, because at this time we're using goggles, we're using unsay tawag aning kwan sa ato kaning si Richie welder. So we have welders. And then after that, we cover it with plywood and we cover it with paint. So the next, and when you're working with the paint, the hazard is exposure to the fumes of the paint. So we have to make sure that you're using proper PPE. And after that, we install finally this very heavy bars that connects, that we have to connect. After we install the bar, we connect the tempered glass, which is very heavy, maybe 2 glass panels. So that's quite dangerous if in case you're not handling the glass properly, it could crash. So we have to make sure that there's proper coordination from each of the worker and the foreman and everybody, making sure that the place is safe. And now we have installed the tempered glass in step 4, and we have to make sure that everything is tight. 5, we have to calibrate so that when people come in, the door will just open automatic. Questions? Otherwise, I'll go to our step 2 project, cabinet installations in pantry. So step 1, we measure the desired area. We assemble the properly cut 3/4 plywood to the designated areas. So you make a cabinet. And danger of that and hazard if you're not using not using safety for goggles and installation and drilling. So you have to make sure that we wear PPE, and we have to make sure that every work area is organized and clean. Gusto niyo pa ba ako Ilonggo, Cebuano, Tagalog?
Tagalog lang siguro, ma'am, kasi may Tagalog tayo dito.
Sige.
No?
Okay, so saan na tayo? Number 2, painting. Pagkatapos noon, magpipaint na ng primer. Tapos, second and like first coat and 2 coats. Nasa step 2 for the cabinet installation. Ang hazard dito is yung chemicals, flammable sila, at saka at the same time, it can really hurt your lungs, yung mga paint thinners. So, kailangan meron talagang mask and to protect you from the fumes. And handling sure, making sure na kung saan yung linalagay, walang walang tatanga-tanga na naglalakad na maano yung paint. Na kumbaga mas spill. So very important sa workplace, mayroong area where you put it there, like saan nilalagay yung mga paint at saka materials. And then next is Wilmore, installations na ng handle. So maglalagay ka na ng either depende sa type ng cabinets mo, yung finish mo, yung handle mo. So yung mga delikado dyan is yung sharp, yung yung pagkakat ng saw, yung mga metals, yung yung sa mga modern sa ilalim lang Gaya ng mga cabinets namin dito sa mga ilalim lang. So they're actually very sharp. So corrective measure, we have to make sure na yung mga screwdriver is tama, yung tamang equipment yung gagamitin. Yung number 3 na project namin is suspended ceiling installation. Kumbaga kung nasa office ka, nandun yung sa taas, yung may mga acoustic board. So either choice yun ng acoustic board yung ginagamit namin pag call center, pag maraming agents na naka-headset. If it's a voice area, we use an acoustic board. Pero if it's an office, manager's office, conference room, accounting office, gumagamit lang kami ng drywall.
Gypsum.
Drywall
Gypsum
board. So, number 3. Step 1. First, scaffolding or step or ladders. Na-discuss natin yung mga hazards nito in the last few days. Kasi kukonek ka muna doon sa pinakataas ng hangers para doon mo na bali sila yung base para maglalagay ka ng mga T-runners. So kailangan to ang proper installation talaga ng scaffoldings. So ang hazard dito is yung walang safety goggles, kailangan may proper PPE. Tapos number 2, ifa-fasten na namin yung mga lights, yung kumbaga after may mga cable, maglalagay na kami ng mga squares na T-runners kasi doon natin ilalagay yung acoustic board. Oo. So at the same time, ita-timing na namin kung saan yung mga light na para straight sila lahat. At the same time, ita-timing namin kung saan yung mga sprinklers na same level sila ng mga sprinklers. Ang hazard doon is same din ang hazard. Yung mahulog ka, ano pa yung iba? Protective nun is of course mag-PPE ka or i-barricade yung area. At saka importante kasi yung sa safety measure, at the end of the day, kailangan po sa amin, very strict kami, kailangan parang before umuwi, cleaning area talaga. I-clean yung area. Mayroong cleaner nagwawalis na para wala maapakan. So parang hindi siya nakikita na construction kasi super linis siya at the end of the day. Yun lang kasi yung importante para naka-avoid ka ng accident. Yung mga wires pagkatapos kailangan i-roll talaga siya. Step 3 dito sa suspended ceiling installation, if lights, set up yung temporary lights para makakita sila sa mga dark areas. Ang hazard dito is ceiling could be loose, could drop. So safety measure nito kailangan tight talaga siya. Step 4, hanger installation, possible mangyayari, puncture, cuts. Kailangan natin gawin is i-bend yung mga wires pataas. Ang last step nito, i-install na natin yung acoustic board. Hazard, posibleng ma-slash kayo or matamaan yung mata nyo ng mga debris. So make sure may safety goggles, hard hat, and safety shoes talaga. Questions? Otherwise, I'll go to the number 4, ceiling installation. Paki-raise daw, Billmore, please. Ito lang, importante din to. Actually, uunahin namin yung ceiling installation before kailangan kasi dapat nauna yung ceiling electrical and cable installation. Nabaliktad lang pagsulat. So, the same din yung process ng ceiling and electrical cable installation. Gagawa muna kami ng bracket, yung cables na mag-hold sa kanila from the other floors. Tapos, meron kaming mga cable wires na doon namin ilalatag lahat ng mga, dito yung mga wires, dito yung mga data, iba-iba sila. Dito yung sa video. So, dito step 1, install cable tray. And piping and the ceiling using hanger support with bracket. Hazard dito, falling object siya. And kailangan gawin, use proper toolbox in keeping tools. And then step 2, paglatag na ng electrical cables, making sure na dapat sa tabang THNN. So, isinisegregate din namin. Kasi at saka by color sila. May proper na color for water, may proper na color for cables, na electrical, may proper color for data structured sa mga internet na cables, iba-iba sila lahat. Yung hazard din nito, the same. You could fall. Tapos, anong gagawin? Kailangan proper scaffolding at saka proper PPE yung gawin natin. And then, pagkatapos noon, mag-install na kami ng mga lights, Tapos ite-terminate na yung mga wires, kumbaga i-connect na sila, pero dead pa rin po until na-on talaga yung tapos na yung project. So, yung electrical shock dito, although hazard siya, pero sa during installation, dead pa kasi ito eh. Pag ano na lang, pag i-on na sila. So, electrocution. Not proper tightened yung mga wires. Sino ba sumulat ito? Dead pa to. Kailangan mag-wear tayo ng gloves, at saka proper PPE din. Proper yung mga scaffoldings. At saka kailangan, pag nag-install na kami ng mga lamps sa step 5, kasi yung danger nito is mataas siya. Pareho nung sa picture namin kanina na yung isa gumaganon. Kailangan tinatight namin talaga. Para either mahulog siya either sa empleyado. Yung next project is panel board installation. Si Chris is electrician. So he has done this so many times. Yung panel board na depende yun sa anong klase. So mag-order muna kami. Depende kung gaano kalaki, ilang kilowatts yung kailangan namin. If either 200 kilowatts or 350 kilowatts, that can cater like 1,000 computers. So panel board installations, step 1, yung ordered na panel board, tapos na siya, isasalpak na siya doon sa nagawa na nung mga termination na previous na work. Tapos yung delikado nito, you will get your hands might get crushed. Ano yung danger nito, Toto? Chris?
Naipit ka.
Naipit ka, okay. Tapos yung gagawin, use of safety goggles and use of safety. Uy, pa-editor Billmore, you type it twice.
Which one?
Step 2, yung step 5, tapos step 1, install panel board, hazard, and then next is use of safety goggles na siya. Did you see it?
Yes.
I can delete it from me. Use of safety gloves and use of safety goggles. Okay. Tama ka pala. And then, where was I? Panel board installation. Step 2, yung i-install na yung wire. Ganon din, maiipit ka rin. So, ganon din yung procedures na gagawin for safety. Gamit ng gloves, gamit ng goggles. Electrical gloves. Tapos number 3, i-terminate na sila. So, pag yung nakadelikado na nito is yung untightened nuts. Ano mangyayari sa untightened nuts, Chris? Untightened nuts. Yung hazard nito, ano mangyayari?
Pag yung pag-lock mo na madulas yung kamay mo katama yung kamay mo sa mga bus bar.
Okay, paki-rephrase na yan, Billmore and Joff. So the same then, proper gloves, proper torque meter to ensure tightness to correct. Tapos yung final nito is meter test na siya. This is actually the most dangerous part of the project kasi maraming na-electrify nito. Pag meter, ito na yung i-connect siya to a live wire. So normally, gaya ng pag-brown out, pagbalik ng Veco, di ba na naririnig boom pag kinoconnect? Naririnig mo na yun at this point. So kailangan, talaga to, super clear, kailangan nandun lahat yung mga professional, electrical engineers on site, ambulance on site, nurses on site. Pag kami, we perform this final test. Ito yung mga safety measures namin. Number 6, nag-install din kami ng 100 kVA generator setup. Step 1, minove ng forklift yung 1,500 kilos na 100 kVA generator. Kung marami sanang oras, lalagyan namin ng mga pictures to eh. Tapos yung hazard nito is the same. When you're using a forklift, the forklift is 25 tonners. Tapos yung fork niya is mga 4 meters. So delikado siya while either ma-crush niya yung tao or yung worker or yung structure ng area pag halimbawa masikip. Halimbawa, na-crush niya yung bahay mo mismo, yung poste ng bahay. At saka, isang hazard niya, yung forklift is very heavy because it's 25 tons. Pag dinaan niyo sa mga soft na area, it could crush the ground also. So, making sure lang na yung safety measure nito, have spatter and check tightness. Paki-remove mo nito. Ang safety measure niya, kailangan you're only passing in the very hard surface and safe. Safe. Step 2 niya, i-install namin yung automatic transfer switch. Ang purpose niyan para nag-burn out, automatic mag-on na yung generator. So after install namin yung automatic transfer switch, pupunta kami sa electrical supply para i-connect sila sa generator. So ma-connect na yung generator to automatic transfer switch to the main electrical supply para wala na kaming on-off, on-off. Yung mga delikado nito, of course, electric shock, pag hindi properly na tight yung ma-electric, bakit hindi ako
Electrocution.
Electrocution. Safety measures nito, kailangan presence din ng with strict supervision of master electricians and electrical engineer. At saka kailangan safety yung work. At saka this time, every time na may tina-turn on kami, may phone standby to call 911, nurse or doctors to call. Kasi every time you turn on an electricity, possible kasi may makuryente. Pagkatapos, number 4, lagyan na siya ng diesel. At that time, mura pa yung diesel, 68 pa lang. Ngayon, 100 na. Pagkatapos nun, test na yung genset. So, number 7 namin is yung CCTV installation. Yung whole office, makikita namin sa CCTV. So, the same thing, step 1, mag-install kami ng mga, yung tray niya, tapos ilalagay install yung data, i-install yung electrical and video cables. Hindi yan kasama ha, iba-ibang cables, iba-ibang trays yan, kasi hindi pwedeng, bawal ang
Sabay-sabay.
Bawal i-mix ang data na wire sa electrical o saka sa video. Oo, separate sila na
Separate yung power and also yung mga communication wires.
Yung cable tray nila dapat separate. Ang hazard dito, of course, yung working with the 4 to 5 meters, even to 6 meters in height. So yung mahuhulog ka, same sa mga scaffolding natin ng mga hazard. Falling debris, tsaka ano pa?
Sir Bilmore, paki-taas mo ako, Sir Bilmore.
Yeah, kasi I'm using my master file kasi that one is small. Corrective measures, use of proper scaffolding, wear PPE. Simple lang naman yung CCTV installation eh. The simplest work that we do is the number 8, workstation installation. Kasi when you buy that, na siya eh, naka-panel na siya.
Panel na siya.
So, yung gagawin na lang namin is follow the instruction to connect this, to connect that, to connect this, to connect that. Pagkatapos na na-connect na namin lahat, lalagyan na siya ng electrical cables, tapos yung isang sa taas niya, lalagyan ng data cabling, Cat6, tapos i-terminate sila, tapos lalagyan yung mesa niya, then ready na siya for computers. So, step 2, ito electrical cables. Step 3, network plugs. Step 4, testing of network and electrical plugs. Tinitest na every time natatapos yung electrical na, yung pagka-end, meron kaming tester kung ano siya, tama ba yung type niya and everything. Isa-isa. Hazard nito, same, saan tayo? Workstation, Sharp objects po to. At saka mahulugan ka. Pero these ones mostly are very safe kasi ano lang to like mga 4 meters high lang to. So, ito, ang corrective measure namin ito, kailangan naka-safety gloves. Almost hindi mo nga kailangan dito mag-safety shoes or hard hat kasi walang tapos na lahat at that time. Tapos na yung ceiling. Ito na yung finishing of the project na. So, ano na lang to, gloves and use of PPE. One of the most interesting projects that we have done is the number 9. Scroll it up, Gilmore, please. The swimming pool. Ano ko na lang ha. I will voice, ano na lang kasi we're still typing. While nagta-type yung iba, I will finish later but I will discuss na lang. Gumawa kami ng swimming pool. It's a 40 square meters pool. So first, excavation ng ground using a backhoe. So maraming ano doon, hazard. Gaya nung ano natin, diniscuss. Maatrasan ka, mahulugan ka, kailangan may corrective measure, kailangan may bantay, kailangan may nag-a-assist. Tapos after nun, i-level na namin yung lupa. The same yun sa mga discuss natin last week, yung mga hazard, kinds of soil, we discussed it. So depending, kailangan ano siya talaga, properly na level siya at saka maano na siya, yung rocky na siya. Otherwise, magko-collapse yung pool nyo. Yung mga hazard nito is the same as the first one. Yung kasi hole siya, posibleng matabunan ka, posibleng mahulog ka, pero at this point wala nang backhoe. So corrective measures nito, making sure lang na rules are implemented and it's strictly implemented. Saka kailangan may foreman dito. Step 3, nag-install na kami ng mga matting kasi sa pool may mga rebars yan. Tapos matting, tapos ang step 4 niyan is ibubuhos na yung simento. Ang hazard dito is wet yung cement. So corrective measure nito, kailangan naka-boots tayo. At saka kailangan may goggles kayo nito kasi pupunta sa mata nyo. Mahirap dito mag-wear ng hard hat sa pool kasi nakayuko kayo all the time, so mahuhulog siya. It's not needed. Yeah.
Ano lang, lagyan lang ng chain strap.
Oo, pwede din. Pero walang mahuhulog from top na kasi outdoor.
Siguro isa sa titingnan natin diyan kung meron bang mga possible debris na mahulog, but if you think
sa baba.
If you think naman na based on your observation, outdoors siya and then walang gaano mga debris, so okay naman na hindi nagagamit.
Okay.
Clear up kami every afternoon. Lahat na basura, lahat na mga maliliit, ilalagay talaga sa gilid. Lahat na basura itatapon. Hindi ko sila pinapauwi hanggang hindi malinis. Kailangan meron kaming motto. Pag end of the day, kailangan dinaanan ng anghel. Yung ganon.
Wow, dinaanan ng anghel.
Ang step 5 namin ito, mag-apply na kami ng waterproofing. Mix yan with marble dust. Yan yung mga mapuputi sa pool. Kasi maganda siya tingnan, nagre-reflect yung sun. Ang hazard nito kasi meron kang mixer na nagpo-pour, wet din siya, so posible kang ma-slide, posible kang pag-slide mo, ma-hit mo yung head mo sa yung mga injury. So kailangan use of boots. Pa-fill up na lang, Joff. After nito, pag na-dry na siya, gagawa na kami ng mga, di ba may pag nag-step ng pool, kailangan, kasi puti siya lahat, kailangan alam mo kung nasaan ka mag-step. So kailangan, meron kang tiles, ang tawag doon, step marker. Para hindi ka nahuhulog, alam mo na pagbaba mo sa pool, may step 1, step 2, step 3. So kailangan may mga tiles yan na step markers. So pag install na dyan, yung creativity mo ngayon, it comes in na kung anong design gusto mo sa pool. Either pa ganon or pa diagonal, yung marami na siyang designs. After that, ano yung hazard nun? The same, wet cement siya. this is very safety lang na work eh. So, pero proper use lang to ng PPE. Next nito is yung water pipe installation. Kasi from there, i-connect mo na siya sa pool equipment. Ang hazard nito, either maipit ka, sharp object pag na injury ka, pag nag-cut ka ng anong mga size to ng mga water pipes nilalagay natin, tubo, like 1 inches, 2 inches, 3 inches, kasi pupunta yung either water, electrical, yung mga ganon. So, ano din to, use of PPE. Tapos nito, use yung equipment, yung sa likod, yung magpo-control ng either sa pool, maglalagay ng waterfalls, yung mga
Water pump.
water features, water pumps. Ayun na yung ini-install namin sa likod. Then after that, at the same time, maglalagay ka na yung para hindi ka ma-slide sa pool, yung mga gravel. Ano yun? Yung finishing mo na sa pool. Pero at after that time, ano ka na? Underwater, ilalagay na yung mga underwater bulbs, yung mga, yung water features. Ang delikado din dito, either ma-electrify ka, pero very safe to na, na work. Kasi yung mga bulbs nito, pag bili mo, waterproof na sila. So, bali, i-ano mo na lang siya, i-screw. Kasi we use all yung keyword na walang makeshift lahat. Kasi ang danger nito is you have electrical lights pag may lumangoy, especially I have a pet, I have a golden retriever, konting electricity lang ma-electrify sila. Even 12 volts, they could die. So, corrective measure, making sure na tested talaga sila tight, tapos covered na naman lahat ng another fiberglass para covered lahat yung electrical. And next nito is, ano na siya, lagay ka na ng 25,000 gallons of water. Siguro this will take maybe a day. Matagal to. Tapos after that, magtitreat ka na ng water ngayon ng mga algaecide, chlorine, water conditioner, at saka yung diatomaceous earth. Ayun yung ano yun? Ayun yung, what is that? Where is that? Ito po yung pumupunta sa pump at saka nag-filter ng water. So doon natatrap. Ayun yung nagpo-protect ng pump. So after ng treatment, after hours, pwede ka nang, the next day, pwede ka nang mag-swim. Number 10, Vilmore, pa-change to. Ako na lang. Step 10.
Number 11.
Number 11 to kanina. Ayan, drywall partitions installation. Drywall. Saan to banda? Lahat-lahat naka-drywall kami. Sige. Office, mga offices.
Step 11 yung apply water.
I for the one.
Sige. I'll just return it. Done.
11, yeah. Then
Drywall partition, saan banda to, Vilmore?
Ini partition, miss. Like there is a office na to.
Okay. Sa walls?
Yeah, walls.
Okay. So first, installation kami ng frames. Using either, anong ginagamit natin, Richel?
Studs and tracks. Electrical frames, studs and tracks.
Studs and tracks.
At saka yung dos by 2 by 3 na
2 by 2.
wood. Yeah. Metal faring.
Yeah, metal faring. That's the studs and the tracks for the wall partition.
Paki-type na niya dyan dito sa step 1. And then after dito, yung provisions ng electrical wires.
Yeah.
Tapos pa-add ng step 3, Vilmore. Install before ng board, mag-i-install pa tayo ng noise cancelling in between dito.
Insulation.
Insulation. Yung hazard dito is very minimal. Either naipit ka, napako mo yung sarili mo. Kasi you are using hand drill eh. So ma-electrify ka. Corrective measure namin, ito naka-hard hat pa to na time. Hard hat, safety shoes, gloves, and Saka goggles. Tapos, yun lang ata 10. Tatapusin na lang po namin mag-type while nag-ano yung iba.
Okay.
Yeah. Question po.
None so far, ma'am.
So, at yun lang yung presentation namin kasi 10 lang yung nakalagay.
Yes. Okay, thank you, Miss Almira. No? So,
You're welcome.
Based on my observation, so parang lahat ng mga processes ninyo, ma'am, alam na alam ninyo. So, walang takas ang mga walang takas. Wala silang takas sa inyo.
Kasi alam ko yung lahat na process ng ng construction.
That's very good, no? So, yun yung mga yung mga tawag natin na mga well-rounded na mga bosses natin. So, thank you very much,
Hindi
Ma'am
namin
Almira.
na-add dito yung mga mechanical, like
Hindi
pati
pa
mga
na.
aircraft lang namin yung mga process, at saka mga interiors, everything, mga
Yes.
engineered wood installation, ayun, covered namin yung pati mga tiles, mga basic.
Okay. So, that is a very good na gestures from our president and CEO of a company, no? So actually it is my first time na may mag-join as a president and the CEO of a company, no? And my observation also hindi mahihirapan ang safety officer for any tawag nito for management support since si Ma'am Almira is very hands-on sa mga activities and sa mga works. Okay, because of that, palakpakan natin ang group number 1, no? Very very well said, no? So dugo ang among mga ilong. Okay, so let's move to group number 2.
Center, kaya English
Yes,
only pa.
very talaga.
English.
Okay, so group number 2, gusto niyo pa Gusto niyo mag-proceed? Okay, group number 2.
Yes lang.
Talaga.
So actually, this is also the right time for us, no? Especially sa mga natin, sa mga participants na nandito. Especially kung nandiyan na kayo sa Cebu, no? So baka you want some baka may hiring sila ma'am diyan, no? So baka makatulong din sila sa inyo. So actually this is the right time also na para maganda tayo. Tawag dito yung create a professional relationship with our each of us. Okay, so group number 2, go ahead. Hindi tayo magpapatalo, ha. Mga kalalakihan, huwag tayong magpatalo sa nag-iisang babae dito sa grupo natin. Go ahead, group number 2. Oh, sana yon. Sana yung group number 2 natin dyan. Okay, very good.
Sir. Job hazard analysis, electrical auxiliary brought in cable tray, group number 2. So, una po is yung basic job step, toolbox meeting, permitting. Yung hazard po nito is over fatigue of exercise.
Number 1 pa lang sa questionable na to, ha. Kasi
corrective measure.
Nagiging nag-over fatigue na during exercise pa lang. Sige, go ahead, sir.
Over fatigue na eh. Stretching or exercise at least 2 to 3 minutes warm up to ensure that the workers is fit to work. Number 2 is hauling and lifting of materials. Hazard po is improper lifting. Control measured. Trained person to lift or proper posture lift with partner. Number 3, sir, is cutting user grinder. No machine guard untrained person effective grinder. So ang control measure po natin to, provide machine guard on grinders. Advise and train person while using grinder. Okay, number 4, installation using
Siguro sir,
ladder.
for a while sir,
Untrained person grinding.
Yung ano sir, yung defective grinder. So, ang immediate action natin diyan, corrective action natin dyan is we will replace with replace natin ng nung tawag nito yung grinder na maayos. Yung
effective replace defective tools.
Okay, go ahead sir.
Okay, sir. Okay, installation using ladder. Untrained person climbing. Standard defective ladder. So in control measure po, use harness. If above 6 feet, provide ladder checklist to ensure if ladder is necessary to use. Okay. Second to the last, drill hole of hanger. Untrained person using power tools. Certified, yung ano po natin to is control measure. Certified in situ electrician will do the task. Provide power tools checklist to avoid defective tools. Provide cover on power tools and use PPE. Finishing task with general cleaning, dust, inhalation, flying particles. Corrective measure po, provide exhaust on the area, use vacuum cleaner, clean power tools. Yun lang sir, that's all.
Okay. So, yung ano natin, i-correct ko lang yung number 1 ha. So, yung number 1 is not the tawag nito, sequence. So, ilagay natin yan siya sa recommended or control or corrective measures natin. So, yung ano natin, baka ang lagay natin diyan sa sequence, so dapat meron tayong yung electricians, no? Electricians. So ang existing potential hazard natin, ilagay natin incompetent, no? Unauthorized electrician or tawag nito, untrained electrician. So ilagay din natin dito na sa recommended controls natin, it should be meron tayong mga certification or accreditation from TESDA, no? Because you are working with electrical, so it should be our electrician kailangan is accredited by any like para sa amin, no? Registered master electrician, meron kaming organization which is the IIEE, no? And also it should be tawag nito accredited from a local cooperatives, no? So may mga ganyan. So yung ano natin, yung existing potential hazard natin is untrained electrician, parang ganun. No, so yung recommended control measure natin, so ilagay natin diyan is accredited or competent electrician. So something like that, no. And yung toolbox meeting kasi is more on control measure yan siya, no, under the administrative control. No, so dapat is mag-conduct din ng mga proper training, no, or orientation sa mga natin electricians. Okay, so aside from that is actually, meron din kayong may nilagay kayong certified in situ electrician. Tama naman ito. Okay. So, yung naman, yung ladder, yung using harness. Lang tayo ng harness once na 2 meters, parang tawag nito. Kasi yung 6 feet is equivalent to 2 meters. And then based doon sa mga training natin is sa may scaffold or yung mga PFAS, no? Yung ano ba tawag nun? Person tawag nun? Protective personal protective yung mga tawag nito, yung arrest system, full arrest system, no? Yung full arrest system. Okay, so yun yung ano natin din, no, na yung 6 meters is not enough. So dapat i-consider din natin, no, hindi lang 6 feet, it should be above siguro mga ano pa, tawag nito. You need to consider also the height of the person, the height of your lanyard, the height of your shock absorber, no, so you have to check on that also.
Okay, sir.
Okay. So yung ano nyo lang is yung job niyo is more on the electrical mga cable trays, no? Tama, no? Yung installation of cable trays, tama ba?
Yes, apo.
So yung installation of cable trays natin, so it should have also yung mga ano, yung mga banding jumper, no? Tong ano yung parang earth, yung parang i-ground natin siya. No, so isa din yan sa ano natin. Banding jumper. Tawag natin yan. So, actually ano lang i-improve pa rin ninyo, no? Especially pag nasa ano na kayo sa site niyo. So, you have to improve prior sa inyong improvements ano sa job hazard analysis, it should be a collaborative effort, no? Tulad ng ginagawa ninyo. So, yun lang siguro, sir. Wala ka na may dagdag.
Yes, sir. Yun lang po muna, sir.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
And noted po sa mga corrections, sir. Noted po.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so, thank you, group number 2. Okay, so group number 3.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon ulit.
Okay.
Since iba kasi yung trade namin, pero ito sir yung napakasunduan namin na trade dito sa concrete pouring.
Ano yung activities niyo, sir? Ano yung job or work or task niyo?
Excavation.
Installation ng?
Excavation.
Excavation. Okay. Sige, go ahead, sir.
Si Sir Samson.
Sir.
Sir, ikaw na mag-discuss?
Ikaw na lang, sir, para tuloy-tuloy.
Specialization mo to, sir, eh.
Well, sige, sir.
Okay, sir.
Yung ano namin is about excavation works, no? Of course, prior to excavation works, ito nga yung mga basic job steps. Setting out the benchmark, layout and staking, then surveying ground, up level, then excavation to the approved depth, dressing the loose soil, marking up the cut-off level, and marking the boundary of the building. Then ito yung mga potential hazard na nakita namin. Pagka mainit ang panahon, of course yung area minsan may mga alikabok, inhalation of dust. Pagka nag-excavate ka naman using equipment, yung loud noise, then other equipment that can be exposed to radiation. So we recommend control corrective measures. Of course, yung wearing of proper PPE and skin protection and air protection. Kasi maingay nga yung minsan yung ano. Then another one is pagka nag-excavate ka, of course, titignan mo yung lalim ng in-excavate mo. Baka kailangan ng shoring. using timbering or aluminum support, as well as cabling or shielding. Then another one is after the excavation, we have the fabrication of steel bars and formworks. Yan, nagsasabay palagi yan during construction. And so we have the potential hazards also. Maring during fabrication of steel bars, magkaroon ng body injuries using cut-off machine, although hindi namin naisulat dyan kasi mahina kami sa typing eh. So using electrical tools equipment, yung cut-off machine, so maaring magkaroon ng severe damage, yung maputol ng kamay pagka hindi tama yung paggamit or yung taong gumagamit. As well as yung fabrication ng mga formworks, of course, yung commission ginagamitan din ng mga equipment, electrical hand tools, paglalagari instead of yung lagaring kamay. So of course kailangan yung tao rin yung marunong sa using proper tools. So we have recommended corrective measures. Yun nga, ganun pa rin yung wearing of proper personal protective equipment. Yan nga yung sinasabi ko kanina na pag nagpuputol ka ng bakal, may mga gloves ka na kailangan gamitin. And also conduct survey, orientation, and proper handling of tools. Yan. Kailangan well-trained yung taong gumagamit doon sa tools. The other one is yung prior to concrete pouring. Of course, we have to check it out prior to the pour inspection. Yung mga steel bars niya kung tama yung pagkakalagay. Then the underground utilities, kung may mga underground utilities diyan na kailangan milagay, like for example yung mga outlet, yung mga ilalagay kan dapat yung plumbing works niya prior to concreting. Then we have the another one is the curing stage. After concrete pouring, we have the curing stage. Then after removal of formworks for shoring, then the next level, of course, the staging of scaffoldings. Then we have the nakikita namin dyan, makikita natin na yung mga potential hazards niyan with that job step. Of course, kung hindi tama yung paglalagay ng mga scaffoldings, worker might be falling into concrete slabs. Mga ganon, may mga possible na mangyaring ganon. Workers being pinned between concrete slabs, yung mga pako, minsan kung hindi ka maging maingat, maaaring mapako yung mga paa. Then workers being burned or blind by concrete chemicals. Pagka nagbubuhos, kuminsan pagka wala kang goggles, pagka tinamaan yung mata mo, you might be blind or magkaroon ka ng severe damage. So again, wearing proper personal equipment such as respiratory protection or yung goggles. Another one is perform hazard communication to tackle the potential risk. Yun lang, sir. At Medyo, ano eh, nalito lang kami
The
kanina.
General.
General,
Okay.
after nun na ano lang, balik-balik lang yung steps niyan. Pag habang tumataas yung level.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, group number 3, Sir Samson. Thank you. Okay, so for my tawag ito, mga observation ko. So unang-una, for the excavation, so you need to know first the soil type, no? So you will have either you have to conduct a yung mga geotechnical studies or mga SPTs or yung mga tinatawag natin ng soil penetration test, no? And also you need to coordinate with the LGU. Baka kasi yung area diyan is may mga may mga historical data or baka may mga fossil fuel, no? So baka may methane. So dapat alam din natin yung mga ganun. And aside from that, we need to coordinate with our tawag nito yung mga utilities, no? Yung mga cooperatives, like baka kasi may mga under or buried na mga electrical wires, no? Yung mga tinatawag natin ng mga XLPE, no? So dapat may mga protection din yan sa mga ganyan. And also baka may mga water lines, okay? And aside from that, baka may mga tawag ito, may mga yung sa yung sa mga excavators, mga operators, no, mga equipment, dapat part din natin sa natin yan sa job hazard analysis na ilagay natin dito na yung mga sequence, no, sa especially itong mga excavators, mga heavy equipments, it should be tawag dito proper maintained, no? So the operator should be accredited from TESDA, no, something like that. So yun yung mga natin na dapat din natin titingnan. And is there a need ba na to use especially may mga watery area, no, yung mga soil natin ng mga watery area. Actually sa amin dito sa project namin 2 meters lang, no, na excavate namin, watery na siya, no? So ang ginawa namin, so naglagay kami ng sheet files, no, para at least hindi siya mag-bar down, no? So yung mga ganun na mga tawag dito, yung mga ganun na mga instances. So it should be proper coordination with the utilities, and huwag kalimutan din na maglagay din tayo ng watchman or yung safety man or safety aid, no? Especially pag may mga heavy equipment tayo around, especially sa community, no? So yung mga bata nandiyan naglalaro sa natin, and then may proper rin tayo doon pagkuha natin doon sa sa soil. So may proper may proper lay down area, no, base doon sa discussions natin. Dapat walang lay down area within the 1 meter, no, sa excavation, because it might be mag-collapse yung lupa, no? So yun yung dapat natin din i-consider. Okay, so yun pa rin, no, dapat natin i-improve, especially pag andun na tayo sa natin sa construction site natin. No, so why we thank you group number 3, no? Thank you group number 3. Group number 1, thank you. Group number 2, thank you. So I hope, no, itong mga ganito na mga strategy or tawag nito technique, no? This is a technique na base doon sa natin, sa discussion natin na beneficiary, no? Beneficiary ang company natin, ang workers, no, to prevent such accident. So bakit natin ito ginawa? Because this is part of our job as a safety officer, no? Isa din ito sa hahanapin ni Dole during the time na mag-conduct sila ng inspection sa site natin, no, especially construction site. So hahanapin talaga nila kung may mga mga job hazard analysis, may mga hazard identification, risk assessment and control ba tayo, or HIRAC, no? So yung HIRAC natin, gusto ko lang i-emphasize yung HIRAC natin kaninang umaga. So yun yung gagamitin natin during mag-conduct tayo ng inspection, no? Tayo mga safety officer, mag-conduct tayo ng inspection, kasama natin yung mga safety committee natin or kasama natin yung the whole safety organization, no? So yung ano natin, yung job hazard analysis, gagawin natin ito pag once meron tayong specific task or job na gagawin. Okay, nakuha natin yung pagkakaiba nila, no, sa hierarchy and also sa job hazard analysis. Okay, so yun yung ano natin, yun yung dapat natin malaman, bakit kailangan pa natin yung hierarchy, bakit kailangan pa natin yung job hazard analysis. It a waste of my time, no, sayang yung oras ko diyan, no. But ito yung isa sa mga requirements as to become an effective safety officer and also to prevent such accidents sa mga workplaces natin, especially sa construction sites natin. Okay? So any other question po or mga tawag nito, yung mga violent reaction?
No more, sir.
Yung violent reaction. So if none, siguro we'll take our break. So 15 minutes, mga 3:16. So balik tayo, no? So para makapag-relax pa. Okay?
Thank you, sir.
Still have we still have 2 topics pa. Abot tayo ng mga 7 to 8 o'clock siguro nito.
Magagalit si Ma'am Almer.
Okay, sige, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Ulti pa. Yuck. Totoo yan? Oh.
Okay, sana ba yung iba? Sana yung iba. Okay, so while waiting sa iba, no? So let's proceed lang tayo sa ano natin. Okay, so for our last two
Module 18.
for our last two topics for this afternoon, so we're going to discuss about accident investigation. So ito yung gagawin natin, no? Especially pag may mga accident talaga na mangyayari sa site natin. As you all know, na there are ano pa rin, even though meron tayong mga control measures, pero may mga instances pa rin, no, na nagkakaroon pa rin ng disgrasya sa site natin, no. So one of the real causes or the reasons why we have this kind of accident because of these unsafe acts and unsafe conditions, no. And aside from that is meron pa rin tayong mga non-preventable accident caused by yung tinatawag natin na force majeure or yung tawag natin yung mga calamities. Actually hindi ko ginagamit yung word na acts of God kasi parang tawag nito para bang unfair naman, no? Unfair naman sa natin na bakit ba siya sinasama sa mga kalokohan ganyan. So yung naman natin, especially pag nasa mga contracts tayo, no? I'm also involved kasi din sa mga contracts. So ang nasa kontrata nakalagay doon is force majeure, no? So yun yung mga natural or mga man-made calamities, no? So yun yung natin. So what if, no, may mga aksidente talaga namang nangyayari? So anong gagawin natin as a safety officer, no? So okay, so accident investigation. So it's defined is to define the accident and incident. So ano bang kaibahan ng accident and also incident? And the purpose of accident investigation, managing the accident scene, and steps in conducting investigation. Okay, so according to the Occupational Safety and Health Standard, no, according to Rule 1053.01, that all accidents or occupational illnesses and places of employment resulting in disabling condition or yung mga major accident, no, or yung mga may fatalities, it should be reported by the employer to the regional labor office, no. So kung may mga major accident or even fatalities, no, so dapat within 24 hours dapat ma-report natin kagad ito sa regional labor office, no. So una-una we can for example wala pa tayong final tawag nito report, no. So at least meron tayong kahit isang text man lang, no, kahit man lang message or phone call na nag-inform tayo sa kanila na meron tayong mga ganitong mga aksidente sa natin sa site, no. So if may mga written na talaga, so dapat within 24 hours may submit natin 'yon. And the report shall be submitted by the employer on or before the 20th day of the month following the date of occurrence. So ito namang mga ito yung mga reportorial requirement natin sa DOLE. No, na lahat ng mga reportorial requirement natin, it should be submitted to the office, the DOLE office, on or before the 20th day of the month. But if meron tayong mga major accident or fatalities, it should be submitted or reported immediately sa DOLE within 24 hours. Okay, so definition of disabling injury. Okay, so shall mean an injury which result into death, permanent total disability. So ito yung permanent total disability, no, na totally, no, na nawala ng dalawang kamay or dalawang paa or ng dalawang mata or ng dalawang tenga, no, or result into insanity, no. So yun yung permanent total disability. Okay, so permanent partial, ito naman yung either yung isang kamay, isang paa, isang mata natanggal or na dismemberment, no. May isang part nung ano niya. So yun yung permanent partial disability. Okay? So we have also temporary total disability. Ito naman yung within a prescribed period, no, or days or months. So makabalik agad sa trabaho, the same task na ginagawa niya. No? So yun yung ano natin, yun yung temporary total disability. Okay, so definition accident is defined as an unplanned, no, unforeseen, ano pa ba? Unplanned, unforeseen event that causes harm to people or damage to property and has a negative implication, no, and could result in the loss of life or damage to goods. Okay, either property or life, no. Incident, on the other hand, can refer to any event that happens. It could be positive or negative. So yung incident naman, so lahat, no, because sabi nga sa definition, incident is any event. Okay, so pwede natin siyang gamitin sa accident, no, sa near miss, lahat incident, no, lahat din siya. So yung accident naman, this is more on a positive impact, no. For example, mga unplanned, no, unforeseen, no. So yun yung mga for example, nabangga, no. Nabangga, tawag nito, nahulog. So yun yung mga accident. So yung mga ano naman, yung ginagamit ng mga reporters, so usually ginagamit nila yung accident and incident. So for example, sinaksak, no? Sinaksak. So incident yung ginagawa nila kasi event yun eh, no? So since yung mga nabangga, so hindi naman yan sila, tawag nito, mga unplanned naman yan. So accident ang ginagawa. So yun pagkakaiba ng accident and incident. And also near miss, pwede rin natin siyang gamitin as an incident, no? Because sabi nga dito, incident is an any event that happens, no? So near miss, it is unplanned event that did not result in injury. So parang almost, no? Almost over you, parang kanta lang, no? Almost accident, parang ganon. So yun yung mga near misses. Okay, so a lost time accident incident is a recordable incident in which an employee is not able to return to work. So itong mga lost time accident or incident, so for example, meron tayong man hours, no? Safety man hours. Nasa pagpalagay natin for 1 year period, no? Nagkaroon tayo ng 1 million or 2 million man hours. And then suddenly may aksidente. Tapos hindi nakabalik agad sa trabaho, no, within 24 hours. No? So ibig sabihin nun, yung milestone natin na 1 million or 2 million man hours, so magbalik siya into 0. No? So that is why once na meron na tayong mga 1 million, 2 million, so let's keep safety environment pa rin, no? So wag maging complacent, no? So wag maging kumpiyansa pa rin. Okay, so as you all know, construction is the most hazardous industry in the country, no? Even sa other country, no? So yan yung pinaka delikado, no? Because we're dealing about technical, we're dealing about behavioral, no? So maraming nagkakaroon ng aksidente sa construction talaga. Okay, so according to International Labor Organization accident report, so accident, no? 250 million per year or 685 trillion per day or 457 per minute or person per second ang nagkakaroon ng aksidente all over the world. No? So working children, nasa 12 million. And meron ding 12,000 are fatal. So I think this is more on mga child labors na ginagamit nila, no? Especially itong mga nasa mining or itong mga nasa, makikita naman natin yan sa siguro sa Africa, no? Sa mga rin, actually dito rin sa atin, meron din tayong mga child labor. No, ginagamit nila yung bata, no? Para mas para maka-less doon sa mga expenses. And working adults, so 3,000 per day, 2 per minute. Okay? So asbestos, 100 trillion per year. So yung mga asbestos naman, so ginagamit ito before, no, as tawag nito soundproofing, heat absorber, no? So ngayon meron na tayong mga gypsum board, no? May mga ginagamit na tayong mga gypsum board. But yung mga gypsum board din natin, meron yung mga dust pa rin, no? So may mga dust pa rin yun siya. So once we cut mag-cut tayo ng gypsum board, 'di ba may mga dust pa rin yun siya, no? So let's be very careful pa rin diyan, no? Okay, so according to accident theory or the ratio study by Frank Ebert in 1969, that every near misses, no, 600 near misses, no, may mga corresponding property damage, minor injuries, and 1 lost time incident. Okay, so that is why itong mga near misses natin, dapat natin siyang i-report, no? Kahit ano lang siya, 'di ba? Sabi nga natin, near misses almost, no, muntika na magkaroon ng aksidente, no? So yung mga ganun na bagay, kahit maliit lang yan siya, so kailangan pa rin natin siyang i-report para hindi siya magka-cause ng aksidente, no? Yung mga potential that may cause accident sa mga workers natin, no? So dapat i-report natin, no? Kahit kunting ano lang, kahit tawag nito yung mga minor man lang siya, no? So dapat i-report pa rin natin siya. Okay? So we have this accident are the result of unsafe acts and unsafe conditions. So as we all know, these are the real causes or the immediate causes of accident. No, the unsafe act and unsafe condition. So the unsafe act this is more on the behavior of a person or a worker. No, so sabi nga dito deviation from standard procedure or practices. So parang sa katigasan ng ulo, no, because may bad behavior or attitude siya, no? So I've been here, sir. I've been here for this job for 35 years, no? Wala naman nangyari sa akin. So ikaw bata ka pa, wag mo akong turuan, no? Pero in a split second nagkaroon ng aksidente, no? Okay, so unsafe conditions, so ito naman yung mga either materials, no? So kung na-remember natin yung PEME, no? PEMES, yung the sources of accident, no? Sources of accident. We have PEMES. Person, equipment, materials, environment, and system, no? So itong person, this is more on the unsafe act. Yes, that's the unsafe act. And then the materials, the equipment, the environment, and the system or the process, this is more on the condition. Okay? So na-connect na natin. Okay? So yung unsafe act is more on the person's attitude. And then the unsafe condition, this is more on the process, the materials, the equipment, and also the environment. Okay? So yun siya, no? So the example of unsafe condition, so yung mga unguarded machines, no? Walang mga tawag nito, walang mga sensors or mga loto, something like that, no? Yung lockout tag out. Okay? Okay, so why investigate? Bakit kailangan natin mag-investigate? No? So number 1 is to comply with policies and regulatory requirements. So it is part of our safety program. Itong tawag nito yung investigation, no? Accident investigation. And also, this is also one of the requirements, either DOLE, either sa local government units natin, no? Meron din tayong especially pag may mga major accident, meron tayo pati yung mga the city engineer's office, no? Engineering's office. magpupunta diyan, yung PNP magpupunta diyan, no? So actually pag once na meron tayong major accident or death, no, sa site natin, automatically work stoppage order agad 'yan. No, work stoppage order agad 'yan. So pag may work stoppage agad tayo, automatically 100,000 'yan plus jacket. No, 100,000 agad 'yan, no? Na penalty from the DOLE, no? So yung jacket depende na lang 'yan ni Sir Will. No, so yung mga actually sa amin dito nagkaroon kami ng work stoppage order because one of area na yung sa construction site namin is nag-bar down, no, yung sa namin dito sa Jensen, dito sa SM, no, nag-bar down yung car park. So merong wala namang fatalities pero may mga major injuries, no? So 100,000. So dapat you have to comply with the recommendations from DOLE, recommendation from the city engineering's office, no? So very hassle, no? Very hassle pag once na meron tayong mga tawag dito yung mga major accident or fatalities sa site, no? Okay, so it's to improve also the supervisor management approach, no? As we all know that supervisor is one of our frontliners, no? Our managers. So yun din ang nila, yung advantage diyan is during the investigation, so dapat sila ang mag frontline, no? Sila talaga ang mauna because sila ang nakakaalam doon sa the whole process. And also sila din ang nakakaalam doon sa mga behavior ng mga workers nila, no? So tayo as a safety officer, kailangan nandoon din tayo is to assist, no? Mag-assist din lang tayo. Okay? So mamaya malalaman natin ano ba ang duties and responsibilities natin as a safety officer during accident investigation. Okay? Maintain employment awareness. So once na meron tayong mga accident, near misses, no? So dapat magkaroon agad ng training, orientation, toolbox meeting, no? Para at least ma-aware yung mga workers, no? Especially pag may mga toolbox meeting, no? So dapat may talaga tayo, may awareness sa mga workers natin. And most especially, no, most important is to prevent recurrence, no, para hindi na maulit muli, no. Okay, so prevention is the main reason for conducting an accident investigation. So ito talaga yung pinaka-reason, no, to prevent recurrence, no, na hindi na maulit muli. Parang parang pag-ibig din, no, na wag na maulit muli, no. Kung nasaktan ka na nung una, so wag mo nang balikan kasi baka sasaktan ka lang din nila ulit. So to prevent recurrence, no. So ganyan lang yan siya. And so kindly take note also na to avoid, no. I think na discuss ko to last week yata, no, to avoid methods to avoid or eliminate accident or illnesses sa accident or illnesses, no. So we have three methods. Number one is early detection, prevention, and correction, no. So yun yung mga natin, yung three methods to eliminate or to avoid accident or illnesses. Okay. So who is the responsible person? Dapat it should be the supervisor, no, to conduct accident investigation. So the frontliner of our job, no. So it should be the supervisor or the manager. Okay, so advantages of a supervisor over other investigators. So more familiar with the people involved, no. Sa tulad ng sinabi ko kanina, sila ang nakakaalam doon sa behavior or background ng mga tao nila. Better understanding on the operation equipment, doon sa process nila, sa system nila. So sila ang nakakaalam doon. Then personal interest and investigation. So yun yung sinasabi natin, for you to become an effective supervisor, so dapat titingnan mo rin, no, hindi mako-compromise yung safety and quality nung area natin. So sabi nga nila, productivity is equal to safety and health plus the quality of your product. No, yun yung productivity, no? So yung sinasabi ko na kung yun yung productivity natin percentage, yun din magiging basis natin during bonus, no? Yung magkakaroon tayong bonus every year end, no? So once na less may mga aksidente, yung quality sa product natin, no? So mag-less yung productivity natin. So yun yung basis din sa performance natin or sa KPI natin, no? Okay, sa team effort, so all employees should understand what to report and whom to report. So kailangan nilang maintindihan ano ang i-report nila. So part of our RA 11058, no? So every worker has the right to report any accident, no? So yun yung RA 11058, workers has the right to report any accident, no, sa workplace natin. Pwede silang mag-report kagad sa DOLE, no? But kailangan nating ipaintindi. Kailangan natin i-emphasize, no, doon sa mga workers natin na wag ninyo kaming i-bypass, no? So dapat may proper procedure pa rin, no? Once nakakita kayo ng aksidente or once na may nakita kayo na it might cause harm, near misses, no? So dapat i-report kaagad natin sa supervisors natin, no, or the safety officer para ma-correct. No, wag na muna kayong pumunta sa DOLE. So kailan lang pupunta sa DOLE? Pag once na hindi tayo pinapansin ng management natin, no? So tingin natin na, 'di ba, sabi nga also the workers has to refuse unsafe act or unsafe practices sa workplaces natin, no? That is according to RA 11058. No, the workers has the right to refuse yung mga unsafe working places. Okay? So, yun yung mga natin. So, once na tingin natin na binabaliwala na lang tayo sa management natin, so we have the right to report it to the DOLE kagad, no? Okay. So, what to report? So, yung sabi nga natin, yung mga lost time incident, yung mga near misses, property damage, kung may mga chemical spillage, fire or explosion, any accident sa site, or any event like itong mga pilferage, no? Number one na titingnan din natin sa construction site natin is yung pilferage cases. No, marami ang nakawan diyan. No, titingnan natin sa mga kuha natin, baka may mga punayban sila sa loob ng tawag nito sa loob ng sa loob ng construction site or sa security guard. So that is why usually ang practices natin sa security guard every 3 months may yan sila. Lalo na sa construction site, no? Every 3 months meron yan silang tawag nito parang mag-transfer sila to other location, no, para to avoid familiarization sa area. Okay, so hazard reporting, not just incident involving serious injury but any occurrence or situation that has the potential of causing harm. So yung sinasabi natin kanina, near misses, no? Kailangan natin mag-report pa rin kahit near misses sila, no? And every 600 near misses, ilan nga ang pwedeng magkaroon ng major accident? Ilan nga 'yon? And every 600 near misses, may potential na it could equivalent into ilang major accident?
10.
Ha?
10.
1.
Major 1 day. Minor dito. Sorry.
No? Major accident or tawag nito or death, no? So 1, no? That is why kahit ilang near misses pa yan, no, dapat i-report natin kagad, no? Para to prevent any tawag nito, accident sa site natin. Okay, so home to report. So medical personnel, for example, may mga nag-collapse, may mga tawag nito, may mga wounded, no? May nangangulugan. So kailangan natin i-activate agad, no? I-activate natin yung first aid or mga rescuers natin. So that is why based also sa RA 11058 that meron din, no, RA 235, no, bagong nila na na-approve lang last May this year, yung RA 235, that every construction site establishment should have first aider. No, sino-sino yung dapat na sino-sino yung mga institution, organization na nagkakandak ng first aid training? Number one is Philippine Red Cross. Meron din tayong Bureau of Fire. Meron ding TESDA. Pwede rin ang DOH, no? So sila yung mga accredited institution, organization na nagkakandak ng first aid training. Okay? So dapat, no, based din sa RA 11058, the number of workers, for example, meron kayong 1 to 10 workers, no? Then tayo nasa high risk. So 1 to 9 workers lang dapat meron ka lang isang first aider. Okay? So safety officer, no, mag-report din tayo sa safety officer. Kung environmental control, yung PCO natin, pollution control officer, and also the management. Okay? So yun yung natin. So managing the accident scene, so you need to prioritize, no, yung care and treatment of the injured. So sino na ba dito ang nakapag-training ng first aid? Paano lang, raise your hand.
BLS, basic life support.
BLS.
Yeah. We do that.
Hindi yung BLS.
Nagtitrain kami sa office.
Ma'am?
Nagtitrain kami sa office. So from
okay.
BLS tapos AECO seminar.
That's good. No? So yun yung natin. So once na meron tayong dito nakalagay dito priorities. So for example, may scenario, may dalawang may unconscious and conscious. So sino ang uunahin natin? Ang unconscious or ang conscious? It should be the unconscious, no? Unconscious yung unahin natin because nga hindi natin sila mako-communicate, no? Kahit yung mga conscious, kahit bali-bali pa yan sa diyan, no? So at least malaman natin na ano ang masakit, no? So kasi yung mga unconscious hindi natin alam so saan yung masakit sa kanya, no? So dapat 'yun yung i-prioritize natin. Okay? So care and treatment of the injured, elimination or control of the remaining hazard. So one of our training during the time is once na meron tayong merong mga tawag nito, yung mga you have to survey the scene, no? You have to check the area. Kung baka may mga during the time na magre-rescue ka, magpo-proceed ka, tapos may mahulog din pala. So liability more than asset na, no? So imbis ikaw yung rescuer, ikaw na ngayon ang nire-rescue. So you have to check, you have to survey the scene first, okay, before you attempt to help, okay? Okay, so yun yung natin, no? Every workers dapat meron silang training sa first aid. Okay, so you need to conduct also yung drills, no? Yung fire drills, evacuation drills, no? Ma'am Almira, sa sa call center ninyo meron ba kayong nagkakandak ba kayo ng mga drills?
Like fire and earthquake.
Okay.
Evacuation.
Yung mga evacuation din.
Quarterly.
So number one talaga yan siya na na requirements ni the BFP and also ni DOLE, no? Dapat meron tayong mga fire drill, evacuation drill, earthquake drill. So dapat din meron ding personnel na alam kung ano yung i-prioritize na during evacuation, no? So ano yung mga prioritize na dapat dalhin, no? Yung mga evacuators natin. So yung may mga tawag natin, may yung mga documents, computers, servers, no? So dapat alam din nila, especially kung sino naka-assign doon sa area. No, so alam nila kung ano yung priority na dadalhin nila ng mga documents. Okay, so liaison with hospital. So dapat din meron din tayong MOA, no? From our nearest na hospital. Okay, so isolate the site. So yun sinasabi natin kanina na you need to survey the scene, no? Baka may mga potential pa na may mahulog, something like that. So you need to isolate the site. Okay, so successful investigation is done immediately, no? Dapat mabilisan, completely and thoroughly. Okay? So investigate immediately, so operation are disrupted, memories fade, employees are at risk. So yun yung nang ano natin para at least hindi ma-disrupt yung operations natin. So dapat i-ano agad natin, no? Dapat mabilisan yung pagkakandak natin ng investigation. Okay? So meron din ano once na may madisgrasya, so ito rin ang magiging reason na magkakaroon ng low moral yung mga workers natin or mga empleyado. Okay? And steps in conducting investigation, so gather information, analyze the facts, and make recommendations. So ano-ano yung mga information na dapat nating i-gather? So number 1 is ito yung NOI, POI, DOI, TOI. So ano yan, sir? So yung NOI is more on the nature of incident, place of incident, date of incident, and time of incident. So yun yung mga preliminary facts, no? Yung NOI, POI, DOI, TOI, no? So personnel involved. So sino ba yung involved? So ano-ano ba yung mga property na damage? And ano-ano ba yung mga environmental harm? No? So ito yung mga preliminary facts na kailangan natin malaman. Okay, so accident investigation equipment, so report form. So pag meron kayong report form, so itong report form naman is we can download it no sa Google, itong report form no mga accident incident report form. Meron tayo niyan no. And then we have also notebook or pad or paper, so dapat may dala-dala ka ng ganito, tape recorder, camera, measuring equipment para tayong suko. No? SOCO, scene of the crime of operatives, no? Parang siya nagasabilgas lang. No? So dapat meron tayong mga ganyan na mga equipment, no? Okay, so sources of information. So sino-sino yung sources of information natin? Number 1, the witnesses. No, ilan-ilan ba ang dapat witnesses natin? Hindi lang isa, hindi lang dalawa, no? It should be 3, no? Dapat 3. No, or more than 3, no, para at least maka tayo ng accuracy doon sa investigation natin. So physical evidence at scene, work environment, and existing records. So sa witnesses natin, so we can either the victim, especially pag conscious yung victim natin, yung mga bystanders, no, those who heard about what happened, no, yung mga nakakaalam. So yung ding mga nakakita, no? Others with info about involved individuals, equipment, or circumstances. Okay, interview yung witnesses, so reassure the witness. So sabihin lang natin sa witness na magsalita ka lang, no? Dapat open-ended question, no? So ano man yung mga nalalaman niya, so ibulaslas lang lahat, no? Sabihin lang agad, no? So dapat hindi tayo yung close on para bang tawag nito yes or no lang, no? So unang-una, so dapat natin pasabihin natin sa kanya, no, kung ano yung nalalaman niya at ano yung nakikita niya. Okay? So physical evidence, so provide information about an accident witnesses may overlook or taken for granted. So dapat meron tayong mga physical evidences talaga, no? Either photos, no, pictures, or videos, no? So dapat meron talaga tayong ganyan. Kasi kung nakikita natin, no, sa ibang mga accident, no, sa along the road. So kung wala pang mga cameras or mga tawag nito yung mga dashcam, no? So ang iba karamihan siguro is makiklear. No? So that is why importante din na meron tayong mga dashcam. So dapat din tayo, proactive din tayo. Okay? So examining physical evidences. So yung sinasabi natin kanina na doon sa mga unsafe conditions, no? Sa mga unsafe conditions, so either the physical, the tawag nito yung the environment, materials, equipment, and also the system or the process. Okay, so machine equipment, so we have to look kung meron mga warning signs, warning devices, meron bang mga guards, no? May mga railings ba, no? So mga materials, so baka yung mga materials diyan is improper use, no? Hindi tama ang paggagamit. Okay, improper handling. Okay, so dapat din if items have to be removed, kung kailangan nating tanggalin, no? During the investigation, so dapat meron tayong proper logbook or label. Okay, so secure storage or transport, avoid contamination, guard against tampering or loss, and appropriate HEC warnings or yung mga safety signages. Okay. So work environment, so yung mga work environment devices natin, no? So yung mga weather condition, illumination, noise, housekeeping, no? So isa yan sa titingnan natin, baka kasi nagkaroon ng aksidente because sa sobrang init or sa sobrang lamig or kulang sa ilaw, no? Kaya nahulog, natumba, something like that. So baka nagkaroon ng sobrang ingay, no? Nagkaroon siya ng problema sa pandinig or tinnitus, no? So isa yan sa titingnan natin. Or baka nagkaroon ng aksidente because of poor housekeeping. No? Sabi nga ni Ma'am kanina, hindi ko makakalimutan na yun, Ma'am, no? Yung sinabi mo kanina, no? Yung para bang dinaanan ng anghel, no? So yun yung mga ano. Pero pag poor housekeeping, ang tawag din nun parang dinaanan ng demonyo. No? Parang gano'n lang din yan. No? Pag pag malinis, dinaanan ng anghel. Pag sobrang dumi naman, parang dinaanan ng demonyo. So gano'n lang yan. Okay? So existing record, so yung employee record. So that is why very important din, no? Sa prior sa employment ng isang tao, it should submit yung mga NBI, police clearance, medical records niya, no? Yung background niya, kung ano bang mga baka may sakit na siya sa pag-iisip, no? Just like what happened, no? Yung last month lang ba yun? Yung isang eroplano going to China ba yun, no? Na nasa 33,000 feet, no? So bigla na lang na pababa, no? Because yung ano pala, yung co-pilot is suicidal, no? So yun yung mga ganyan na mga insidente na mga ganyang bagay, no, na dapat titingnan talaga natin yung background, no? Yung background nung empleyado natin. Baka kasi yung tao na yan baka may history na sa insanity, no? Kaya nagkaroon ng problema sa utak kasi iniwan ng kanyang boyfriend na boyfriend, no? Or girlfriend. So nagkaroon ng problema sa pag-uutak, no? So titingnan natin 'yan. Okay? So always remember sa 5W and plus 1H, no? What, where, who, when, why, and how. Okay? So yun yung mga natin, usually mga tanong during the time na magkakandak tayo ng mga investigation. Okay? So analyzing the facts, so cause analysis and change analysis. So the cause analysis, so we have to know what are the real causes, no? Yung mga immediate causes, baka unsafe act yun siya or unsafe condition yun siya, no? Or baka yung tao na yun is may problema na talaga, no? May na siya, intention to hurt himself or nasa suicidal mode na siya because of depression. Okay, so hazardous condition, kung may mga hindi na correct or may mga may mga guard or mga machine na hindi naka-guard, no? And then to look beyond the immediate causes, so we need to come up with what is the root cause, no? So titingnan natin ano ba talaga yung pinaka-root cause nung aksidente na yon, no? So yun nga sabi natin kanina na ay sir, baka ano lang yan sir, na aksidente yan siya kasi may white lady kasi diyan, no? May kasi diyan, meron kasing mga may baliti kasi diyan, no? So yun is lang yan siya, mga alibis na lang yan siya, no? That is not the real causes of accident. So the real causes of accident are the unsafe act and the unsafe condition. So titingnan natin doon sa unsafe act and unsafe condition, ano ba talaga yung pinaka-root cause? Bakit nagkaroon siya ng aksidente? Okay, change analysis compares how a job was actually performed with the way it should have been done or have been performed. So titingnan natin kung ito ba yung based doon sa methodology, no, approve drawings natin, no? Yung IFC natin, no? We have to check kung yung drawings na yan is approved na yan. And then doon sa implementation is hindi naman sang-ayon doon sa kung ano ang approved na drawing, no? So or meron kayong policy, meron kayong program, so nung inimplement na or ginawa na, so hindi 'yon ang nangyari, no? So you need to compare, no? You need to compare sa actual and doon sa policies and programs ninyo na approved. Okay, so dapat making recommendation, so tayo as a safety officer, as a safety committee, so dapat may mga recommendations tayo, no? After investigation, after the root causes, so meron tayong after the evaluation, so meron tayong recommendations na ibibigay, no? So it should be smart. So sorry ma'am, sir, kasi globe kasi ako. So hindi yan siya telecommunication, no? So smart means specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, and time-bounded. Okay? So yan yung ano natin. Okay, so follow up. The way, it's the best way to ensure that recommendations are carried out. So dapat, even though may mga recommendations tayo, so dapat we need to evaluate kung naging effective pa ba yung recommendations natin. No, kasi yung iba kasi okay na, may recommendation na ako. No, gagawin you need to comply, no, kung ano man yung recommendations natin. But hindi dapat ganoon, no? So dapat we need to make follow-ups, re-evaluate natin yung mga recommendations natin kung effective pa rin pa, no? So report should be clear, detailed, neat, legible, and concise. So parang smart lang din. Okay, accident investigation procedure. So ito na yung procedure natin, no? So ito na yung flow chart, no, on how to have an effective accident investigation procedure. Okay, number 1, pag once may mga aksidente, so dapat meron tayong, especially pag major accident, di ba? Sabi natin kanina, once na may major accident tayo, may fatalities tayo, so dapat within 24 hours, dapat mag-report agad kay DOLE, no? Or mag-report tayo sa management natin, sa safety officers natin, sa nurse, no? Sa department heads. Okay? So within 24 hours. And dapat, sino nga yung frontliners na dapat mag-conduct ng investigation?
Supervisor.
Supervisor. No, supervisor, no? So hindi safety officer kagad kasi yun yung ano natin yun yung bang nalaman natin before na once may aksidente, safety officer agad ang hahanapin, no? So dapat ang unang hanapin, ang unang gagawa ng investigation, it should be the supervisor. Okay, so next is once na nag-conduct na si supervisor, meron na siyang investigation. So next is yung incident report na ginawa niya, so dapat i-endorse niya doon sa safety officer or nurse. No, bakit na i-submit pa sa nurse? So ano bang gagawin ni nurse or the safety officer? So dapat is mag-conduct sila ng another investigation. No, para makita doon kung totoo ba yung investigation na kinandak ni supervisor. Okay, so para ma-verify kung totoo ba yung investigation na kinandak ni supervisor. Okay? So the result of investigation will be discussed in the safety committee. No, for example, nag-conduct na si supervisor, nag-verify na si safety officer and nurse, and then after that, no, i-discuss nila during the committee. Okay? So the management level na. So meron na silang mga recommendations, no? So after the investigation conducted by the committee, the safety committee, so magbibigay na agad ng recommendations ang the safety committee, okay? So concerned department will implement appropriate corrective action, no, depende doon sa recommendation ng safety committee. Okay, so for the corrective action introduced, it shall be captured in the risk assessment. So kung ano man yung nakita natin ng mga accident, so dapat i-ano din agad natin, no, doon sa risk assessment natin or the hierarchy, no, i-include natin siya doon para maging aware na rin, no, aware yung mga ano natin, yung mga workers or the management natin. Okay, so other duties of safety officer and company nurse, so monitor and verify the effectiveness of the corrective action or the preventive action, no? Sila din yung magbe-verify or magmo-monitor. And then they will review the concerned department, no? So itong mga operation risk management na to nila. Okay, so maintain records of investigation. So the other duties of the safety officer and the nurse, so ito, no, verify the effectiveness of the corrective action, and then i-review nila yung mga concerned departments, and also rin sila, no, they have to maintain the records. Okay, why? Bakit natin kailangan? Bakit natin kailangan na i-maintain or meron tayong record keeping ng mga natin, mga documents or mga investigations, no? So because once na magpunta si Dole, mag-conduct din sila ng kanilang investigation, hanapin ni Dole yung investigation din natin. No? So dapat maging aware tayo, maging proactive din tayo sa mga ganyan. So very strict si Dole in terms of itong mga reports. Okay? Okay, in summary, so when accident happen, be prepared. You need to conduct investigation immediately, thoroughly, completely, determine the basic root cause, no? Dapat alam natin kung ano yung pinaka-root cause. Okay, so develop and recommend appropriate corrective action. So ano yung mga recommendations natin as a committee, and you have to follow up and submit reports to Dole, no? Or you need to to inform Dole, especially pag major or may fatalities, dapat within 24 hours dapat meron tayong report sa kanila. Okay? And also sa management natin. Okay, so any other question po regarding with our topic?
None.
Okay. So let's if none, so let's move forward for our last topic for this afternoon. Okay. Okay, sa last topic natin for this afternoon, so the role of safety officer. So marami talagang responsibility ang safety officer. No, minsan supervisor, naging safety officer, slash, no? Ang dami-dami na. Okay? So the role of safety officer, so the objective is to provide the skills and knowledge in order to deliver the performance outputs required in the behavioral monitoring processes, identification of safe and at-risk behavior, and the correction of these behaviors. And then to further improve safety attitude or behavior of employees. No, sabi nga natin kanina, hindi lang more on technicalities ang dapat nating malaman, no? It should also be on how to create professional relationship, no, attitude, behavior, because we're dealing with different attitude and behavior, especially sa construction. So let the safety officer understand his duty and responsibilities according to all standards. So dapat prior na mag-employ tayo ng isang safety officer, dapat meron talaga yung training. No, hindi katulad sa akin before na naging safety officer by accident. Why? Because na-hire ako, yun nga, nag-apply ako as electrical engineer. So sabi ng boss namin before, Ren, marunong ka ba, alam mo ba anong PPE? Alam mo ba about safety? Yes sir. Okay, sige, safety officer ka na. No? As simple as that, no? Walang training. So that is why nagkaroon ng aksidente, no? So at least ngayon, we have this RA 11058 requiring all the establishment na dapat meron talaga mga safety officers. Okay, so to protect workers and to help them learn to protect themselves and be familiar with the standards and safety procedures. Okay, so we believe all incident injuries and occupational illnesses are preventable. Ilang percentage nga ang preventable accidents? Ilang percentage ang preventable accident? Ha?
88?
Kulang.
Oh, 9.
Ano to, Sir Job?
Ay, 98.
98, no? 98. 88 sa unsafe acts and 10% sa unsafe condition. So, yun sila, unsafe act, unsafe condition. So, lahat yan siya, preventable yan siya, no? So, walang rason, di ba? Sabihin nga na ma-aksidente nga sa tawag nito, sa sasakyan. Sabihin, ay sir, sorry sir, aksidente kasi. Hindi natin sinasadya. Hindi kasi ma-prevent ang aksidente. So, now, alam na natin na ang aksidente pala can be preventable. No, can be preventable. Okay, so according to Rule 1030, training of personnel and COSH, no? So sabi na natin dito, so you have this SO3, no? Yung itong SO2, no? SO2. So pag nasa nasa construction industry kayo, so you are mandated, no, na dapat meron talaga kayong mandatory training, no, for COSH pag nasa construction kayo. Okay, so the workers naman, pwede naman natin yung mga workers natin, pwede naman tayo na mag-conduct ng mandatory training sa kanila, no? Yung 8 hours training, yung SO1. Okay? Okay, so kung gusto niyo mag SO3, so ito yung mga meron kayong mga advanced training, yung like safety program audit, loss control management, no? So yun yung mga namin, nagkakandak din kami ng mga advanced training, no? Loss control management, safety audit, so something mga ganyang mga trainings. Okay? So safety officer, position concept, the plant construction safety officer is responsible to the plant or construction manager, the employee relation manager, and the personnel manager for developing and implementing an effective safety program, okay, which has been approved by DOLE as well as the approved procedures by the company or owner. So dapat meron talaga tayong safety program, no, na it should be approved by DOLE, no? So why? That is one of the requirements of DOLE, no? Dapat approve yung safety program natin, no? So aside from that, it's one of the requirements sa PCAB, no? Kung gusto niyo magkaroon ng PCAB license, no, as a contractor, okay, so dapat meron din kayong safety program. So lead and assist during safety inspection, conduct with different personnel departments, only representative in the project. So once na may mga tayo, so tayo as a safety officer, one of our responsibilities is to conduct safety inspections, no? So we have also to assist the implementation of safety trainings. So tayo yung tayo din yung gagawa ng mga training program, no? So yung mga safety training, it should be free of charge, no, according to RA 11058. But baka sabihin okay, pala, no, free of charge pala tong training. So after this training, magre-resign ako, maghahanap ako ng trabaho, yung mas malaki ang sahod. But the company also has the right, no, has the right to have an agreement, no, a contract agreement, no, between the employee and employer, no. So yun yung iba na mag-sign talaga, no, parang merong tawag ito length of service, no, bago sila ma'am,
training bond.
Yes, no, may training bond, ganun.
Length of service, there's a length of service, otherwise if they leave before that, so they pay for the training cost and the salary.
Yes, no, so imbes meron pa kayong mga separation fee or yung mga pa once mag-resign, so may right din ang company na based doon sa agreement niyo na yung mga contract agreement niyo regarding with the training. Okay, relationship with the company, the safety officer will establish and maintain a good relationship with the company. So itong ano natin, itong ganito na tawag nito, statement. So sa other country, separate, no? Separate yung safety department and also doon sa construction manager, no? Hindi basta-basta para bang sa ibang bansa mas mataas ang mas mataas yung tawag nito, yung respeto nila sa safety, no? Hindi katulad sa atin dito sa Pilipinas na dapat maging maging sunod-sunuran ka doon sa construction managers ninyo, no? Sa ibang bansa, so separate department sila. So kung anong sabihin ni safety managers sa isang department, so dapat magko-comply talaga sila. Huh? Okay, so with employees, the safety officer is responsible for providing safety advices and guidance to all employees within the company. So tayo din, no, magkakandak tayo ng toolbox meeting, orientation, training. Okay, so yun yung mga natin, yun yung mga responsibilities natin. Okay, so outside the company, the safety officer must establish a relationship with professional and organizational groups. So we need also yung mga tawag nito, yung mga connections, no? Either we have connection from the LGU, from DOLE, no? Why? Because yun nga, magsasabi tayo ng mga report sa kanila. Okay? So accountability, the safety officer is accountable to the plant or construction manager. So yun yung talaga, no? Yun yung mga tawag dito, yung dapat ba makipag-ano ka talaga, no, sa construction managers ninyo. Okay, so reduction of the frequency of severity of accident, the same criteria for measurement must be consistently used throughout the company. So yun yung pinakaano natin na we need to monitor, no, yung mga frequency and severity rate dun sa accident, no. Malalaman natin kung effective yung safety program natin kung mag-less down or magre-reduce yung mga accident or mga illnesses natin sa areas of responsibilities natin. Okay, requirements of safety professionals. Okay, so the number of employees in a plant site is not the only factor in determining whether the safety program should be in the hand of a full-time safety professional. So according to RA 11058, no, doon sa bagong guidelines sila, na kahit 1 to 10 workers lang kayo, dapat meron lang kayong 1 safety officer. No? So parami yung ng workers ninyo. So pataas din ng pataas yung level or para bang magiging SO2 ka, SO3 ka, no? So parami din yung mga safety officers natin. Okay? So ito yung natin, ito yung sinasabi ko, no, na the minimum requirements of safety officer. Okay, so if as we all know are high risk, no, industries. So yung number natin 1 to 9. So dapat may SO1 tayo. Okay, so 10 to 50 SO3. Okay, so makikita natin dito, no, so pataas ng pataas yung number of workers. So pataas ng pataas din yung level, no, ng competency ng safety officer or parami din yung safety officers natin. Okay? So pwede natin tong picturean or para at least ma-aware din tayo sa ganitong Okay, so RA 11058, the 198 of 2018. So as we all know, no, itong RA 11058 was approved by our former President Rodrigo Duterte, no? So isa sa talaga objective dito is para sa sa welfare sa mga workers natin, no? Na mabigyan sila ng magandang benepisyo to prevent them from accident or illnesses, no? Isa yan sa mga nila. Okay, so duties of the safety man. Okay, the principal function of the safety officer is to act as the employer's principal assistant or yung tinatawag din natin sa safety committee natin as the secretary. No, siya yung magkakandak ng meeting, siya yung mag-prepare ng minutes of meeting. So ito yung mga responsibilities ng safety officer. Okay, submit to the employer a report of the activities. Okay, so ito yung mga ano nila, yung mga tawag nito, yung mga responsibilities and duties. Okay? So maintains or help the maintenance of the efficient accident record system, yung mga records natin. Okay, so assistance to government agencies. So yun din yung responsibilities nila. Okay, so dapat din yung work permit system, no? Dapat meron din tayong mga work permit system. So dapat isa yan sa titingnan natin. Yung work permit system naman natin is tawag nito pwede tayong makapag-download, no? For example, may mga energization, electrical, excavation. So dapat meron tayong mga work permit system. Okay, so make spot check covering housekeeping, yung job hazard analysis natin. Okay? So direct stop work orders for any activities that pose an immediate danger. So tayo rin as a safety officer, we can pwede tayo makapag-stop work, no? Especially doon sa mga yung may mga potential that may cause harm or accident sa mga workers natin. So pero since for example nasa contractor side tayo, no? Or nasa owner or sa client side kami. So kami na nasa client side kami, hindi kami basta-basta na makapag-stop work. Why? Because ito yung gagamitin ni contractor na dahilan, no? Sabihin ni contractor, ay sir, na-delay kami sa trabaho because pinapa-stop work kami ni safety. No, so dapat since we are in connection with our sa management, so dapat mag-ask ka muna ng permission doon sa construction managers or project managers ninyo prior mo i-stop ang isang activities, no? So as we all know, once we have yung mga delays, no, as per our contract or agreement, meron tayong mga tinatawag na LD, no, mga liquidated damages or penalties. No, 1/10 of the project cost, yun yung per day na penalty natin. No, so sa amin dito, yung contractor namin is delay na, no? Grabe ng delay. Then based on our contract, so 1/10 of the project cost is nasa 33,000 or $60,000 per day. No, $60 per day, so equivalent to peso, so nasa parang 3 million, no? 3 million.
About almost 4 million na. Kasi 56,000.
Yes, no, almost 4 million kasi ilan na 55 na ngayon, no?
Yeah.
So almost 55 40 million per day. So yun yung natin, yun yung isa sa talaga, no, na tinitingnan natin na baka ma-delay tayo, no? Okay, so once na tawag nito, nasa agreement ninyo na ganyan nga, no, may mga LD tayo, mga liquidated damages, so obligado tayo na magbayad sa mga ganyan, especially pag delay na tayo. Okay, safety officers duties and responsibilities, so assist in preparing task risk analysis or job safety analysis. So yung ginawa natin kanina na job hazard analysis, so tayo rin ang mag-assist. Mag-assist lang tayo, no? Pero ang frontliner talaga na gagawa doon is the supervisor. Take action to ensure that unsafe acts and conditions are eliminated. So dapat tayo magkakandak tayo ng mga inspection sa site natin. Okay? So there's our mga safety program procedures. So I think karamihan sa inyo meron naman tayong mga safety program, no? Approved program. Sa inyo ba, Ma'am Almira, meron na ba kayong mga safety program which is approved by DOLE?
Safety sa company or sa construction?
Sa construction po.
Mandatory po yun pag before mag-start ng construction. Isa mga permit. Yeah, and then after construction, when you do before the occupational, ano tawag ato sa Obo Vilmore?
Occupancy permit.
Occupancy permit. daghan kay mga requirements nga kwan they need,
Yes.
like atong mga ambot na lang.
Oo, sobrang dami, no? Sobrang dami ng mga ano, ng mga
Dami.
mga talaga. Kailangan
Kahit
i-comply.
tagbook, kahit attendance, ambot.
Mm. So, yun, no? So, one of the isa talaga 'yan sa mga ano natin i-prepare, no? Okay. Thank you, Ma'am Almira.
Thank you.
Okay, so work permit system then. So ito din yung mga work permit system, no? Yung mga either hot work permit or excavation permit. No? So meron tayong makikita diyan sa sa yung mga example natin diyan sa Google, no? Marami yun siya. Yung mga mga tawag nito, downloadable. No? Madali lang yun siya. So ito din yung ginawa natin kanina, no, yung job hazard analysis, no. So pwede din natin itong ganun din ang pagkakagawa tulad kanina. Okay, so training is that activity which precedes learning. Then learning changes the way people think, and by thinking differently, people behave differently. So yun yung natin, one of our responsibilities as a safety officer is we need to train, no? We need to educate, we need to provide information to our workers. Why? Because yun nga, as we all know, that 88% is more on the unsafe act or the behavior or attitude of the workers, no? So that is why we need to educate them, we need to train them, no? Because we cannot hindi natin ma-change ang attitude nila within a overtime, no? So dapat continuous ang encouragement, continuous yung motivation, continuous ang training natin sa mga workers natin until such time na nila na kailangan pala talaga namin ang safety, no? Because we work not only for ourselves but also for our family, no? Once kami na maaksidente kami, once kami na magkasakit bilang mga padre de pamilya, mga breadwinner, so sino na lang ang mag-aalaga sa mga pamilya natin, sa mga anak natin. So yun yung natin, yun yung dapat nating i-emphasize doon sa mga workers natin during meetings, orientations, and toolbox meetings. Okay? So we have a three E's of a good leader. So effectiveness, efficiency, and excellence. So ito yung mga natin. So do the right things, doing things right, and efficiently meeting goals, both short-term and long range. Okay? So ito yung mga natin as a good leader. No? Okay, so any other question po? Or tawag nito, comments, questions, violent reactions?
Magkano po yung industry standard na salary ng safety officer?
Actually ma'am, base sa sa safety officer na nasa 15 to 18 yung pinakauna nila. 15 to 18.
15 to 18.
Pero sa naman, para for example, sobrang dami na rin ng ninyo, sobrang dami na ng safety officer, para makaless kayo, so either kukuha kayo ng kahit 2 safety officer and then meron kayong isang consultant. No, kasi yung consultant naman is lang naman yan. Every lang naman yan sila. Retainers fee lang naman yan sila. No?
But they can be safety officer also.
Yes, merong dapat safety officer na para mag-oversee.
May nakikita ko yun for our type, like indoor finishing. It's like 1 is to 200.
Yes, meron dun kanina. So pwede naman yan siya, ma'am. For example, meron kayong isang safety consultant sa lahat ng activities niyo diyan, no, for the construction and also sa call center, no. Pwede siyang maging consultant both sides.
Thank you.
Okay.
Kung tumataas na rin yung level ng safety, halimbawa, si SO3 o SO4, same salary pa rin siya? range?
Actually, sir, it depends on your negotiation with your company na, sir. Sa mga ganyan. So, yun yung ano namin, tawag nito, yun yung tawag nito, during our national convention sa safety officers, isa yun sa pinag-ano namin na dapat meron ng range talaga. No, parang sa ibang ano pa, parang may taripa na ba? No, para at least ano rin, ma-handle natin yung mga safety officers natin.
Ma-protect.
Yung 15 to 18, sir, is auto ba yan, sir?
Depende, sir. Depende sa negotiation niyo, sir, no? So, depende rin yan sa experience, number of years experience. No, it depends also kung ano ka, engineer ka. Kasi ako, 2010, no? 2010, my first job as a safety officer. Yung sahod ko lang during the time is 10,000. 10,000 lang. No, so once na ano ka, gusto mo pang tumaas, so mag-resign ka talaga, no? Sa pag-resign mo, so doon ka na naman makipag-negotiate. No, sabihin mo, okay, so once na ako kasi once na mag-resign ako, either mag-add ako ng 30 to 40% from my salary. No, para at least doon yung negotiations natin. No, so para at least mano rin, since you have this ano na, may experience ka na, may training ka na. So advantage naman din sa part doon sa ina-applyan mo rin. So at least doon ka na doon ka na magre-range doon sa salary.
Sabihin, magkati ka.
Okay? So any other question po? Wala na, murag para bang naisip ko yung ano nila. Na
Drain
sir,
na.
parang magki-quiz na tayo.
Na-drain ang utak sa workshop.
Na-drain na. Okay, so ito na lang, hindi na lang tayo mag-quiz, no, because we have yung time natin. So na lang tayo, parang question and answer na lang. No, para at least ma-review na lang natin din. Because para bukas yata meron kayong post-test, no? May post-test kayo bukas. So ito na lang, okay. So ano-ano nga yung mga preventable accident?
Unsafe act and unsafe condition.
Okay, very good. Unsafe act and unsafe condition. So ilang percent ang unsafe act?
Unsafe act is 88%.
Ang unsafe condition?
10%.
Yung ilang percent ang non-preventable accident?
2%.
2%. Ano yung non-preventable accident?
Force majeure.
Force majeure or yung mga calamities, no? Natural or man-made calamities. So ano nga yung natin, sources of accident? Ano yung sources of accident natin? Hindi, nakalimutan na.
Power.
Ha?
Power. Environment.
Ano pa, sir?
Material.
The PMS?
PMS, yung PMS.
People, equipment, materials, environment, and system.
Okay, very good. Palakpakan natin si Chris, Sir Chris. So mandagdagan ang sahod niyan. So, what are the types of job hazards? What are the types of job hazards?
Environmental safety type of hazard ba yun?
No?
Type of hazard lang.
Chemical, economic.
Yes.
Chemical, ergonomic, psychological, physical, and biological.
Okay, so malagdagan na talaga ang sahod ni Sir Chris nito, ma'am.
Yes.
Hipos ka na.
Okay, so what are the hierarchy of controls?
Elimination, substitution, engineering, administrative. Sa ba isa, PPE?
Yes, PPE. Elimination, substitution, engineering, administrative, and PPE.
Engineering.
Okay,
Type
so ano pa? Ano pa ba yun? Meron na tayong hierarchy, types of job hazard, the sources. Okay? So yun lang siguro muna, no? So since para at least ma-review ninyo para bukas pa, no? So na-overwhelm na lahat tayo sa natin kanina pa lang umaga, no? Sa workshop natin. So I think makapag-relax din naman tayo ngayon, no? Since malapit naman din magpa-5.
Kasi
okay,
yung sa marami kang maalala if you do the workshop.
Yes. Huwag lang natin nasubrahan yung pag-iisip, no? Magkasakit din tayo. Okay. So actually ma'am, gusto ko magpasalamat din sa inyo ma'am, no, sa tawag nito, sa Aspire, no, because it is my first time, no, na maka-attend ang isang presidente and CEO ng isang kumpanya, and because of this yung support ni ma'am sa inyo lahat is, I know, hindi matatawaran yan, no. So based on my observation, maraming alam si ma'am sa process, sa system ninyo. So at least I hope marami ding nalalaman si ma'am in terms of safety. And pwede rin ni ma'am ma-share din sa inyo yan. Okay?
Yeah,
and
yan. Pag hindi concern ng safety ang employer, it will cost the company.
Very good. Yes.
Yeah, every accident costs money.
So
that's
yun yung mga tawag natin ma'am na indirect cost. No?
Yeah, so it has to be avoided at all costs.
Yes. So gusto ko rin magpasalamat din sa lahat ng dito na I hope na meron tayong natutunan for 2 days, no, from Sunday and yung last Sunday and now. And I hope meron kayong natutunan sa akin, and willing pa rin ako na tumulong, no, sa inyo. And you can add me through my Facebook, no. Rene Morillo lang, no. So pwede niyo akong i-add sa sa Facebook ko. So kung may mga questions kayo along the way, along the activities niyo site, so pwede akong makatulong, no? Pwede akong makatulong. So anytime. So yun lang, no? Kasi paminsan-minsan pupunta din ako ng Cebu, no, because meron kaming meeting ni Sir Nonoy Pacifico, no, diyan sa
Asa na si Nonoy Pacifico?
Nanadra sa ma'am, sa may actually transmission line contractor na mo siya. And then yung anak is an architect. Sir Abilino na siya, Abilino Pacifico. Okay, so any baka may mga questions pa or mga concerns pa, no? So at least meron pa tayong time to discuss.
Hindi na ikaw bukas, sir.
Dahil na po daw, sir.
Thank you, sir, for teaching us. We learned a lot.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you po.
Yeah, we'll keep in touch.
Yes po. So pwede po ako, ma'am, na actually galing na rin ako sa call center, so alam ko na yung mga pasikot-sikot din diyan.
That's good to know.
Okay, so Sir Louis, baka may additional ka po na information, Sir Louis?
So wala naman na po, sir. Balik bukas na lang po yung nila, yung post-test.
Yes po.
So,
okay, sige, continue, sir.
Mag-screenshot lang po ako for attendance po natin ulit. Okay po.
Smile daw.
Hintayin po natin Sir Erwin. Join po siya.
May nakikita pa kami slide eh.
Okay. Itanggalin ko na lang.
I remove that.
G1 Trading, kasama niyo po ba si Sir Carlo? Potensyo.
Oo, kasama namin yun.
Disconnect po sir. Hindi siya makakasama sa screenshot natin.
Baka walang signal, nasa biyahe po kasi yun.
So, mag-screenshot na po ko. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you po. So magkita-kita
Okay,
po.
thank you.
Para sa last day.
Good luck mga ka-safety.
Maraming salamat po sir sa pag-share niyo ng inyong knowledge sa 2 days. Bali 2 days po.
Salamat, classmates.
Goodbye, classmate.
Dagan ko classmates.